good chance your kids are gonna be assholes.
I'll just slouch a little bit.
That's better. I'm not gonna play the short guy like a Mark Wahlberg movie.
All right.
Timothy Oliphant has a way of making every interview feel unpredictable. Sometimes he is funny, sometimes brutally honest, and sometimes he catches everyone off guard.
Welcome to my channel.
Timothy looked back on turning down Fast and Furious, only to later appear in a Vin Diesel movie anyway.
I think a year or two later, I was playing a supporting role in a Vin Diesel movie, and I thought, well, this didn't work out at all, did it? What's the point of this? So, you might find this shocking, but we didn't really talk much. I just don't think we had a lot in common.
While discussing Emmy nominations, he joked that Kelsey Grammer would likely be overlooked because of his political views.
Because sometimes it's clear, sometimes people, Kelsey Grammer, he's a Republican. Mm-hmm. He's not gonna get the nomination, right? That was clear. It was a little thing I read somewhere, I thought it was interesting.
Timothy gave a blunt take on Hollywood casting. According to him, the industry often puts actors in roles they are not really right for.
There's a couple things that can happen. One, you need the money. Two, it's a huge opportunity. And so it's hard to see
burglary calls
how you
spirals
may
into
not
complete chaos.
be the
let's
right
watch
opportunity for you, but it's clearly a great opportunity for someone. It's easy to get
burglary
blinded
calls
by
spirals
that.
into
They wouldn't cast you if you weren't right for it. I'm like, really? Have you been to the movies? Because they cast people who aren't right for things all the time.
He didn't hold back when he hilariously claimed that executive producers don't really do anything.
You are the executive producer. Or an executive producer.
It's a great gig.
On Santa Clara Diet. Tell me what are your responsibilities there?
Nothing. It's the best job in the world. Everybody, most people in Hollywood know this. If anyone comes up to you and says they're a Hollywood producer, it sounds great, but really it means there's a good chance they do nothing.
Timothy had a funny mix-up while talking about actors he admired. He accidentally confused Michael Cera with Jesse Eisenberg.
He might be listening. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, me too.
Huge fan.
Yeah, me
He's
too.
lovely. Yeah.
And I think he's handsome.
Hey,
Very
Scott Pilgrim,
talented.
that's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, and then he wrote a one, went to the Oscars.
Right.
Got that guy an Oscar.
You're talking
Thank
about
you.
Jesse Eisenberg. Yeah. That's not Michael Cera.
Damn it, is that Eisenberg?
Do you ever get outside?
Oh, wow.
I wanted to take this opportunity now to say I'm a fan of both those guys.
You're going to go far in this business. You're going to go so far.
His attitude toward film sets changed over time. He once trusted that everyone knew what they were doing, but later became much more skeptical.
I used to show up two things. I used to show up assuming everyone was really good at their job and that we were all going to be great friends. And over the years, I now show up to work assuming that everybody's terrible at what they do and that I'm not going to like any of them.
Timothy shared his honest thoughts on the Hollywood Foreign Press Association.
Yeah, I had to do some press the other day. I was like, it's like Hollywood Foreign Press.
Oh, yeah.
Have you met those people?
There's the Golden Globes people. I have met those people.
Don't get me wrong. I'd love to be nominated. But those people are bad.
He once teased Conan O'Brien about the TV
Hi.
persona Conan had built over the
Welcome to
last
my
30
channel.
years.
Let's not rush it. Let's wait another year.
In person, you're very interesting. You know what I mean? I don't feel like the audience doesn't see that side of you. Very fascinating when we get together in real life.
He basically just said you've been boring for 30 years.
Timothy asked a host about his worst interview guest, then hinted at a famous action actor as the obvious answer.
I love every guest that comes on, of course. But you seem to have...
Come on now.
Of course. Yeah.
Which is the worst? Just between us.
The worst, that is, you have...
You should have just said Steven Seagal.
He gave Seth Meyers a funny warning about raising kids while working in show business.
They're just kids now, though, so you don't know. You might have screwed up already.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, there's a very good chance your kids are going to be assholes. Yeah. You're in show business.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
You're making good money.
Yep.
You're going to be that
New York City. Don't
New
forget
York
about
City.
New York City.
You're like, my dad's more famous than your dad.
Timothy gave a relaxed view of acting, making it sound more simple and playful than serious.
There is a sense of someone really performing and enjoying what they're doing in front of the camera.
I like to think. I mean, it's child's play. I mean, it's silly to me personally. The job is fun when I realize I'm playing a game.
He once joked that acting is not as complicated as Hollywood makes it seem.
Acting is easy. That's your quote from Tim Oliphant. Do you really believe that? Acting is easy?
They tell me what to say. They tell me what to wear. It's a piece of cake.
Really?
Stand over there and say this. Here, put this on.
Timothy talked about his huge Deadwood mustache, then gave a hilarious reason for why it might come in handy.
Look at that stash.
There you go.
I went big.
So that is, you grew that.
I'll tell you why. One, the real guy had a huge mustache. And I always thought if we're ever going to do it again, I'm going to really go deep, method, be the guy.
Did you grow the mustache in the show?
That's not important. Two, I thought the bigger I go, if this thing sucks, I'll just tell people it's not me.
Yeah.
During a segment with Conan O'Brien about acting for screen versus stage, he made a playful jab at Mark Wahlberg.
So let's say we're doing a scene.
Okay.
I feel like I need an apple box.
No, we're good. I'll just slouch a little bit.
That's better. I'm not going to play the short guy like a Mark Wahlberg movie.
All right.
Timothy revealed a funny behind-the-scenes detail about working with Nathan Fillion on Santa Clarita Diet.
I told him how much I was like, I really want to work with you. And then he agreed to do it and come back, and then we never worked together. I shot all my scenes. He wasn't there, and he shot all his stuff. I was gone.
He was like in a green screen or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like The Rock and Vin Diesel, as I understand it. They had a similar situation, but I guess for different reasons.
I think so, yeah.
Something I read somewhere.
Timothy took a swipe at method acting by criticizing Jim Carrey's documentary as overly self-indulgent.
Did you see that Jim Carrey documentary on Netflix where he was in character? He's like in character 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, never breaks character. I watched that documentary in character.
Really?
My character hated it.
Your character didn't like
My
it?
character thought it was just narcissistic and pretentious.
He looked back on the 1999 film Go, which impressed Sundance crowds but never became a big mainstream hit.
This is amazing. This is a great movie. It's great writing, great direct. I mean, everything about it, you're so proud of it. You're like, hey, if this thing takes off, great.
Did it not at the time?
No, that movie bombed.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that movie.
Did it land at Sundance even?
It was huge at
Okay,
Sundance. We were like the darlings of the Sundance. It came out in the theaters, and I think it just bombed.
Timothy praised Damian Lewis as a great actor, but still joked about the badly received movie they made together.
He's a wonderful guy. He's a good guy, Damian
I
Lewis.
loved him as Henry VIII.
Yeah, he's
yeah.
a crazy good actor. Good dude. We were in a movie that was really bad, but it was fun. That could be like, oh, what happened there? Dreamcatchers? Yeah, Dreamcatchers. I love Larry Kasdan too.
But wait, what's Dreamcatcher? I don't think I've seen one.
He was honest about having early doubts over Hitman and later made it clear those concerns were not wrong.
There's ones that jump out like, this is a bad idea. I'm nervous about this is just a bad idea.
Hello, welcome.
Hitman, I remember thinking,
What happened?
Bad idea,
Angry Burrito.
Angry Burrito.
Oh.
Welcome to my channel. Angry Burrito.
Welcome.
Thanks for following.
And thanks.
L. Welcome and TNX.
Thanks for the support, I guess. Though, this is not my job. This is just my hobby.
Turns out, it was.
That wasn't the intent of my question.
But I'm nervous about the idea.
Timothy jokingly dismissed the idea that he spends a lot of time hanging out with actors.
Somewhere in there, it's where you want to be. You want to be in this place where I want to be. I don't know what everybody else is doing, but Somebody tells me shit.
Is that true? You don't hang out with actors?
Oh my God. There's no room.
Like...
During an interview with Conan, he accidentally revealed that Patton Oswalt was a difficult castmate on the set of Justified.
You're saying of all those people, not one person was a jerk?
We had we had one or two like douchebags, you know, little, you know, that kind of thing.
Tell me, I mean, I love your show. I watch it. Who was a douchebag that was on?
You met him. You met him. He was on this show. I mean, I don't want to name names. We're not going to name names. But
the only person from your show that I've interviewed on this show is Patton Oswalt.
Whoops. That's my bad.
First time seeing a Serb play this game.
Really? Well...
It's a complete chaos. Okay, let's watch this. Here we go.
That's interesting.
An officer investigating a burglary alarm has no idea he's at the wrong address.
Hey. I will take that as a compliment. Thank you. And yes, I play many games. A lot of them.
Stop the fucking car. Stop! You stay here? No. What are you doing here? Why does it matter? Turn the car off.
I played ARPGs last 25-30 years. And the MOBAs even before the Dota became famous. The Dota 2. Like in the Age of Warcraft 3 maps and the League. Even before the League. Yeah.
Turn the car off now. Turn the car off now. Turn the car off. Turn the car off now. Turn the fucking car off.
Watch what you do because I'll punch you in your shit. Don't ever forget.
Why do they do that? You're gonna punch the police officer? It's so stupid.
Yeah, I'll punch you
send me a second, unit.
Let me go.
Hey.
Let me tell you something.
Explain to you what we're doing.
Put your fucking hands on me and I don't stay
responding.
here. I don't give up.
I'm responding to an alarm call.
It's crazy how like there are these people, like there's this certain like subset of people that are like, I can never look like I'm being
Da. 1999-2000 nije baš mnogo ljudi imalo PC. Ja sam imao, ali Pentium 1, to je baš bilo sranje. Nikad nisam mogao na njemu da igram Warcraft te gluposti. Da, igranici definitivno. Jeste.
Disrespected ever. And it's more important for me to not be disrespected than to go to jail. I would rather go to jail than be disrespected. And in my opinion, I think, okay, time to go to jail. All right, that's fine. Yeah, sure, okay.
Turn around. Turn around. Nobody's under arrest. Turn around, ma'am. Turn around.
Yeah, you're not under arrest. You came in this hostile. Don't you ever put your hands on me? I'll spit on you.
Not under arrest.
PCCO Dan Sam Vizio Urigronizai.
Pa, omiljen način da se pare potroši.
Get down.
Hey, mama. Chill, bro. Chill, bro.
40 cents for him. Step it up.
Here we go.
Jesus.
Sir, take that inside and keep filling it out.
Here we go.
Oh my God. Jeez.
Get down now.
Yeah.
Get down now.
It's like a, why does this shit always fucking explode off of them like a treasure goblin? Y'all ever notice that? It's just boom, loot explosion. Does this happen to you? I've never had that. Wait, man, shut the fuck up.
Kad sam bio u Novom Sadu na Futoškoj pijaci je bila jedna igronica preko puta Futoške pijace iznad jedne pekare. Za 120-130 dinara si mogao da uzmeš 5 sati, ja mislim. To je bilo bagatela. sat je bio 30-40 dinara, ali 120 sati je bilo 120-130 dinara. Svi su uzimali po 5 sati, naravno.
Get down now. Turn around and put your hands behind your back. Get down.
I don't care.
Get down.
What the f?
Get down.
Move in the car. Move it. Stop. Put the to the ground. I'm not resisting.
I'm not.
Move. Okay.
I'm not resisting.
Hey, babe, just chill. Just
Put your hands behind your back.
Put your hands behind your back.
Oh my soul. Don't.
Put your other hand behind your back.
He was about to arrest her.
Yeah. Come on, hurry.
Svaku sa pola kritičkog mozga u Srbiji mogu da dobijem. Eto, svaka čast. A za kintu ili za sat? Vratno za sat.
If you don't stop moving, stop.
Jesus. She said she can't
I'm trying not to hurt you.
Bro, hurry because you're not trying to not do shit.
I am trying not to hurt you.
Bro, come on, you good.
Måste neki vis turneri subilizer kintu.
Around.
Nije to ne loše.
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. All right. 40 cents. Is anyone else coming?
40 cents. What is wrong with this? This is insane. Bro, fix this up now.
No. Relax.
Hey, baby, chill.
You're gonna chill out.
Oh my God.
No, just wear my wig. I hope your kids stop. Just twist them.
What?
Jedno 20 godina, pa otprilike u to doba. Čekaj. Ti još nisi išao u srednju školu.
The fuck?
Oh.
Wear my wig. I hope your kids stop.
I hope your kid. What the fuck, man? Over your wig? Damn. Oh my God.
Just twist them.
Naravno, eksplozija.
Just twist them. Come on, chill, bubble.
Stand up.
Fix my wrist in this cup.
Oh God.
Fix my f***ing wrist.
You're gonna wait. This didn't have to be
by the
touching me.
By the way, it's in Florida. I saw the license plate. It's Florida.
Did because you were aggressive for no reason.
All right.
You see, you know you're wrong, and then I take your whole job. Cracker.
Classic.
Okay, it's your ass. Don't touch me. You think you got me, man? Don't talk to me. I can't. It's all call my mama.
Listen.
Move, don't, bro. She can talk to me. You can't say shit to me.
Check her.
You can't say shit.
Interesantno. Mačak mi se infiltrirao u sobu, leži na kauču. Spava. Jebote.
To me, fix my f***ing cup.
I will if you would just relax for a second, okay?
Fix my cup.
Turn around.
I asked way too many times.
I will, so just turn around and relax for a second.
What are you guys doing?
Dude, how do you deal with people like this? They're insane.
No, what the f*** are you doing?
Oh my God, what's wrong with
Stop
them?
pressing on me because I'm not resisting.
Okay.
My wrist already
Stop resisting.
hurt.
Trying to put on new ones, so relax.
People.
Listen. Come on.
No, don't speak to me, bro. Don't talk.
You don't want to know what's going on?
Came over here. Damn near snapped her out of the car. Slammed on her outside of the car, bro.
Okay, stop.
You're hurting my wrist,
Well,
bro.
you keep moving, so stop.
Oh my God.
Stop kicking me.
I didn't kick you.
Yes, you just did.
Hey.
Stop. Get her a search really quick, and I'm gonna search her really quick and get her in my car.
Oh my God. I swear to God. Chill out.
Let me tell you what we're doing. We got an alarm.
They have to have, like, you know what they need to have? They need to have, like, a way, like, for example, like, if you had, like, a bag you could put on them that had, like, a sedative. Like, you could just put the bag on them over their head, and then they just be like, oh. And they just relax, you know, like.
GLHF.
Čičko spava. Imam. 2. Ne presipam nič.
Pa ne mogu nositi pol. Ovo su ti 2 po pol.
Nisu po pola, ova je...
Pa daj da...
Ovo je stala voda. Stala voda.
Pa daj on.
Tu ima čak broj 2.
Daj. Ajde podi. I čega je urio sinoć. Kad se tu, onaj crni mačak ga urio.
Nosić. Oh my god. Dovoljno je hladno kod mene u sobi da mačak može da nađe sebi jezbinu. To je to. Nastavi dalje.
Just like a,
Thanks.
you know, like something like that, trank dart, something like that. Yeah.
Is she going to jail?
Like a sticker,
Got an
something
alarm.
like that.
An
Yeah.
alarm went off. Whose house is this?
Horrifying. Yeah.
Okay. An alarm came out here. As I walked up and told her to stop, she didn't. All right, all right, all right. Come on.
Mama! Bro, my wrist still hurt. Right there. What are you talking about?
Is it left or right?
Okay, just put her in my, I don't care. I don't care. Open my door.
You don't care. My wrist
Put her
hurt.
in my car now.
Don't push me because I can get in myself.
Okay, then get in.
My wrist hurt though.
Get
My
in.
wrist hurt.
Okay.
This wrist is hurting. I'm
If you
telling
calm
you.
down, we'll help you out, okay?
Don't push
On your
me,
feet.
bro. I'm not gonna tell you
Put
too
your
many more
feet in
times.
your car, please.
Can you try to get away? I will listen
I will
to
help
you,
you out.
but she cannot be in my face.
Okay.
Neither one of them. Get out of my face. The f wrong with you? Fix my wrist.
Okay, give me a couple
The
minutes.
f wrong my soul. I swear to God. Whoa! My soul. I swear to God. Whoa!
What the fuck, bro? Like, goddamn.
Demonic possession.
I don't know. We're gonna get it figured out. So just go back inside, please.
Who lives here? Whose baby is this?
This is his baby.
Ma'am, get away from my car now.
Oh no.
I told you guys to get back in your house, okay? You don't need to be going up against my car. We're not doing that, okay? We're not doing that.
I didn't in my yard.
Okay, but you weren't. You were just face first up against my car.
I need to know who she is.
You don't know. You don't.
What? We own the house.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So then why were you guys not answering the phone when the alarm company was calling you?
No one is.
Okay. Okay, well, there's an alarm going on right now.
Who lives here?
We don't know. I don't know who this is.
Okay, who ran inside?
I don't know.
All right, who's this? Sir,
Her father, man.
sir.
Who's this?
Hey, Sergeant Weaver with the sheriff's office. Do you know what house they're at?
Just FaceTimes this random black guy with a hat on. Hey, you know, so what's going on?
Okay, so you don't know who lives here?
I have no idea what house you're at. Where are you at?
We're in Deltona, I'll give you the address later. But we're here on an alarm call, and as I'm walking up, she's trying to drive off and won't listen, and then she starts fighting me and hitting me, and then people that she's with run back in this house.
Are you on alarm?
Yes, an alarm at this house, like a burglary alarm. So that's what we're doing here. Give me a second, and we'll call you back.
What is she under arrest?
Yeah, just relax for a second. I'll call you back. All right, is this your grandbaby?
That's my son.
That's your son? So this is your girlfriend?
No, that's my daughter right there.
Okay.
You have a handcuff. That's my daughter.
That's your daughter, this is your son. Let me sort this out. Let us call you right back.
Okay.
All right, 2 more went in the house in the middle of all this.
I need to know what's going on.
Jesus.
Okay, well, right now she was resisting arrest from my sergeant, so that's why she's going in. She's
Wow.
kicked me multiple times. She's been fighting him.
At least he was normal.
No, that's
Okay,
my daughter, so that's
okay.
why I
God God damn.
Okay, well listen.
Because that's not her daughter.
But listen, if we have someone in the back of our car, we don't need you going up to it, okay? Because we don't know who you are. We don't know if maybe you're gonna let her out.
We own the house. We rent
Okay.
it out.
The person that is renting our house, I think she's on vacation, and so I wanted to let her know if her daughter was in that car.
Okay, do you know who this one is?
I've seen him swimming in that.
Okay. All that I know is that my sergeant, my supervisor, was coming to an alarm. Okay, he called for backup, which is why we came. Okay. From what I could see coming on here, she was resisting arrest, getting put in handcuffs, or resisting being detained. Okay. If we have a lawful reason to detain someone, put someone in cuffs for our safety or theirs, we have the right to do that. Okay. If she's resisting us, she's gonna go in the back of a police car. I mean, even while I was just trying to fix her cuffs for her, she just kicked me 3 times.
Yeah.
So.
It says 39? Yes, sir. Right. 37. Ma'am, who lives here?
My tenant lives here, but I think my tenant, you need to let me know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
Do you live here?
She lives here.
Okay, with who?
I stay with my mom.
Okay.
But my mom's on vacation. Is she on vacation? Because I wanted to give her a call. And where's your sister?
She's in the house. She sleeps.
Who are the 2 kids that just went in there?
One in the house. You'll see our nurse. I was in the house.
Okay, the reason we're here is because there's an alarm.
What the fuck?
What happened? I don't know what's going on.
There's an alarm call. So we show up for the alarm, this car's leaving. I try to stop him, she doesn't want to stop.
Yeah.
Which turns into all of
She's
this.
in there sleep.
How old is she? Please, we just need to talk to everybody so we can clear the air.
Figure out what the fuck.
Is this thing labeled wrong? This address?
No.
Because the alarm company has it as 39, and you're 37?
Mm-hmm. But this here is 39.
39, so this is marked wrong. This is where it says to go.
This is where it says to go?
Yep.
Okay. This mapping system is all wonked up.
Hi, come on out real quick. So you guys all live here with your mother? What's your mother's name? Were you guys outside? Did you run inside when you...
Oh my
Okay,
god.
that's the worst thing you can do because we don't know what's going on.
Calm her down, okay?
Here, watch out.
Okay, no police officer should talk to her.
Here, if you want to talk to, you can, but try to get her to calm down, please.
Bro, get the away from the car. Get away from the car before I slap the out of you. You pull my window.
Okay, we'll roll up the window. You're not going to sit here and talk.
Sarge told me to have him calm her down.
He pulled my window.
Whatever.
Bro, why is this still on my face? Go.
Watch your hands, please.
It's like let me go. I'll show you something. Is it really just kind of crazy? Look, real quick. Here we go, here you go. You ready? You ready?
Up the window. You're not going to sit here and talk.
Sarge told me to let.
Professional heckler. No. A woman got arrested and she was screaming like a cat.
https u2btpqjjvjkty. Wait, that was a woman. Woman gets arrested. Not a dying cat.
No.
Screams like cat.
No cat was harmed. It's all good. Oh, yeah, okay.
I had to have him calm her down.
Whatever.
Bro, why is this still on my face? Go!
Watch your hands, please. We're gonna close the window, okay? She's spitting all in the back of my car.
Crazy. Really, you gotta be careful about who you got, who you're arresting here.
Yeah, okay.
I think you got the wrong house.
What address we got and who called the alarm? And
The address is
the next few days. He thought that was a house and they were leaving, so he stopped the car.
You got
and-
punched in the face.
Okay.
Yeah, so he has the wrong house.
There's nothing going on here.
Okay.
I read this house. These people.
And there's no problem.
Okay. Well, the thing is that it never would have been a problem, but our deputy got punched in the face, our sergeant got punched in the face, so obviously it escalated to the point where nobody wanted that.
I know.
But maybe it was a miscommunication, and maybe if they would have just stopped and been like, hey, it's the wrong address, it would have been fine. It would have been, none of this would have happened, but somebody...
Understand that. They don't.
I know, and maybe it was a miscommunication.
No, it was her being a crazy bitch for no reason.
But if a deputy gets punched in the face,
Yeah.
it's kind of...
Do you know where this alarm is that went off?
We're trying to figure that out now.
Thank you for calling ADT. This is Yara speaking. How may I assist you?
Hi, Netta. This is Deputy Augusto. I work with Volusia Sheriff's Office.
Sorry, I could barely hear you.
Hold on 1 second. Yes, ma'am. This is Deputy Augusto. I work with Volusia Sheriff's Office. How are you? We're responding to a burglary alarm. The address that was given to us through ADT and 911 call doesn't seem to be populating. I want to verify that it's the correct address. Who's on the phone? ADT. The other one, mine. Is this not? No, we're on. Somebody there already? I checked it out. It looks fine.
Oh, parents
So
saying
what are we
black people
doing?
don't understand.
I mean,
not
she
really,
punched
but
him.
I mean,
I don't
everybody
doubt
should
that
understand
because she said she was going to punch both of us in the face.
You got a girl in there right now. I mean, she shouldn't have done what she should have, that she did. But it just shouldn't have gotten to this point.
Exactly. I
Yeah,
totally
tell her
agree with
that.
you. It never should have gotten to this point. But there's also a point where you can stop and figure out what happened, or you can be rebellious and just try to leave with a
I mean,
deputy.
you're going to ruin her. I mean, she didn't do anything. I mean,
She punched our sergeant in the face.
people aren't perfect. They have their stress.
I hate him. Oh, I hate him. Oh, I hate him. Enabling this? What is wrong with you?
Points. I don't know what.
Also, by the way, why are you even here? Go home. Go watch a rerun of Jeopardy.
I hate to see anybody's life get.
And they said,
Hey, miss. Listen, I know you don't want to talk to anybody. I got it. That's fine. All right, listen. All right, I just need to tell you something because I don't want you.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
I want to talk.
Conversation is dead.
Okay.
Bro, let me tell you something. The conversation was done for everybody. Don't look at me. Everybody in this. The conversation was dead when I pulled out that yard and he tried to stop my fucking car and he asked me if I lived there and I said no and he pulled me out my car and the looked stupid because it's a push to start dummy and no, you can't search it. That's why.
That's not what I'm asking.
He can't search the car because the pulled my fucking wig off and he snatched me out my car for nothing. And
I
yes,
love how that's the main thing she's mad about,
Wig.
about losing her wig.
I'm in this spitting because this stupid man, bro.
All right,
I don't want to, bro. Don't call me by my name. You don't know me.
What would you prefer me to call
You don't
you?
know me. Nothing. Nothing. Because he treated me like nothing.
Okay,
So my name
well,
is nothing.
I'm not going to treat you like nothing.
No, I don't
okay?
care. You don't understand that. Do you? Let me tell you something. This is my graduation day. This just pulled off my fucking wig that I paid for. Snatched me out of a car for no reason. Didn't say why he wanted me to stop. Just asked me if I lived there. And when I said no, the snatched me out of my car. Get your sergeant. No, matter of fact, your sergeant racist. So all I want you to do for me is when you take me out these tight ass cuffs that this dumb put me in, I want a report because I'm writing everything. I can't stand I don't respect
Stay inside the car.
people that pay them. Pay your tax dollars. Stop playing with me.
Stay inside the car.
I don't want to be in here. It's
I
hot.
got you, but stay
This got me in a hot ass
seat. I'll put on the seat, but you got to get back inside the box. I will. You're gonna go inside.
People like this, by the way, like it's only a matter of time till they get put in jail. Like these are the kinds of people that should just be immediately institutionalized. Like you can't deal with people like this. They're just crazy. They are. They're totally crazy. And also, like, I don't know why. I just have a feeling she's not paying taxes. I'm just guessing.
Anytime.
Go back inside. Go back inside. Put your legs up there. Back towards me. You're gonna get them loosened up.
I've got a feeling.
Okay. Just relax your arms. All right. That's looser.
Think I give a f about a badge? I give a f about respect, stupid. With your fat nose ass. Get the f away from the car. Yeah, I'ma spit this.
She's getting a spit master. She's gonna keep spitting in my car.
Hey, just do us a favor. Don't step up to the window again, all right? Seriously. Okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna shoot.
You're gonna have to shoot me?
What?
You have to shoot me before.
You're gonna, dude, what's wrong with these people? What the fuck's wrong with them?
Okay, we'll go stand over there. Okay.
Oh my god.
All right. Stay right there. You step towards me again, see what happens.
You gonna shoot me?
I ain't gonna shoot you. I'm gonna mess you up though. You best step away.
You gonna shoot me? Shoot me.
Yeah, you would like that. And I ain't gonna do that to you. Big man. I'm good if Dad's good with leaving the baby here. Let's put her in the call.
The girl in the gray, I think she's a resident at that house.
Oh my god.
It is what it is.
I was trying to explain to them. Why not just stop and listen to what he has to say?
It was the pull in and then back up.
Right.
I was like, and then like kind of stopped and didn't stop and then the window clock. I was like, right. And then just lost her shit. Bro, like, you saw her on the video, like,
just crashed out.
This suspect, 18-year-old Ayana, was charged with 2 counts of felony battery on a law enforcement officer and felony resisting with violence, totaling a $15,000 bond. She is presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
That was an overreaction.
While this scene from The Office plays off comedically, there's a real lesson in it about managing anger. A study by the National Institute of Justice observed that one of the most prominent predictors of police officers exercising a fair and just arrest is the level of self-control displayed by suspects. Meaning if you have trouble controlling your anger, you're much more likely to get arrested compared to someone who's developed self-control. While
Yeah.
Andy from The Office may have immediately recognized that he overreacted after he punched a hole in the wall, our suspect Ayana just got more angry as the interaction went on, causing her multiple felony charges. If she's convicted of her charges, in my opinion, the judge may want to consider an anger management course as an option for her sentence. Remember, self-control doesn't just keep you out of handcuffs. Sometimes it saves your job, your reputation, and years of your life, right? Because a few seconds of anger can create problems that last a long time.
That's the truth, man. It is, and it's been the
An officer
truth.
investigating a burglary alarm has no
like,
idea.
People that fuck up their whole life over like, oh, but they're not respecting me. Oh, they don't see it the way that they like. This always people act this way. It's so stupid, man. Like anybody that does this just fucks up their whole life, man. And I don't know what is wrong with them. And all those people be thrown. Yeah, you're so dumb. 18, now you're there forever. I mean, all right. Real quick. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna look at it. Give me a second. All right. All right. Didn't do anything. Don't touch me. I'll sue you. Race card. Resist arrest. Won't show ID, makes a simple situation, talking on her phone. Oh, she wasn't the one talking on the phone, to be fair. Let's see here. Throws, she didn't throw ID, yes, bitch. Repeats things, I don't give a fuck. Arrest me for no reason, cuffs are too tight, I need a supervisor, extra loud. Okay, so. Oops. That is a bingo. That's a bingo, boys. We got one right there. Oh my god. And wow. Refuses to exit. No, I don't think that was really it. Double bingo. She ignored the cops. I mean, maybe, right? I don't know. But I definitely know that one. I mean, 100%. And yeah, ignoring cops too, maybe. But like, that's really, that was a lot, right? I hate to add, I can't breathe. Oh my god. Yeah, that's probably true. It's about time for a bingo. Yeah, I mean, one of these we're going to get a total blackout. We will. We're going to get every single one. But it just depends on when that's going to happen.
Nice.
When a movie series gets to a part 3, there's usually an attempt to make it that much better or do something to keep the interest. Friday the 13th went 3D, Nightmare on Elm Street brought back Wes Craven, and Halloween tried, well, whatever Halloween 3 was with making it into an anthology that would be different each year. These changes came and went, and the success and fan reception varies depending on what you look at. One series that undoubtedly changed for the worse was RoboCop when Part 3 went a little too far, particularly in its rating going from R to PG-13. What happened to Frank Miller's original script?
Unfinished business.
What ripple did this cause in the RoboCop series as a whole? And finally, how did RoboCop 3 lose its soul in the process? Come on this journey with us, or there will be trouble. RoboCop 3 was part of a greenlit project of 2 future RoboCop movies that were approved even before the release of Part 2. Of course, as with a lot of slam dunk movie options, there was trouble from the get-go. But to see how it went wrong, let's see what it strayed so far from in the first place. RoboCop is the 1987 dystopian sci-fi action and borderline horror movie that set the standard for gore, music, thematic setting, and gave us a pairing that once we lost it, we would never find a suitable replacement. Peter Weller is RoboCop. The movie was a modest success for Orion Pictures, making $54 million on its $14 million budget, and it received mostly good reviews. Critics found it wholly original, while also paying homage to films like Frankenstein and Blade Runner, amongst many, many others. It's crude, hyper-violent, gory, and has a lot to say about the state of crime, police, politics, and corporations in the 1980s.
Nice shooting, son. What's your name? Murphy.
So of course, a second movie was put into production. This is where the changes we would see that tanked RoboCop 3 kind of first come into effect. First off, the screenwriting was rushed and the original 2 men selected were unable to meet the timeline due to a strike. Next, we would get 4 more scripts from comic book legend Frank Miller, who definitely understood the assignment, but 2 would have his works picked apart and changed at the behest of the studio. Orion almost made one of their biggest mistakes in the first sequel by initially not caring if Peter Weller would come back to play Alex Murphy.
I don't believe this! What?
They figured that, well, the audience probably wouldn't care who was behind the armor. Boy, were they wrong. Finally, the movie's inflated budget led to even more studio interference and mishandling of multiple aspects, along with much higher expectations. RoboCop 2 isn't as good as its predecessor, but still maintains much of the gore, profanity, crudeness, and hyper-violence that we got from the first one.
You get out of here! You're obsolete!
While it wasn't as successful, only making $45 million on its $35 million budget in the summer of 1990, and it also had middling critical praise, a third and potentially fourth film was very much on the way. Now, it's easy to speculate that Part 3 is what directly led to the, quote, kidification of the franchise, but let's look at what happened with the IP before 3 even came out. First and foremost, there was a cartoon that premiered just a year after the first film that was amongst many R-rated movies getting the kids show treatment. We've talked about a ton of these, like Swamp Thing, The Toxic Avenger, and even Rambo. These not only kept the character relevant, but also hyped up younger viewers that would ultimately want to watch and own the previous movies and see the future projects as well, not to mention the toys.
From some time in the not-too-distant future, it's talking and electronic RoboCop. Hands up!
With cartoon shows came action figures. Sure, you can currently get the expensive, made-for-adult ones by NECA with all the different battle damage, accessories, or color scheme variations, but back then they had the cheaper ones marketed expressly to kids to collect and, yes, open and play with. While it wasn't something like Mattel creating He-Man for the sole purpose to also create toys to sell, it was also a no-brainer that there would be toys, and that also started to send the franchise into soulless merchandising. Fairly ironic considering one of the main themes of the film and those amazing commercials.
You haven't dismantled your MX stockpile. Pakistan is threatening my border!
Now, what went hand in hand with cartoons and action figures? Why, video games, of course. This is another example of where the turn happened earlier than expected. While it's safe to say that there were certainly kid-friendly versions of the third movie to be had, there were also plenty of other games prior that swayed heavily from the ultra-violence of the first 2 movies to, well, a video game. The first game, released in the arcades, while missing the gore as no games really had that aspect, had you shoot a never-ending number of goons as you worked your way through the streets of Detroit. It had the guns, the violence, and even a crunched version of the movie's famous score at points. The arcade was still a place for adults after all, but when the games moved to almost a dozen different home consoles, it was toned down even further. While the arcade version of the second game was somehow even more bombastic and over the top than the first, the home versions were again relatively tamed and nerfed compared to their quarter-munching joystick counterparts. And of course, as well as all these sold, showed studios and game companies that they could toe the line even closer to kids and make a good profit.
Thank you for your cooperation.
As mentioned earlier, RoboCop 3 was a mess. It was originally supposed to be released in 1992, but had to be pushed back to 1993, where it kind of lost all its steam. One of the heads of Orion at the time, Michelle Manning, was close friends with Fred Decker and tabbed him to write and direct. Even better, originally he was going to write with his good friend and co-writer Shane Black, but ended up pairing with jilted RoboCop 2 screenwriter Frank Miller, at least until Miller's script was completely gutted and changed even more than his RoboCop 2 screenplay was. The cast would include Nancy Allen returning as Lewis, Mako, Rip Torn, CCH Pounder, Stephen Root, and Daniel Von Bargen. Of course, you'll notice that I left Peter Weller out of here, and that's because he would not return to the role of RoboCop for Part 3. The character of Alex Murphy / RoboCop would be played admirably, but with far less aplomb, by Robert John Burke. Burke is a fantastic character actor with credits like the criminally underseen Dust Devil playing the titular role, but this just wasn't for him. And it's not his fault. I don't think anyone could follow Peter Weller. Unfortunately, the uniform literally wasn't for him either, as budget cuts forced them to use the suit from the previous films, and those were tailored specifically for Weller. The studio also mandated a PG-13 movie for the first time in the series, and that's unfortunately what was delivered.
Police officer, no loitering.
The plot of RoboCop 3, hilariously spoiled by its tie-in video games released around Christmas in 1991, follows sometime after the end of the previous two movies, where OCP has finally succeeded in its mission in owning the remains of Detroit via bankruptcy. Funny considering the state of Orion at the time.
I need money.
While they own the city, they too are struggling, and Japanese Kanemitsu Corporation, which has the majority stake in OCP, steps in to build Delta City. They run into resistance as the remaining citizens of Old Detroit fight the corporation at every turn and are subject to a private army called the Urban Rehabilitators, or Rehabs. Officer Lewis is killed by their leader McDaggett one night, and RoboCop is severely damaged but is also able to escape. He's repaired by a former OCP employee who removes his controlling fourth directive, and even gets a sweet jetpack upgrade to help the city stave off corporatization. RoboCop then leads the resistance to a few victories before the Rehabs and ninja androids, yeah, that's definitely what I said, find and kill most of the resistance. But a young member is able to help Dr. Lazarus, the man who helped RoboCop, send out a video exposing OCP for killing residents. This causes public opinion to drop, and worse, the OCP stocks to plummet. McDaggett tries to recruit the Detroit PD to his cause, but they defect to the resistance, leaving only the Splatterpunk gang to help with their plans, and an all-out battle ensues, which ends in McDaggett being blown up while the visiting Kanemitsu Corporation fires the remaining OCP CEO and bows to RoboCop as a sign of respect. RoboCop 3 would make $47 million on its budget of $22 million, but would be easily the lowest rated movie in the franchise, and there would be no Part 4. You know why? Because unlike the franchise hero, it completely lost its soul along the way, and not only fell into major what-if scenarios, but also damaged the franchise for decades to come. When looking at the soul of anything, you look at what made a thing in the first place. In this case, what makes RoboCop a RoboCop? The first one is literally the man behind the visor. Peter Weller does an incredible job as Murphy before he gets shot to shreds by the bad guys, and then is charmingly stoic as the half-man, half-robot. In Part 2, we get even more time with the mask off, and some of his memories returned and protocols turned off, where he gets to flex his humanity and acting skills even more on screen.
Are you human?
With all due respect to Robert John Burke, he just doesn't have the same charm or, quite frankly, characterization to Robo that we'd come to expect and love. Part of this isn't even his doing, as the script is far less interesting or biting as the previous two entries, and he did what he could to spice it up. This would haunt other actors as well, including the two men who voiced the character in the two separate animated series, Richard Eden from the '94 live-action TV show, and Paige Fletcher, who turned in the performance for the character in those weird Canadian made-for-TV movies that showed up in the early 2000s.
What's the matter?
I have to go.
The remake, which, let's be honest, is soulless by nature of being a remake, also loses the characterization and soul while putting Joel Kinnaman in the role, and I like Joel Kinnaman. Really, that whole cast is an incredible collection of actors that should have been in a better movie, but we'll get to that later.
What have you done to me?
The really sad part of all of this is that after years of rumors that Peter Weller didn't actually want to return to the role, we found out that he did and even met with the new director on the screenplay and other ideas for the character. Unfortunately, he was due to make Naked Lunch for David Cronenberg, I know, almost the same movie, and that was filming at the same time as RoboCop 3 was. This makes sense as Weller would eventually make it back to the character to give the property just a little bit of its soul back. Next up is the creative team behind RoboCop 3. You went from the first movie being directed by Paul Verhoeven, who is unafraid to portray scathing violence and gore on screen, as well as, well, let's be honest, film a nude scene while being nude himself to make the cast more comfortable. To a veteran director who was no stranger to big-time sequels with Irvin Kershner, who of course gave us maybe the best sci-fi sequel of all time in The Empire Strikes Back, Verhoeven can give audiences exactly what they didn't know they wanted and didn't pull any punches, exactly what we got in the original RoboCop, while Kershner was a veteran who could take previous characters and material that wasn't his and add onto it in a meaningful way while also creating something new. Bringing back either of these directors probably would have been a good fit and mold the character and movie and overall a better product, but what RoboCop 3 was given, and it pains me to say this, was a director who was ill-prepared and not at all the right choice for what the studio wanted. Fred Dekker made two seminal 80s horror cult classics with Night of the Creeps in 1986 and Monster Squad in 1987. When I say he made them, I mean it too. Not only did Dekker direct both of these back-to-back releases, and them being his first efforts, but he stuck with what he knew and was mostly allowed to make the movies he had envisioned for himself. He also wrote both of them and even co-wrote Monster Squad with his good buddy and screenwriting wunderkind, Shane Black. While Frank Miller is also credited on Robo 3, his script was turned into something he didn't recognize anymore. So much so that he turned his ideas for this movie and the rejected ideas from RoboCop 2 into a comic book series that some fans consider the true original sequel to RoboCop. Fred Dekker had also been given the mandate to make his movie PG-13. He had made a hell of an R-rated movie with Night of the Creeps, which included all the required nudity, gore, and special effects that horror hounds look for, so he was more of capable than doing that. Even with Monster Squad, that was okay to be PG-13 as it wasn't a sequel to a mega graphic pre-existing property. It fit well within its lanes and was successful doing exactly what it set out to do.
Wolfman's got nards. Come on, come on!
That's a major problem when you are forced to make a hyper-violent and hard R series into a PG-13 flick that is made to appeal to kid audiences that maybe don't even know what they want. To his credit, he didn't blame studio interference or anyone else like some directors do when their projects fail.
Maybe you have a hearing problem.
He said that all of the decision making was what he
Do you hear that monkey?
I've enough in the pack already.
That is 2 of the 4 artifacts I am tracking. I have located the next area we should investigate. I will meet you there when you have secured the area.
You're just gonna bark your orders and run off. I barely know you.
My life is my oath. Shadow is my name. And behind it,
If you don't want to talk,
continue the search.
He chose, and well, it just didn't work out. What's crazy to think is what we might have gotten had Weller been available to ease audiences into a subpar movie with his expectedly standout performance, or if Shane Black was able to help out with the script. Unfortunately, Black was knee-deep in his own long-delayed movie with the writing of criminally underseen The Long Kiss Goodnight, as well as his involvement with The Last Boy Scout, which is easily one of the best 90s Bruce Willis movies, and honestly, I wouldn't trade that for a good RoboCop 3. What's even more of a bummer, though, is that the movie effectively ended Decker's career as a director, and he would only get writing jobs sparingly throughout his career, mostly in TV. While he owned up to every decision and choice made for the movie, it also took a promising horror director away from us, as well as any co-efforts he would have made with Shane Black apart from the very flawed The Predator in 2018. The final and biggest reason the movie lost its soul is right there in the title of the video. RoboCop 3 is PG-13, and in no universe should an entry into this series be anything short of an R. Shoot, the first movie had to be trimmed down to avoid an NC-17 rating and still received the praise, box office, and a pair of Oscar nominations. It knew exactly what it was and didn't compromise for anything or anyone. RoboCop 3 was mandated to be a PG-13 experience by the failing Orion Studios, and it was putting a square peg into a round hole. Toning down everything didn't work for this movie, nor did it work for the TV stuff or the ill-fated remake. Asking this franchise to step down to a PG-13 rating was asking it to become something it was never meant to be. It loses its fun, unexpected dark consumerism humor, it loses its impressive practical gore effects, and we didn't even get the timeless lines like "bitches leave." If you were going to make a RoboCop movie into a child-friendly PG-13 movie, then you shouldn't have bothered at all. When you remove the violence, biting script, and charm, you remove the very soul of a movie that thrives by not pulling any punches or caring what the critics or families think. Now, not all is lost. While we got all manner of soulless entries into this franchise, from the previously mentioned animated cartoon shows and Canadian made-for-TV movies, as well as the short-lived live-action TV series, there was hope. Hope and some things that fans maybe didn't look for right away. There's more RoboCop to be found out there. While the 2014 remake is, quite frankly, boring and utterly forgettable, there were some properties that kept the light on for the franchise to not die and completely fade away. Frank Miller's previously mentioned comic book series, while not as violent as the first couple films, feels more like RoboCop than anything you could find on screens big and small from 1993 to 2014. It's a hidden gem that still has that Robo feeling like Robo vibe. The city is still a gross mess, and the violence is more or less what we're accustomed to. Elsewhere within the comic realm, we got RoboCop vs. Terminator, which pit our favorite on-screen violent androids against each other in a fun bash that made sense within the context of both properties' original design.
Haven't we done this before?
I have no record of a previous encounter.
We have met. I am sure of it.
It even got its own video game on the SNES and Genesis, where you know the Genesis had plenty of 16-bit bloodshed, as Sega was less bound by parental guidance than our friends at Nintendo. Staying within the realm of video games, not only did we get a couple appearances that upped the graphical fidelity and capability of video game systems, but we were finally in an era where games were no longer seen as kids' things, and the violence was allowed to flow. If it wasn't enough of a reason to declare the heart and soul of RoboCop coming back, they were also able to get Dr. Peter Weller back to his famous role. This served as a fitting trade-off and recompense for him not being in RoboCop 3. Could he physically appear as the titular robot cop anymore on screen? Absolutely not. By 2019, the over 70 Oscar-nominated actor couldn't and shouldn't try to get back into the suit and shoot bad guys, but his voice? His voice is just as much Alex Murphy and RoboCop as it was in 1987. Enter Mortal Kombat 9, where the character would dip his toe into the world of modern hyper-violent video games as an extra added character to the famously graphic video game series. He would fight one-on-one battles with the other DLC characters, as well as the ones from the original game, and have all those weapons and slow movement that we've grown accustomed to. Was it anywhere close to the plot of the movies? Of course not. Was it better than RoboCop 3? Yeah, kind of. The next step was even bigger. 2023 and 2025 would see the releases of RoboCop Rogue City and RoboCop Unfinished Business. Not only did these bring in Weller as the voice of the character, but they were full on in the world of the movies, even taking place between the second and third film. We had the visual likenesses of Officer Lewis, the Old Man, and the beloved Police Sergeant Reed, but also a semi-open world game where you played as RoboCop from a first-person perspective and lived in the expanded world of what we all grew up watching. It was hyper-violent with language and gore, and if you haven't played it, I suggest you get both games or at least watch a playthrough online. It truly is the RoboCop 3 we should have received 33 years prior. Sadly, RoboCop on the big screen has been missing for well over a decade now. We don't necessarily need another remake, as a remake of a remake is rarely anything to write home about, and we also don't need an additional live-action movie, as that would have its own set of issues. Some characters, like Wolverine and Iron Man, Freddy Krueger and Pinhead, just have that one person that is forever burned into our minds and hearts as the character on screen. For RoboCop, that's Peter Weller. I think for the franchise to keep the goodwill and very soul it has tried to earn back in the realm of video games, we need to leave well enough alone here. There's no combination of on-screen talent or behind-the-scenes creative that's going to recreate the magic of the first entry or the solid effort of Part 2, so why bother? This franchise probably shouldn't have been a franchise at all, and definitely shouldn't have pandered to studio whims or perceived public opinion to go for the PG-13 rating. It's a case of what not to do to keep the integrity and very soul of your franchise alive. While we can play What If on the behind the scenes of 1993's RoboCop 3 all day long, what we got was the death of an on-screen franchise, character, and very soul of a movie that never should have been messed with.
Thank you for clicking on our video, everybody. If you like what you saw here, make sure you like the video and subscribe and share with your friends who like this sort of content. We're an independent company, and we appreciate all of your support.
She provides. This was no easy task, but I have a feeling the real challenge is yet to come.
Sure. Sterility mana. Magic find, I guess. Okay, speed. Why is this increase cast speed?
In the United States, more than 90% of people live in counties where the costs of housing have risen more than income over the last 20 years. Housing suppliers fail to keep up with demand, the gap having been widening ever since the early 2000s. Relatedly, the share of 25 to 34-year-olds living with their parents has been climbing, nearly double.
The list of known predators that worked at Nickelodeon is getting longer. John Kricfalusi, creator of the legendary animated series Ren and Stimpy, was so confident he wouldn't face consequences that he would allude to his twisted fantasies in his work, or just straight up confess them on camera.
One of them's a hot chick with big cans and nice legs. Who drew that? You?
She's underage, too.
Yeah, very nice.
He showed me one time, she drew, I was at her 15th birthday party. We'll tell you that backstory a little bit later.
John Kay created this illusion of being a hero in animation, that he was fighting corporate giants to bring back the real creativity that was missing in cartoons. And to some degree, he was right. But his ego and insufferable rock star animator persona made him nearly impossible to work with. Time and time again, he was chewed up and spit out by the industry, but had enough hard-working creatives with undying loyalty to him willing to deal with his nonsense for the greater good of the creative community. But once his dark secrets were brought to light, his empire of lies began to crumble, and what resulted was one of the most disturbing confessions in children's animation history.
Well, she was too young. Really admit that. It was a bad decision. But she was so convincing.
John Kricfalusi started to believe he was too good for one of the top animation programs in North America. In 1976, he attended Sheridan College in Oakville, Ontario. He criticized the curriculum's focus on really basic technical things over storytelling and performance. He later ranted about it, saying, "How to draw? No. How to act? No. How to compose? No. No animation skills do you learn in animation school." At this same time, John was getting inspiration from a film archivist named Reg Hart, who would screen his vast collection of classic cartoons like Yosemite Sam, Daffy Duck, and Bugs Bunny at a nearby theater. These classics were notorious for pushing visual boundaries and playing with adult themes that would often get animators into trouble. John was instantly in love with the visual storytelling and described it as the wildest experience I ever felt, like taking acid or something.
All of a sudden, I saw a cartoon called The Great Piggy Bank Robbery. It was completely different than anything I'd ever seen before, and I just, all of a sudden, basically went insane. Dog clamp cartoons are more like what music does, what Elvis does to you, what the earth does to you. It makes you thrust your groin all over the place.
Ray Hart started to see that John was actually gifted. John's enthusiasm was infectious. His intelligence was clear to me, if not to his teachers. In my programs, he saw everything his teachers turned their noses up at. As Salvador Dali, Pablo Picasso, and Henri Langlois said, "It is good taste, not bad taste, which is the enemy." John's rebellious attitude and poor attendance ultimately got him expelled from Sheridan College in 1978, and despite having no official credentials, he was able to start his career in animation after moving to Los Angeles. John Kay began as a storyboard artist on Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids, where he helped map out visual storytelling for each episode. He later transitioned into a layout artist role, working on shows like The Tom and Jerry Comedy Show, Heathcliff, The Smurfs, and he was even sent to Taiwan to oversee a team of 15 people working on a reboot of The Jetsons. And very quickly, John realized the animation industry was a lot like what he hated about college. They had strict deadlines, a specific structure or formula to stick to, and were generally discouraged from taking creative risks, which made him feel like he was just ruining classic cartoons. The next year, we ruined Tom and Jerry and Droopy, and a few years later, I got to ruin The Jetsons. I actually tried to save it while I was working on it, but it was pretty hard because the whole thing was set up to ruin them. A new character named Orbity was there because E.T. had just hit it big a couple something years before, and they wanted to make sure that the kids liked The Jetsons. Every chance I got, I'd have Astro accidentally step on his head, get him crushed under the couch, everything I could to get that thing out of the way. John thought he was doing the network a favor. I came back waiting to be hailed as, I thought they'd have a parade waiting for me. John went and put jokes in our cartoons. He's going to be our hero. I thought there'd be a big party for me, but instead, a lot of people were mad at me for putting jokes in the show and making it lively, so I was out of a job when I got back. I didn't get fired exactly, they just didn't give me another job. Now, even though he is coming across as a little pompous, to some, John's rebellious attitude here is actually refreshing. After all, corporations are notorious for taking creative IP and milking it dry for the sake of profit, and one man in particular wanted to give John full creative freedom to unlock his maximum potential, and his name was Ralph Bakshi. But in doing that, John would expose the dark and disgusting thoughts inside of his mind, creating some genuinely unhinged cartoons that would come back to haunt him years later. John Kricfalusi's life changed in the early 80s when Bakshi got in contact with him, and one day I got a call from Hanna-Barbera that said, "Some guy named Ralph has been calling, wants your phone number." Ralph Bakshi was an animator who, according to John, got disgusted with the business and had retired maybe 3 or 4 years before. Ralph's creations and attitude aligned perfectly with John Kay. Ralph's work pushed right past innuendo and straight into the most controversial content you'd never be able to see on Grandma's TV. The biggest standout was the adaptation of Robert Crumb's comic called Fritz the Cat. It tackled urban decay, prostitution, brutal racism, and random, disturbingly cruel acts.
Gee, he's handsome. You can help. You must save me. By so doing, you too will be saved.
Well, I'd like to, but what can I do?
Lovely set of eyes there. Ah, little sweet one with your heart of gold. I know of a place where we can be alone to join our souls in sacred truth.
Fritz the Cat was the first animated film to achieve an X rating, which Bakshi looked at as a badge of honor. For him, animation was something that was aggressively marketed to children by the 50s and 60s, and he resented the fact that there was nothing that could inspire or entertain adults exclusively.
The problem I faced in animation was the kind of boredom that set in with the kind of repetition that I found when I came into the business in the 50s, where we all basically looked back to Disney and then looked towards children for our major market, hoping these kids would bring along their parents. It's not that I didn't appreciate it or enjoy drawing the characters or animating, that in itself is a wonderful art form, but it left me with no way to express my feelings or express a way of life that was important to me, or also express a sort of what people labeled as adult animation. You know, how do you discuss animation for kids over 11? So how do you try to make them get reinterested in what they loved once? And I think you have to talk to them directly about subject matters that animation never touched.
On the phone, Bakshi gave Kricfalusi an offer to work with him as a 50-50 partner. He accepted, and they rented a space on Ventura Boulevard above an old clothing store where they developed 6 Saturday morning cartoons and wrote a script for a film. However, John Kay later explained that they couldn't didn't sell anything. The industry was only interested in intellectual property that already proved its worth. Anything original was too risky.
When we were doing this, there was no such thing as an original cartoon on Saturday morning. All the cartoons on Saturday morning TV were based on pre-existing properties. They called it marquee value, which meant you could do the new adventures of Mighty Mouse, you could do the new adventures of the Jetsons. But the way the networks thought was, if you had a character that no one's ever seen before, the kids wouldn't know who it was and they wouldn't watch it, which is crazy. Obviously, every character is invented at some point. Bugs Bunny had a first cartoon or something.
In retaliation, John and Ralph decided to offer jobs to animators in big studios who were tired of creating crappy reboots to try and make something with a bit more edge. They settled on a revival of the classic Mighty Mouse cartoon called Mighty Mouse: The New Adventures. This followed the tiny superhero as he saved the day from absurd villains. John suggested it stood out because it was the first series that was completely created by cartoonists. It was written by cartoonists, all of the creative decisions were made by cartoonists, and we created all the characters. The Mighty Mouse reboot pushed the boundaries of what was considered appropriate for Saturday morning television and resembled some of what Bakshi had done with Fritz. In the episode Mighty's Wedlock Whimsy, it's implied that Gandy Goose and Sourpuss were showering together and that Pearl Pureheart in a dream sequence has a love child with Mighty Mouse's nemesis, the cow. A Star is Milked featured a cartoon parody of Michael Jackson whose hair catches on fire while moonwalking, a reference to his real-life Pepsi commercial incident. But the turning point came in the episode The Littlest Tramp, after Mighty Mouse snorts crushed flower petals. During production, concerns were raised that the scene could be interpreted as drug use, which it obviously was, but the sequence had already been approved by network executives and CBS's standards and practices. When the episode aired in October of 1987, there weren't any issues, until a few months later when Donald Wildman of the American Family Association accused the episode of depicting use. The group also criticized Bakshi's involvement on Mighty Mouse, alleging that CBS knowingly hired a well-known photographer since Ralph had a reputation for making animated films like Fritz the Cat. The backlash caused the show to get canceled altogether, and according to John, there were plenty of other things we got away with in the cartoons that someone could have jumped on, but this flower thing was manufactured out of nothing. It was clear that John Kricfalusi was completely fed up with the industry.
I'm a cartoonist and I like to make cartoons, and I don't want anybody to tell me how to make the cartoons. I just want to make my goddamn things. But that situation doesn't exist anymore in America. It's no longer a free country. It's communist or something. And you can only make cartoons that are politically correct, just like everything else. You can only make cars that are politically correct. And you can only make movies that are politically correct.
The only way he could continue to make his edgy material is if he started his own company. So he launched his animation studio, Spumco, with Jim Smith, Bob Camp, and Lynn Naylor, three key cartoonists he had worked with on Mighty Mouse and subsequent projects. It was the first modern rebellion of its kind that would come out with a deliberate mission to support creator-driven animation while battling executives every step of the way. And at the time, Nickelodeon was looking for original cartoons to help launch its own animation lineup. So Kricfalusi saw an opportunity. He contacted Nickelodeon's vice president of animation, Vanessa Coffey, and pitched several ideas that other networks had already rejected, including Jimmy the Hapless Boy. But Coffey was more interested in two side characters from that pitch that John had been tinkering with since college, named Ren and Stimpy, a chihuahua and a cat. In 1989, Nickelodeon gave Spunko the money to produce a pilot, launching what would become the Ren and Stimpy Show. Of course, the decision to launch a show created by John Kay, using a studio that was owned and run by John Kay, was an extreme gamble on a network that catered to children, and he wasted no time seeing how far he could push boundaries before the network canceled his show altogether.
I was doing the first episodes and writing them and pitching them to Vanessa Coffey. She asked me, how come there's all these Bart and Booker jokes in there? I said, well, because kids like that stuff. You do? Have you ever met a kid? She said, but I think I don't like it. I said, well, tell you what, pretend it's Christmas every Sunday when this show is going to air. You're not going to give the kids socks and underwear. Give them what they want, candy. And if they like farts and boogers, doesn't matter if you like them or I like them. Let's give them what they want. So she grudgingly said, okay, now and then, just once in a while. And so we get it, of course. Kids love it.
In the pilot, Big House Blues, Ren kisses Stimpy and tells him he loves him.
That's why you want to find sweet 16 to fly.
While this is seemingly an innocent bit in today's climate, this moment in the late 80s was interpreted as promoting homosexuality. And remember, gay marriage wouldn't be legalized until 2008. But John Kay wasn't really showing these things to be progressive. He was more like an anarchist trying to disgust the viewer like they were watching a brutal car accident. And as a result, Nickelodeon started voicing the same concerns that every network John Kay had worked for in the last 15 years, that the material was not appropriate for a television show aimed at children. Lucky for John, the show was an instant success. The off-form stretching of the show's characters was taken to the extreme, with Ren and Stimpy moving around like they were made of rubber, and artists like Lynn Naylor, Chris Riccardi, and Bill Ray made these artistic, gross close-up shots for the audience that would inspire countless cartoons for decades.
Look, I got pimples, Red.
These gross-ups, along with the off-model animation, would be massive inspirations to Nickelodeon's later hits, Rocko's Modern Life and SpongeBob SquarePants. Looking back, it's insane that Ren and Stimpy was aired on a children's network, to the point where YouTube won't even allow me to talk about them without age-restricting this video, which is why you should see the full uncensored and ad-free version of this video on my Patreon, link in the description. The amount of work that went into every episode made the production labor-intensive. As John Kay put it, Ren and Stimpy is a highly choreographed performer, where the drawings, the backgrounds, the color, the music are all like actors working together. We were doing what they did in the 1940s at Warner Bros., but we're not in the 1940s anymore. There's no training ground for this. We were reinventing the wheel. Combine the intense production with the fact that John was a notorious perfectionist, and the result was that the episodes were constantly turned in late, ruining airing schedules. Chris Falusi said, "Nickelodeon wants something for the show, I want something for the show. They're both very strong visions, and together they made for a really great show. But in pure reality, when you mix two really strong visions, it's going to take a long time to do the work, which is why from the very beginning he was missing crucial deadlines. In the very first season, episode 3 wasn't done, so Nickelodeon had to air what was supposed to be the 4th episode to give production more time to finish. The season 1 finale, called Stimpy's Invention, took over 1 year to finish, because John constantly refined everything in it to the point of ridiculousness, until everything was perfect. John was so infamous for missing deadlines that The Simpsons even joked about it. During an awards ceremony honoring Ren and Stimpy, instead of showing a clip of the cartoon, the screen goes black with the words, "Clip not done yet."
Ren and Stimpy season premiere.
And as if being constantly late wasn't bad enough, John would butt heads with executives for seemingly no reason other than to maintain his rock star rebel cartoonist persona he built up in his head.
Do you subscribe to the often held criticism of cartoons that if a little kid watches a cartoon dog chainsaw a cat's head off and send it to the moon in a rocket, it will try and repeat that same thing in real life? I hope he does.
For example, Vanessa Coffey would sometimes go to John and request a heartfelt episode that families might be attracted to. But instead of compromising to stay on TV, John Kay would make something so stupid it would make them regret they ever asked. One of these responses for more heartfelt material was the episode Stimpy's First Fart, where Stimpy tries to find the sentient fart that he lost. It was essentially the animator's equivalent of wiping their with a corporate memo, and it only fed building tensions that would make it harder for everyone else to get their job done. And again, for a moment, John Kay almost seems like someone to root for. He fought the corporate giants because he genuinely believed cartoons could be better and more creative. His second in command, Bob Camp, was still on John's side, but more reasonable in his approach to Nickelodeon.
For sure there were things that we had to fight for, but I think that's normal, especially if you're doing edgy content. And we were doing pretty edgy content on a children's network. We weren't skirting the edge, we were skydiving off the edge. Nickelodeon had to deal with us, which wasn't always easy, and we had to deal with them, which wasn't always easy. It's like we had to kind of find a balance and figure out how to make the cartoons we wanted to make that they'd allow us to make.
By the beginning of season 2, Nickelodeon had reached a breaking point. They had a creator who seemed physically incapable of delivering what he promised on time, and he eventually created something so disturbing that they finally had to get rid of him. And that came after the episode Man's Best Friend, which follows Ren and Stimpy and George Liquor, who is their master that trains them to become proper pets. George is supposed to be a caricature of John Kay's father, who can be seen in the episode as extremely explosive, violent, and emotionally manipulative.
And what's the matter with you? Are you afraid of a little discipline?
Ren eventually gets fed up with George's abuse, grabs an oar, and enjoys brutally beating him, leaving Stimpy horrified of the retaliation that is inevitably coming back to them. It's honestly a really uncomfortable watch. It's easy to see that this was not a cartoon for children, and definitely John K's twisted way of venting his personal vendettas against his father. As a result, Nickelodeon banned the episode from rerunning on their network ever again, and fired Chris Falusi and most of Spumco in 1992. John believed he was fired because the network wanted to make Ren and Stimpy more suitable for younger viewers, while Nickelodeon argued the main issue was his constant failure to meet production deadlines due to his reputation as a rebel and notorious perfectionist. After losing his greatest creation and being kicked out of one of the most powerful children's networks in history, it didn't take long for Ren and Stimpy to crash and burn in 1995. Without Spumco, the animation quality declined and most of the creative force driving the show was gone.
Why in God's name did they fire the whole studio?
They fired the studio because they felt they could do it cheaper and...
Creative differences. They didn't, honestly what happened was they didn't really want to take it over. They wanted us to keep doing it,
right?
But just with them in charge.
Right. And you didn't want them in charge.
They offered to buy me out too.
Right.
And I said no.
Because you had some integrity.
Well, I knew what was going to happen on the show. I knew it was going to die.
Right.
Which it did.
John K was now relishing in his bad boy persona to the public, rallying support as this sort of anti-establishment animation rebel.
And what does Spumco do? Well, you do cartoons, we do toys, we do all kinds of things that are bad for you but that are really fun. We're doing comic books. We have a comic book with Dark Horse. It's really bad for you. The best thing about it is it's uncensored. There are no network executives involved with this. There's nobody there to cut out your viewing pleasure. You're just going to have a really good time. Don't tell your mom about it.
However, behind the scenes, he was broken. He felt that Ren and Stimpy was stolen from him. Billy West, who was the voice of Stimpy, stayed on the show with Nickelodeon and took over the voice of Ren as well. This deeply bothered John K, and he allegedly harassed Billy constantly about it.
He was an early interneter, and he whipped up this frenzy, it was like these posters that would come and attack me all the time, and they were disciples that would fly into the sun for the guy.
Like just mad that it's not...
Mad that
you
stole his gig? That I stole everything, and that I was like a backstabber and all this stuff, but he pushed his own self-destruct button, and anybody who's ever worked with him will tell you that.
And because of his rebellious attitude and constantly missing deadlines, there was another side of John K's personality that people weren't paying enough attention to, and that was his interest in underage girls. And once he had full creative control, many of the warning signs were hiding in plain sight.
Look for comic book. This is the characters. You can see them here. One of them's a hot chick. With big cans and nice legs. Who drew that? You?
She's underage, too.
Yeah, very nice.
In 2002, Nickelodeon's parent company, Viacom, contacted Chris Falusi about creating a new extreme version of Ren and Stimpy for TNN/Spike TV. It was a sister network being rebranded around programming aimed at male audiences, which was a dream come true for John K, who despised censorship. He was now finally allowed to make a more uncensored version of Ren and Stimpy titled Ren and Stimpy Adult Party Cartoon. Several people from the original show returned for the revival, including co-developer Jim Smith, director and writer Vincent Waller, and writer Richard Purcell. However, many former crew members who stayed with Nickelodeon, like Billy West, chose not to return. Billy said, "I knew what they were up to, and I didn't want to have anything to do with it. I don't mind the homo hijinks, but it wasn't funny. Everyone was offended that they were gay, but it doesn't matter if it wasn't funny. It would have damaged my career. It was one of the worst things I ever saw." Chris Falusi called me, and I told him I wished him all the luck in the world, but I wasn't interested. And Billy's intuition was right. The show premiered in the summer of 2003 to overwhelmingly negative reviews from both critics and fans of the original series. Rob Owen of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette described it as just plain gross. They don't pay me enough to watch cartoon characters eating snot. The reliance on shock value didn't land the way John K had likely hoped. Even then, Chris Falusi struggled to stay on schedule and within budget. Although the network ordered 9 episodes, only 3 were completed on time, and those 3 reportedly used up the entire budget meant for the full season. Writer Richard Purcell described the work environment as miserable, probably the worst experience of my life. I had nightmares from that time for years, seriously. After Adult Party Cartoon, John was essentially blacklisted from all major names in the animation industry. He was mostly delegated to working on much smaller commercial and animation projects. In the late 2000s, he directed ads for companies like Comcast and developed a Pontiac Vibe campaign that was ultimately canceled when the car line was discontinued. He later created animated bumpers for Adult Swim, directed couch gags for The Simpsons, and he even created animated visuals for Miley Cyrus's Bangers tour, including the opening video used behind her performance of SMS. These projects showed that he could still get some work and he was still objectively talented, but no major network was willing to take a risk on him. As his career shifted, he stayed active online through his blog, John K. Stuff, which mainly focused on his personal animations and art. He was once again a pioneer in the online art lesson space with drawing lessons, animation breakdowns, storyboarding advice, color theory, character design tips, and explanations of what he believed made cartoons expressive. He also spent time breaking down poses, facial expressions, layouts, backgrounds, and old cartoon techniques. Now, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but a lot of things John would praise seem to be morally questionable, such as racist caricatures from earlier eras of animation, including exaggerated depictions of black characters rooted in minstrel show stereotypes. In fact, one of John's favorite animations is Coal Black and the Seven Dwarves, a cartoon wildly criticized for its racist, exaggerated features of black people. John's blog also included a recurring pattern of drawings and ideas, especially involving suspiciously young-looking female characters. Many of them had high school girls left exposed or placed in aggressively positions. And this wasn't just a creepy pet project John had on the side. Some of these actually appeared in material connected to his unsold project, Jimmy the Hapless Boy, while other images tied stylized women in bikinis to the Ren and Stimpy brand. It revealed that this wasn't a recent development, but something that John was fixated on before he even made a successful show. And honestly, it only appeared to prove that John's depraved nature was often left unchecked by co-animators and his close peers. He had a whole collection of drawings influenced by anime and furry art, alongside fan portraits that sometimes altered women's bodies in exaggerated ways. In one case, Chris Falusi enlarged a woman's chest in a portrait. In another, he went as far as to draw 2 nude women for a male fan. This same pattern appeared in his George Liquor material, including a story where George invites his niece's friends to a slumber party with the girls dressed in revealing outfits and one recurring underage character, Sodi, shown as having a crush on him. Looking back, these posts made the blog feel less like an animation archive and more like a safe space where his admiration for cartoons blurred into something much more unsettling. And when multiple women came out with damning accusations against John K., suddenly it felt like we missed warning signs for decades. In 2018, Ariane Lang with BuzzFeed published an article focusing on 2 women who accused John Falusi of grooming and misconduct when they were teenagers. According to the story, it all started in 1994, when 13-year-old Robin Bird sent Chris Falusi a video of herself discussing her drawings and her dream of working in animation. John replied with a letter, and his enthusiasm felt like the first real step towards making her dream a reality. But what was meant to be a short back and forth with a 13-year-old girl turned into a really troubling pen-pal relationship between a 39-year-old man and an underage teen. Soon, Robin began receiving boxes of toys and art supplies from John. John even helped her set up her first AOL account, through which he convinced her he could help her become a great artist. While the term wasn't nearly as popular in the 1990s, everything John K. was doing resembled the predatory practice of grooming. John had already gone through the first 3 steps to establish a clear intent to take advantage of Robin. He practiced victim selection by finding a way to connect with Bird, gain access by giving her an AOL account to talk directly to an animation celebrity, and built trust by showering her with toys and art supplies.
I was amazed that somebody 16 years old could write so well and could express their emotions so clearly. Some of the things she conveyed was that she was lonely and depressed, nobody understood her. She just told me Mr. Falusi. Very cute.
The next step on the list would be to isolate Robin, and John was willing to do anything possible in order to make that happen. After 3 full years of gifts and messaging, John K. reportedly visited his chosen victim at the trailer park where she lived in Tucson, Arizona. Robin said, "I thought I was still his little cute friend." While she was still in 11th grade, he flew the 16-year-old to Los Angeles to show her his studio and discuss her future. During that trip, in a room with a sliding glass door leading to his pool, Robin alleges that but John moved to normalizing abusive behavior and desensitization by touching her inappropriately through her clothes. In the summer of 1997, before her senior year of high school, Chris Falusi flew her to Los Angeles again, where she interned at Spumco. This was the last phase on the list of any groomer, to maintain control and establish power. What's more insane is that Robin wasn't the only underage girl Chris Falusi had successfully groomed around the same time. The second girl in the report was Katie Rice. Katie wanted to be an artist since the 4th grade after she fell in love with the original 3 Nicktoons, Doug, Rugrats, and Ren and Stimpy. At the age of 14, Katie wrote to John and began communicating with him over AOL. He actually introduced Katie and Robin to each other over AOL, so they became internet friends with neither realizing they were both being preyed on. Getting in contact with a powerful figure in animation who was recently nominated for an Emmy Award made Katie and her parents believe she had real potential. They continued chatting online and over the phone into her sophomore year of high school. In an AOL conversation he told her not to copy and send to her friends. John said, "I want to squeeze you, and I'm crazy about you, Katie. Do I ever make you tingle?" In an email she printed and saved from a few days after she turned 15, the now 41-year-old man wrote, "I'm thinking about you very hard right now, and I have a little tickle in my chest." At the same time, she didn't fully understand the harm. John was known for being an eccentric animator, and to a child this seemed like a possible twisted joke, but she did have her natural suspicions. "I think this 40-year-old man is hitting on me," Katie wrote in a diary entry from between December 1995 and March of 1996, "but he's never perverted. He's also very nice. He gives me a lot of drawing tips." And it was here that Ren and Stimpy seemed less like a great feat of animation and more like bait that John K. would use to lure in his victims. John and Katie met a few times in Los Angeles and continued communicating after she moved with her family to Lake Tahoe in 1996, as Katie was entering the 10th grade at age 14. They never had any physical contact, but when Katie lived in Nevada, she recalls several late-night phone calls during which Chris Falusi said, "Repeat after me, John's D slides into my P," while he pleasured himself. However, Katie refused. She was still young and was not sure about sex. The conversations left Rice shaken, but she trusted him. Lonely in her new school in Nevada, she viewed him as her only friend. He attended her 15th birthday party, which he later confirmed on a DVD extra for the 2003 Ren and Stimpy reboot.
Katie showed me one time, she drew, I was at her 15th birthday party. We'll tell you that backstory a little bit later.
Also, people couldn't help but notice Katie's extremely uncomfortable body language in this clip. She pinches her fingers, scratches her head, face, and arms, and always seems to have this natural reflex to lean away from him whenever he gets louder and more assertive. So by the winter of 1996, John is building 2 relationships with 2 minors while promising that he will give them a career in animation. When Robin was a junior in high school and John K. was in his 40s, they had sex for the first time. She would then move in with Chris Falusi for the summer and intern at Spumco. After graduating high school, Robin moved in with John K. permanently at just 17 years old.
I thought, I'm getting offered a job, I'm getting offered an internship, there's someone who can take care of me, so I went with it because it's what I had always wanted and what I thought I still wanted.
Well, she was too young. Really admit that. It was a bad decision. But she was so convincing.
With the age of consent in California being 18, this was highly illegal. But even if she were 18, all of the behavior leading up to this was insanely disgusting and highly predatory. She said, "I believed as a 16-year-old dating him, oh, the world's against us. It shouldn't be wrong for him to date me. We're cool and rebellious because we're breaking the rules of society." But tragically, all of this wasn't even the most terrifying part of the story. It was that everyone knew, but nobody seemed to care. Although allegations of sexual abuse against John K. hadn't been previously made public, his relationship with an underage girl was reportedly an open secret within the animation community. Tony Mora, who joined the studio as an intern in 1997 at around 24 years old, recalled being surprised when he first saw Robin there. "I was like, who's that little girl?" In 2000, Robin briefly left Chris Falusi and moved out, though the pair later reunited. During that period, John reached out to Katie at age 18, who had recently been rejected from art school. Chris Falusi offered her work at Spumco and paid for her stay in Los Angeles. Robin and Katie were briefly at the studio at the same time. At this point, Robin was well aware of Chris Falusi's tricks, saying it seemed like John was replacing her with a younger woman. And when Robin left for good in 2002, all of John's attention was directed towards Katie, who seemed like she was just going along with anything, mildly fearful in order to keep her job.
Well, Katie drew a lot of it. What do you think of the hot Katie draws.
Pretty damn hot.
Oh, thank you.
So what's it like to be a girl and sell out your own kind?
It's fun.
Draw images all over the screen.
I think it's fun.
Yeah?
Yes.
So, hey, the two of you guys together did the shower sequence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you tell us how that worked?
Okay.
Well, Luke would draw Ren and Stimpy, and I would draw the girls around them. And that's how it worked.
Yep.
Pretty easy.
So how did you do the Shampoo Master sequence?
Well, I took care of the...
And that was all rotoscoped, right?
And the harassment allegedly got worse when she worked from Chris Falusi's home office. Katie said John was doing all sorts of bizarre stuff, waiting naked in his living room for when I let myself into his house to work in the morning, walking around with his hanging out of his pants, telling me that his friend's advice to get me was to just me one day. Katie also acknowledged the backlash she would receive from doubters. I know what everybody's gonna say. Why didn't you just leave? Well, because this asshole told me when I was 13 that I was special and I don't have any self-esteem, so I believe it. However, Katie finally decided to leave after she found child on his computer. Katie said she found the images of girls she didn't recognize naked. She also remembered one photo in particular with a naked girl who appeared to be around 10 years old, lying on her back with her legs spread and an expression on her face that Katie described as fearful. Katie said it took her 3 attempts to report the photo she had seen on Chris Falusi's computer. Twice she began filing an online report with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, but panicked before submitting it. On the 3rd attempt, she successfully filed a report with the police at the end of 2017. Through a lawyer, John Chris Falusi officially denied all of the damning allegations against him. However, he would take to social media to write an apology letter that only made him look more guilty. Robin Bird and Katie Rice are 2 women I was very close with at one time, but I stupidly managed to spoil everything. An article recently came out that described some inappropriate behavior in the late 90s and early 2000s. There is some general truth in it. Some things I remember somewhat differently, some not at all. He then addresses Robin directly in the creepiest way ever, reminiscing on their good times when she was a child and he was an adult man. Your messages reminded me of other nice memories, like how we would watch Yogi Bear cartoons and you would really empathize with Boo Boo, which inspired us to write our own stories and make Boo Boo and the man together. He even attached a photo of them together, acting like this was a normal consenting adult relationship. I am still your biggest fan and I am truly sorry I hurt you. It was never my intention. He addressed Katie similarly, sharing memories of their past, writing, I mistook our bond as something more than friendship, and for that, I am deeply regretful. He then addressed his family and friends, where he wrote, eventually in the late 2000s, in desperation, I went to see a psychiatrist and he diagnosed me with bipolar disorder and ADHD, a combination that makes it almost impossible to control your impulses and obsessions. And of course, he had to pat himself on the back at the end. Outside of SpongeBob and its talented team, I'm one of the few producers left who's willing to break creative boundaries, try new things, and allow artists to show off their own unique styles and skills. By 2018, Spunko had been closed down for over 12 years, and John was mostly irrelevant outside of small animation circles. In 2019, John K. closed financing for a new short called Cans Without Labels on Kickstarter. He shockingly raised over $130,000 on a project that took a decade to make, but when the video was finally made, the final product was heavily criticized as being either dated, lazy with computer-generated images, or ultimately a scam to make money off the remaining people who had been fooled by his phony intentions. The most frustrating part of this story is that John Chris Falusi was right about a lot of things. He was right that artists deserved more creative freedom, and networks often made safe, boring decisions that hurt great cartoons. And because of that, an entire generation of animators looked up to him, which is why you can see Ren and Stimpy inspiration on many great animations that came after it. Sometimes people are willing to deal with someone like John K., who was extremely difficult to work with, if they think deep down that they are good people with good intentions, which is why when he was exposed for being a predator, there was no reason to stand up for him and his art. And no matter what he has accomplished over his 50-year career in animation, his legacy will be remembered as just another creep at Nickelodeon who used his power to take advantage of children, a story we have seen time and time again. Yet John K.'s story doesn't even hold a candle to Dan Schneider, the most notorious Nickelodeon show producer in history. Check out this video to hear that story.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Oh, I see. Not that interesting.
There's no better way to begin than with this quote from Tim Sweeney, CEO of Epic Games. If you want to play it in Steam, then you have to get this scarlet letter of AI attached to your product, and now there is a hater community trying to kill your game. What a fun quote. Now, it came from a recent interview where he made clear his dislike for Steam's AI disclosure requirement, which isn't exactly news, but thanks to some new data, we have evidence to suggest something a little shocking. That Tim Sweeney is actually correct. The games with Gen AI disclosures really might sell worse on Steam. That means we have plenty to dive into today. The interview in question was with PC Gamer at Unreal Fest, and it was a wide-ranging one, but one answer seemed particularly out of step with audiences, and that is how AI disclosures in Steam end up hurting developers. Here's another quote. I think it's really irresponsible of Valve. They shouldn't do it because it makes it much, much, much harder for a game developer to have a chance of success. You have to choose from either not using tools that can make you way more productive and probably failing due to competition that does. Now, obviously, Sweeney's argument isn't perfect rhetorically here. There are plenty of game developers succeeding on Steam right now who aren't using Gen AI, or at the very least, aren't disclosing that they're using Gen AI. So Tim's speaking here as someone who thinks that Gen AI will make better games. Now, of course, I don't think he's just saying you're going to prompt an entire game into existence. Tim Sweeney is a very technically minded dude. I mean, quite literally, he's a fairly hardcore programmer. He's going to be thinking about things mostly from that perspective. Not just programming, of course, but technically minded, right? Of course, for the average consumer, for the average customer, well, very often the use of AI has just meant we've had a worse experience. That could be a chatbot on a website that's replaced customer support that gives you a really bad time. It could be seeing advertisements for things that just look absolutely awful, that look like slop. It could even be seeing the boomers in your life get repeatedly one-shot by weird AI videos that they think are funny even though they're not real. You know how it is. Now, Tim is aware of this divide. He goes on to say that due to, quote, many of the AI companies operating early on with such shitty practices, end quote, so he does know a lot of that stuff is shitty, that he knows that people don't like the stuff at all. And that's his problem. Now, obviously, we should think about incentives. This is perhaps tied to him announcing engine-level integrations with all the major LLM providers, of course, at the same Unreal Fest. That's via the likes of, say, MCP integration. So yeah, he does have a horse in the race. But it turns out, at least thus far, some of his argument seems a little backwards. And that's because there are stats making a lot of headlines saying that the companies using AI in their games are more likely to fail. Let's get to the bottom of this. Research firm Game Oracle ran a study in Steam games to see the impact of AI disclosures. Note, the impact of AI disclosures, not the impact of AI being used at any point of the game development process. So what they did is they filtered out low review count, low sale slop. They made some assumptions about developer and publisher experience, and then they used Steam reviews as their sales metric, where the more reviews you have, more likely, the more sales you have. And it turns out Tim Sweeney's right. The AI disclosures make your game sell worse. So of course, correlation, causation, we should probably think about that. Now, their model compared two otherwise identical games, and it would show a 53% drop in sales. And the only difference would be an AI disclosure. That disclosure was the second most powerful variable in their model. The only factor that could impact sales more than that was the volume of other game launches and marketing near release. And they did, of course, check their work. Could hidden X factors be masking successful AI games? Well, for that to work, to paraphrase their maths, it would need to nearly triple the odds of AI adoption while simultaneously cutting review counts by 22%. Now, they cannot suggest why that might be the case. Their model doesn't do that. but they can see the impact on different types of developers. Inexperienced devs are barely impacted. Their inexperience wipes out any sales regardless of AI usage. But the devs that Tim Sweeney thinks need the technology are another story. This is where it's interesting. A, quote, well-established studio can see up to a 60% decline in reviews. And the more experienced the studio, the harder the hit. And the final position they landed on is that broadly, quote, AI use on average has a negative impact on sales for games that would have been a success regardless of whether AI was used or not. Now, there's clearly some sort of negative audience reaction to this technology. Disclosures can hurt sales, it seems. But there's one thing that Game Oracle and Tim Sweeney both fail to reckon with here, and it's this. Most of the games that disclose their AI usage in Steam don't actually need to. In January 2026, Valve rewrote their rules in AI disclosures. Simon Carlis of Game Discover Co. spotted this one first, and that's because Valve didn't actually announce any changes in public, so we're all very thankful that Simon spotted it. So what changed? Well, Valve's original disclosure was wide-reaching, and the understanding was that Valve was just worried about copyright breaches, so they asked for everything to be disclosed. That way, liability for DMCA claims would go to the devs. Well, the new disclosure contains exceptions. Coding and efficiency tools don't count. Instead, the policy is concerned with the use of AI in creating content that ships with your game and is consumed by players. And this includes content such as artwork, sound, narrative, localization, and so on. Tim Sweeney can breathe easy about Unreal Engine 6 then. Most of the features he wants devs taking advantage of don't have to be disclosed, but not all of them. In the interview, he did raise the question of using generative AI to build assets faster, avoiding what he referred to as, quote, $1,000,000 plant pots. A waste of time and resources. Steam still will want to hear about those if a player can see them. They're still worried about the copyright and the risk that it carries for them. And certainly when looking at this and thinking about Valve, I would certainly say it's probably less good guy Valve, and it's probably more I couldn't be bothered with dealing with copyright bullshit Valve. And you really can't tell they're worried about copyright. The extra disclosure requirements actually further show that. They say that live-generated AI content requires a breakdown of guardrails on the models, and anything adult with that tech is completely banned. Valve don't want the platform coming under fire for generating illegal content. You know, like Grok did. That's the only thing that's banned then. Now this isn't like, say, NFTs, where it might go outside of Valve's economy. This is purely just about giving people more information and, of course, copyright liability ways. Now, to break this all out of theory, let's deal with something practical, and that is Steam Next Fest. It gives us the best example of how this stuff is working. PC Gamer identified around 20% of the games featured at the event did have an AI-generated tag. User tag, that is. But by the time the event was over, the only game in the top 10 with that warning was the latest Nexon MMO, Embers of the Uncrowned. Of course, that's the kind of publisher with a big enough audience to eat any penalty that may exist. So you could say that we've literally seen Game Oracle's model actually playing out in the wild. We see it agreeing with reality. Though, of course, their model only models what it models, and that is not the use of AI, it is simply the disclosure. And if you think about that from a consumer psychology perspective, if something has to be disclosed, then you're probably going to think it's not a good thing. But overall, we have just seen that Valve's preference to just let the market sort out the wheat from the chaff, that it basically won out again, as evidenced by NextFest. But calculating all that stuff wasn't an exact science, and that's because while AI disclosures may be more than the Epic Game Store offers, it doesn't really mean that Steam wants you paying attention to them. And that's because, once again, we need to talk about incentives. Think about it like this. Game Oracle's model suggests that if a game features a disclosure of any kind, sales are likely to decrease. That does not benefit Valve. And in that context, ensuring developers aren't talking about code generation works in their favor. But it also means Valve are under very little financial pressure to improve the system of disclosure at all. However much the market at large seems to reject the disclosure, the less that you see them, the more money Valve will get. And that's perhaps why AI disclosures games are a little bolted on thing. They're not built into Steam's systems in a deeper level. Consider something like, say, Steam's accessibility features. Say you can't handle or just don't like QuickTime events. Well, as a part of Steam's accessibility disclosures, you can search only for games that don't involve QTEs. It is a discrete tag that is built into Steam's tools, and on a store page, it is right next to the Add to Cart button as an important bit of customer information. The AI disclosure is not like that. It's at the bottom of the page in a free-form text field that of course will take more effort to parse. They're not indexable in Steam natively, and that means that users, if they basically want AI disclosure tags, well, they basically need to resort to their own user-made tags, which is why browser extensions aren't really a perfect solution here. Basically, there's obfuscation in a way that other features don't have, and that's because Valve basically just rammed in a text box to deal with the problem. And there also doesn't appear to be any consequence for breaking these rules. I mean, you are absolutely supposed to disclose, but then there's The Alters. The Alters is a game that launched with AI content. The devs did not disclose it, and the content wasn't a placeholder that was left over or anything like that. Now, they did pull all of the related stuff a month after launch, but that was mostly because of social media outcry. There was no disclosure at any point, and no sale impact from the disclosure. If, of course, we're to believe Game Oracle's model, which would suggest that if the disclosure had have been there, there would have been a negative impact in sales. And that example basically brings together everything that we've been talking about today. Because what if a company simply never wears the scarlet letter Tim Sweeney worried about so much at the start of this video? I need to be clear in scope. We have not been talking about whether devs should or should not use this technology. What we've been talking about is what happens when devs disclose that they've used that and how the market reacts. The evidence suggests badly. But of course, people like Sweeney do still want to look for benefits, and there's a simple solution in their end. A recent study of 400 professionals in Japan suggested that 70% of companies don't disclose their use. The logic is simple then. If they don't disclose it, then they cannot be punished by the, as Tim Sweeney puts it, hater community. They get all the upside and none of the market rejection. At least that's if they don't get caught out. But what the Alter suggests is you can have it both ways. You can take the chance that you may never have to accept any risk for doing so and just push through if you happen to be caught out. All audiences lose out on is transparency and the chance to make an informed decision. And that's all because, as things currently stand, the only ones wearing the scarlet letter are the ones honest enough to actually do the disclosure. And the more that it's shown that there is a negative impact to doing that disclosure, the less will disclose. And I'm gonna go totally off-piste here, but I have a thought. What if Valve doesn't really care and that's their plan? They have the disclosure thing there, maybe to help them deal with the copyright stuff, but Valve probably thinks that code is fungible, that ultimately, especially given the capabilities of, say, Fable and, whatever larger parameter models we get over the next, year or two, they probably think that those will just make it so the code is fungible and nobody will be able to tell the difference because code is code, whatever, it works. If that's going to happen, then Valve probably is fine to just say, if it's code, don't worry about it. Because ultimately, if the code is basically fungible and you can get more of it, you can maybe get it faster and you can maybe automate bug testing and a bunch of stuff, then, you can just have more games, which means more games in Steam, which means happy Valve. Obviously, the more immediate consumer-facing negative would be slop. Now, what do we even mean when we say slop? Well, I would say stuff of super low quality. Well, here's the thing. Steam Next Fest already shows us that the market is able to sort out the wheat from the chaff itself. And I guess that means that it's the AI-generated assets that's maybe where people are going to start having more issues. When it's the script, the audio, the art, and a bunch of things like that I suppose people see as being more creatively core to the experience that they're buying, as opposed to, say, the code side, which is basically just the technical facilitation of the artistic product. By the way, I mean, look, goated coders are extremely creative, and I think they are artists, but I think you can understand the point that I'm making here. And I think what Valve are counting on as all of this stuff diffuses as we go forward. I guess what I'd be really interested in is the likes of Synth ID. That does exist for, say, image and like video generation models. You would have to wonder then if that's something people will start trying to test games with. Obviously, the likes of Synth ID can be defeated. I guess I am kind of just spitballing as to where all of this stuff will go. Who knows? We will see. No matter what way any of us may feel about any of the permutations of this technology, there's a core unifying thing of this story, and that is human incentives. Be that more product faster, be that be dishonest, or be honest, all of those things. It all, at the end of the day, comes down to human incentives, and I suppose, if we want good outcomes, we need to think about those incentives. I'll leave it at that, because what I really want is to hear what you have to say down in the comments, because this is one of those developing cultural issues, and I want to understand where many people from many parts of the world playing many different types of games in many different contexts. I want to hear what you all think about this, and what people in your life think about it. Are opinions about this in Mexico different to those in Sweden? Are those different to in France? Or are those different to Germany? Who knows? I'd love to know. So do let me know down in the comments. That's it for now. But don't worry, there is this video that you can watch next.
I know a lot of people hate them, and some people have actually straight up told me they refuse to watch them. But the body horror videos that I've done on the channel have been some of the stories that people talk about carrying the ideas from them in their day-to-day.
BRB. Maczek. Oj. Ojcisko, ojcisko. Ona je sinoć spala. Dobrze. Amaczka. Дечко. Нищо. Брат ти там. Върти си.
Lives, parasites, diseases, getting your body mangled in all kinds of ways. You know, this is all stuff that could happen to you. So it's no wonder that people are repulsed yet drawn to these videos. And the last body horror compilation that I did on this channel wound up being one of the ones that people still watch to this day. And I've done quite a few more since then. So today, let's go for round 2. This video is sponsored by Helix. You spend a third of your life in bed, so why settle for anything less than the best? That's where Helix comes in. Helix makes premium mattresses and bedding custom fit to your needs and shipped right to your door. With free shipping in the US, Helix has you take a sleep quiz to figure out exactly what kind of mattress you need. I'm a side sleeper, so Helix set me up with a Sunset mattress. It comes rolled up in a box and it's easy to set up. And now they just sent me their new Comfort Adjust cooling pillow, and it's easily the best pillow I've ever had. I got the king size version, which was the right move because my shoulders just sink into it, and as the name implies, it's meant to be adjustable. For me, it was perfect right out the box, but if you want less cushion, you can remove some of the shredded memory foam. I've been sleeping on a Helix mattress for several years now, and it's some of the best sleep that I've gotten. And to make sure that you're happy with your new Helix mattress, they offer a 120 nights of sleep trial, and they also have a lifetime warranty. Thank you to Helix Sleep for sponsoring. Right now, they're doing their 4th of July sale. Just go to helixsleep.com/swag to get 27% off. And also be sure to look out for some new sales over the course of this month. The pinworm is a parasite that infects an estimated 40 million people at any given time in the United States. It's rarely, if ever, fatal, but it can create an itch so intense that people typically report losing sleep over it. This is because the itch peaks at night. It's at that time that the worms poke their heads out of your anus and lay their eggs. A person typically becomes infected when they consume the worm eggs. Obviously, people aren't feasting on these eggs like they were caviar, at least not usually. You generally get them in your mouth without realizing it, and the maddening itch often catches people in this constant loop. They keep on scratching, getting the eggs on their fingers, then reinfecting themselves by accident. The eggs can live really long on surfaces, and poor hand washing habits will cause a person to also infect other people this way. That being said, this is a child's disease and adults don't get it that frequently. In part because adults tend to be more proactive about their hygiene, but what if the opposite happened? What if someone not only didn't mind the worms, but went out of their way to become infected with them? And what if they spread the worms to other people on purpose? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of Parasite Man. Several years ago, I made a video about the pinworm butt plug, in which a person is horrified to discover an infestation of pinworms inside their partner's asshole. It's one of those stories that's considered to be a classic of Reddit filth, along with things like the coconut and the poop scissors. But there's more than one classic pinworm story in the history of Reddit, but this one seems to have fallen to the wayside a bit over the years. The original post long gone, several other posts and even YouTube videos referencing it also gone. Reddit is scattered with posts by people trying to find it, but only getting warned that they shouldn't read it. Then in October of 2021, a Redditor named Gerard95, having had it saved and noticing it was removed from Reddit entirely, reposted it for the curious. Of course, nobody knows how to read, so now a lot of people think that he's actually the pinworm ass guy, and they're calling for him to be put to death. He even had to come back a few years later and once again emphasize that he is not the Parasite Man. The real guy's identity is unknown, as Gerard95 puts it. The worst part is not knowing if this post was made by someone in your town, your neighbor, or even your own cousin. So the story was originally posted to r/confession way before that. My obsession hurts others around me. It's also my fetish, but it goes far deeper than that. Like many kids, Parasite Man got pinworms as a child. He said it felt strange. It itched so bad that it hurt. His parents took him to the doctor, he got medicine, and they cured it. But the experience of having pinworms completely changed the way that he looked at his own body. He became obsessed with the idea that his body could contain a whole world within it, like a planet. By the age of 15 or so, he'd actively researched pinworms and other parasites, and he was shocked to find that most people actually have parasites in their systems. One example he gives is something called a demodex. A demodex is a mite that lives in human hair, particularly on the face, and almost everyone has them. In some rare situations, they can grow out of control, but for the most part, they're on us and we'll just never notice it. Knowing that you could be host to a parasite without it ever harming you took his obsession to the next level. I wanted to know how many a human body could endure without a chance of serious health issues. This curiosity has plagued my mind for years. At the time of writing, he was 25, and he said that he purposely infected himself with non-lethal parasites as a part of this fetish. Some turned out to be harmless, others turned out to be excruciating, but he derives pleasure from the discomfort regardless. He said that he was currently infected with pinworms, tapeworms, pubic lice, and quote, various non-pathogenic protozoa. which that could be a lot of different things. That could just be a fancy way of saying that he had eaten a gogurt. You know, you gotta have those probiotics. He says that because of the parasites, he eats a lot and he stays thin. He says that he also keeps bedbugs and leeches in containers, and he takes them out occasionally to feed on his blood, although he notes, those kinds are not really my passion as they do not live primarily on the human body, but I think they're interesting nonetheless, and I find them pretty cute. It's kind of funny that despite this story being what it is, I find the bedbugs part to be the least plausible thing so far. Not that a person would want to do this, but that a person would be able to do this. I just don't buy that a person would be able to keep bedbugs contained to take out at their own leisure. If you have them anywhere, they're getting everywhere. They just don't work like that. Bedbugs are getting out whether you like it or not. Either way, this next part is where it becomes a real horror story. Because at a certain point, it's not enough to just infect himself. Now he must infect others. It starts with him accidentally spreading parasites to his family. As he puts it, the parasites pioneer new lands on their own. Specifically, he's accidentally given them pinworms on several occasions, which is an extremely common occurrence for the parents of kids with pinworms. But the idea of his parasites being in their bodies now, this makes him feel some kind of way, and now he gets even more of an urge to infect other people on purpose. I'm sure a number of you guys are familiar with the idea of bug chasers. These were people who tried to get HIV on purpose. Then you got their counterparts, the gift givers, the people who have HIV and they're trying to give the bug chasers the gift. I hadn't really heard of this sort of thing in other contexts, but I guess it does stand to reason that it could apply to any kind of disease, not just AIDS. In fact, there was a throwaway account on r/confessions that actually wrote about how they related to Parasite Man because they felt the urge to spread COVID to people. In fact, at the outset of the pandemic, the Department of Justice even issues a warning that if you spread it on purpose, you'll be charged with terrorism. Although they didn't elaborate if they were saying that because someone had actually done this or if they were just, trying to get in front of it. Parasite Man goes on to theorize that perhaps this compulsion he has to infect other people with parasites is itself the work of parasites manipulating his brain. And such things do exist in nature. For example, you got this one parasite that helps itself get nourishment by making bugs consume more sugar. And then you got this one parasite that humans are exposed to often, and it's the one that makes rodents attracted to the smell of cat piss. There isn't one, though, that's been documented that causes humans to have the urge to spread parasites. There could be, though. In any case, he feels pleasure when he spreads the parasites. As he puts it, he's spread thousands of his children over the years. How does he do it? I sometimes sprinkle tapeworm eggs into people's drinks when I'm out at clubs. I also caught pubic lice from sex with the random woman I met at the same club. And in return, I'm pretty sure I gave her pinworms, so it was a trade. The woman wasn't even attractive. I just wanted to gift her some pinworms. And instead, I basically won the jackpot by sleeping with her, and then spread my pubic lice to at least 4 other women. Sometimes I also sprinkle worm eggs onto food buffets whenever I visit them. You got all these guides out here who want to teach men how to pick up women. And this guy just does it by accident. I think he unlocked the real dating secret right here. If you don't want to psych yourself out, you want to win the prize, you gotta speak to every woman while in the back of your head imagining that you're secretly trying to infect her with a parasite. Now in the comments, you have some people asking how it could be possible to just deliberately give people pinworms, because, the eggs are microscopic. You can't just grab a handful of eggs and sprinkle them, because they're invisible to the naked eye, basically. So Gerard provided a simple explanation in the replies. It's extremely easy. All someone would have to do is be positive they have them, then scratch their anus. Since they lay their eggs on the rim of the anus, you can be sure you still have them if you often get a slightly itchy feeling on your anus. After you scratch, you'll have them on your fingers and nails where you transfer them in the most common way, contaminating other people's food. It's a pretty obvious answer, but of course, this does not help the problem of people thinking that he is the guy who wrote all this. It also makes me wonder if the way that he gave pinworms to the ugly woman at the club was, in the middle of dogging her out, just scratches his ass, and comes around and gives her a little fish hook. I have to make sure the fish hook is in the camera here so you guys will know what I'm talking about. Give her the old pinworm fish hook. Honestly, and the more I read this and think about it, the more surprised I am that we're just not constantly all getting pinworms from eating out. Because, they spread easily and the eggs survive a long time outside. Even if you don't have a guy that's scratching his ass on purpose to sprinkle eggs around, it still seems like they would be around a lot more. That being said though, most of the people who get infected with pinworms either have mild or no symptoms. So by the time you finally notice a worm poking out of your ass, so much time has passed that who will know that you got pinworms from that specific buffet? It's the perfect crime. At first I'm thinking, you know, maybe the reason why we don't get this as often as it seems like you should is because, you know, maybe you develop some kind of immunity later in life, but parents of kids with pinworms get them all the time, so it's not that. So I gotta think that the only reason we're all just not constantly getting pinworms all the time from eating out is that maybe people are more hygienic than I was assuming. Which, more I think about this now, the more I'm thinking about, I realize how unreasonable I was being about this. Like, it's not as if you have cooks, you know, you're at the diner and then they're scratching their ass between hitting your burger with a spatula. People don't just casually scratch their ass all day like that. Now that I think about it, I can't think of a single time I've scratched my asshole as an adult. Like, realistically, when was the last time you scratched your own butthole? You just don't do it. Parasite Man concludes his story by apologizing to anyone he's harmed. He says that even though in his mind he's justified, he still feels guilt. I hope the people I spread my gifts to can find it in their hearts to be a little more open-minded and not kill my children, but learn to live with them, like I have instead. I'm aware of how strange and disgusting others will find me if they knew. I'm aware of how immoral this seems to most people. I assume you may see me in a negative light after reading this, but remember, I only want what's best for my children, and if you were truly in my shoes, I'm sure you would do the same. The people in the comments did not find it in their hearts to be a little more open-minded. What the crap did I just read? You need help, dude. You need, like, straight-up mental help. All he needs is to be executed. Like many such Reddit stories, especially ones with such fanciful writing. This one's probably fake, but such compulsions do exist in the real world. And interestingly, among the cries for legal action in the thread, mostly directed at the wrong guy, there was a person who claimed to have actually had to deal with a person with this compulsion. I was harassed by someone like this who continuously broke into my home and infecting everything possible. And yes, all food sources, but even hygiene products. I will forever check what I consume now, and it took forever to find out what was happening. You know, I guess this person was getting worms for months at a time, and then they just didn't know, and then one day they caught this guy brown-handed. And as it turns out, there's not much of anything you can actually do legally. I guess makes sense. I mean, how do you prove in court that someone actually gave you worms on purpose? Or maybe if you have video proof of it, of a person breaking in your house and rubbing their ass, like scooting like a fucking puppy. But if you just explain it to someone, oh, they're breaking into my house and trying to contaminate my food and hygiene products with their dirty asshole, and now I got worms because of it. If you try to explain that to someone without a video proof, you sound like the crazy person all of a sudden. In any case, now having seen this video, you're probably extremely paranoid about eating out anyway. Or perhaps, you know, doing anything in the real world at all. Because now you've had this image, as I just did, of every single person who comes in contact with any product you consume is scratching their asshole all the time. Well, never fear, because according to some research, intestinal worms might actually be good for you. It's part of something called the old friends theory, and it relates to how parasitic worms were more common before the rise of modern hygiene standards. It's possible that having the worms helps to regulate your immune system. And in particular, there may be some promise in deliberately using worms to help treat inflammation, allergies, and multiple sclerosis. Why the fuck can I say multiple sclerosis? Although as a surgeon, in the comments of one article noted, the inability to actually control the worms once they get inside your body has been a major roadblock for actually doing anything with them. All that being said, please don't go out and infect yourself with worms on purpose to treat your allergies. This is not me saying that you should do that, I'm simply saying, I guess you gotta look on the bright side. If I ask you how the world's gonna end, there's a lot of different scenarios that probably come to your mind. Perhaps an asteroid could strike the Earth and take us out like the dinosaurs. Growing tensions between nations with nuclear capabilities could come to a head. A supervolcano eruption could make the planet's atmosphere uninhabitable. Personally, I think the scenario that's most likely to kill us all is that our over-reliance on antibiotics gives rise to deadly forms of bacteria that can't be treated with any available medicine. But another popular theory for how the world will end is ecological collapse. And there's a few things that could cause this. A significant decline in pollinating insects in the mid-2000s led to fears that without these animals playing their role in the ecosystem, massive components of the food chain would disappear, leading to a massive extinction event and worldwide famine. Although the honeybee population has since recovered, other pollinators like butterflies continue to decline. And aside from pollinators, another potential cause of ecological collapse is the disappearance of the coral reefs. Like the bees, they also play a deceptively major role in the food chain. Although there have been some positive developments in places like Indonesia, there's some estimates that say as much as 90% of the coral reefs around the world may be gone in the next 20 years, largely due to human activities. Well, if that's so, what if the coral got its revenge on us? It's more likely than you think. For today's video, let's take a look at the aquarium coral that can melt your eyeballs. I haven't had a fish tank since I was really little, and I don't plan on getting one anytime soon. But despite that, sometimes I'll still lose an entire night reading all about them for hours. Taking care of aquariums is a massively popular hobby, and I'm sure some of you are involved in it. It's unique in that it combines caring for pets with creativity. It's not just about having fish or having plants, you're creating a visually appealing, functional ecosystem in your own home or office. And there's few better ways to make your fish tank aesthetic than with coral. There's tons of different species to choose from, some of them with the most vibrant colors you'll see anywhere in nature. But as anyone who's made it to the second stage of Ninja Turtles for NES will tell you, gotta be a little careful. Recently, someone showed me this story that got my interest, and I feel like a dick because I forgot who it was that sent it to me. It happened a few months ago in Gatineau, Quebec, Canada, which coincidentally is a city I'm gonna be in soon. December 15th, I'll be out there doing commentary for Evil Uno's Mystery Wrestling. This past April, Jason Laframboise bought an aquarium from a man named Alex Bordeaux. Alex had kept the aquarium on display in his office, and he maintained it for 4 years and never had a problem. Jason was not so lucky. He gets the aquarium home and he starts to transfer some coral to the tank, specifically Australian zoanthids. These are a popular type of coral, and as soon as you see them, you can immediately tell why. If I had an aquarium, I would absolutely want these. So he's transferring the coral into the new tank, and immediately as he does it, Jason and everyone else in the house, 6 other people, including his kids, his nephew, and his pregnant wife, they all start sneezing at once. Then they get chest pains and they can't breathe. Now, 7 people don't just suddenly get the flu all at once, not even in Quebec. It was clear that something had happened in this house that was affecting all of them, but it wasn't clear what. Maybe a gas leak or something. After dealing with the symptoms for a few minutes, they evacuate the house. Jason calls the Quebec Poison Control Center, and after he explains what happened, they inform him that some zoanthids, specifically those belonging to the genus Palithoa, contain the second deadliest toxin on Earth. It's called palitoxin, an extremely dangerous substance that constricts the blood vessels and works very quickly, even with just a small amount. Before it was known to the rest of the world, it was the subject of a Hawaiian myth that tells of the seaweed of death from Hana. Ancient warriors were said to have dipped their spears in the poison to better kill their enemies. And now you can have it in the comfort of your own home. Of course, palithoas are very popular, and it's not like this is a secret that they have this toxin. But a somewhat lesser known fact is that in some rare cases, the toxin can aerosolize and be inhaled. Although palitoxin is
Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul. Succumb to me. I am forever.
generally not as deadly in this form, it's still extremely dangerous and can kill you. But speaking about the incident to CBC, Framboise noted that despite being very experienced with aquariums, he was unaware this could happen. And after being discharged from the hospital, they were all staying in another family member's house, because nobody among the 40 organizations he contacted knew how to decontaminate it. According to a follow-up report by CBC several days later, he was still waiting to figure out how he can get back in his house. The local government was trying to get something together, but he was still waiting. He told the CBC, if you're selling a poisonous product in your country and you don't even know how to deal with it, I don't think that's right at all. Now, originally I was just gonna make this story a short because I figured this was just like a one-off freak accident. But I quickly found that although it is in fact extremely rare, it's still more common than I expected. Over the past few years, quite a few incidents involving this toxin have been reported by several different outlets. One just happened a few months ago in London. Just an incredible headline by The Sun. Coral reef. A man named Mike Wynn had a leak he was trying to fix in his aquarium. He was advised to drain some of the water, but draining the water left some of his coral exposed. He was told that he should trim the coral down to below the water level to prevent it from emitting the toxin. So as he tells The Sun, I did that straight away and knocked off the rock with a hammer and chisel so the coral would be underneath the water. Shortly after, he starts coughing and sneezing. But he doesn't make the connection to the coral. The idea of an airborne toxin never crossed his mind. He thought he had COVID. So, he went to work. When he gets home that evening, he finds his wife, sister, and children all incapacitated on the couch, struggling to breathe. So he calls emergency services, they're sent to the hospital, and the entire neighborhood is evacuated. You got another similar story from the UK a few years prior. A man named Chris Matthews, not that Chris Matthews, was cleaning his aquarium one day in 2018. His tank contained a coral named Pulsing Xenia. From what I can see, this seems to be somewhat of a contentious coral. It looks cool and brings a lot of appealing motion to your tank, but as illustrated in this picture by WVNet on the Reef to Reef forums, it will very readily take over your entire tank. At this time, Chris was dealing with such a situation, so he takes an overgrown rock from his tank and scrapes off all the coral. He puts it back, and then he goes to sleep. The next day, he wakes up and he's sick. He has a fever, he's coughing, and he's struggling to breathe. Then he finds that everyone else in the house has the same symptoms. It must just be a bug that's going on. But then they notice that the dogs are sick too. After seeing this, Chris, who was aware of the toxin, realizes what's happened. He calls emergency services, and a group of firemen arrive on the scene. Firemen are exposed to the toxin and they get sick. More emergency services arrive, and eventually the whole block is cordoned off. It should be noted that this particular story was a bit controversial, because it was widely reported that the Pulsing Xenia was the culprit. But that coral isn't known to have any toxins at all. I just know someone started angrily typing as soon as I said Pulsing Xenia, so there you go, I got you. You see a lot of annoyed, confused discussion about this on various forums. And there's an article on Reefs.com by Joe Rowlett explaining that what most likely happened was Chris had a colony of Polythoa on the rock that he wasn't aware of. So when he's scraping the Pulsing Xenia off, he's also scraping the Polythoa. And taking this coral out of the water and scraping it is basically one of the #1 things you're not supposed to do with it. There's quite a few more news stories like this where people were injured by breathing it in, but I think by now you get the gist of how it works. Like I mentioned before though, breathing in the toxin, while extremely dangerous, is not as bad as coming into direct contact with the liquid toxin. Those stories seem to be a lot more gruesome, and it seems like those horror stories don't usually make it to the news, which I guess somewhat makes kind of sense. A person who hurts themselves dealing with coral doesn't instill the same kind of fear and curiosity as the idea that your neighbor's fish tank can get your neighborhood quarantined. So you won't see a lot of examples of this on the news, but plenty can be found looking deeper into the community's blogs and message boards. In 2022, reef builders published a cautionary tale that was sent to them by a Parisian man named Ty. He was a big fan of zoanthids and said that he had about 150 different strains in his reef tank. One day in 2020, his wife accidentally closed the refrigerator door on his finger. It hurt a little, but he didn't think much about it, because people get dinged up a little all the time, what does it matter? Later on, he goes to clean his tank. While doing this, he accidentally messes up some of the rocks. And then while he's putting it back together, he notices something. One of the rocks I worked on was overgrown by many polyps of scrambled egg zoanthus. When I tried to separate this rock from the main scape, I noticed that it was held down by encrusting zoanthids, which ejected an ominous brown fluid when I tried to rip them off. Literally sounds like something out of a trauma movie. Moments later, his finger is burning, but he's not bothered by it and he keeps working on the tank. About an hour and a half later though, that burning turns into a pain that he compares to if he had broken his hand punching a wall. Over the next few hours, the pain migrates up his arm, and yet he still tries to tough it out and go to sleep. 5 a.m. comes around though, and it's just not happening. He knows exactly what's happened, and being in denial about it will only make things worse. So he drives himself to the hospital with one hand. After he explains the toxin to the doctor and gets an x-ray, they do surgery on his finger and clean it out. It's a simple outpatient procedure and he goes right home. He's not out of the woods yet. The next day, he wakes up and discovers a big red line on his arm. He has lymphangitis, which, if you've ever watched that Jack's World of Wildlife video where he gets bitten by a brown recluse spider on purpose, you've seen this before. So he goes back to the hospital and they have to clean out a lot more than his finger. He winds up spending 6 weeks in the hospital, and to this day he hasn't fully recovered the range of motion in his finger. He emphasizes that people dealing with paleontology should use gloves and they should avoid handling if you have even a small scratch on your hand. Of course, hand injuries are one thing. Real carnage comes when people start getting their eyes melted. In 2010, a user named Acer High posted to the Reef Central forums about his then ongoing ordeal. I am writing this to stress the importance to everyone, new and old reefers alike. Never forget to wash your hands after handling anything in your tank. Your sight may depend on it. At this time, Acer had a tank at his job. He mentions that he fragged the colony of purple deaths, which is when you cut a piece of the coral off to grow a new colony. Purple deaths, as you may have guessed by the name, can be a little dangerous, but it's usually not a problem if you observe proper safety protocols. Sometimes though, you get a little too comfortable with something and you get a little careless. So Acer High is making this colony for his friend, and all of a sudden work gets busy. He forgets to wash his hands. And then later on, without thinking about it, he rubs his eye. That night, his eye starts to get irritated. He's rinsing it and using eye drops, but that only made things worse. He said that he's never felt anything more painful. But he goes to the ER and the doctor can't find anything wrong. The doctor tells him to go to an ophthalmologist the next day. The next day comes, he wakes up, and now he looks like this. And now he's basically blind in this eye except for a little bit of light. The ophthalmologist sends him to a specialized hospital where he sees several doctors over the course of the day. And thankfully, with the treatment he was given, he was able to gradually recover his eyesight. Other people weren't as fortunate. Further down the thread, you have a post by Corey Clay, which contains an image that...
They don't understand our connection. They could never understand. I am eternal.
This man. Zantipi.
Now cheers me up like Robin Ball blind.
So pretty good. Pretty good rewards. Very good. Damn. Guardian, guardian, guardian of the blind, searching for some answers, following the signs. Guardian, guardian, guardian of the blind. Close to insanity. It's pretty good steps. What do I sack? Sack that. Sack this. What can you do? Nope. Sell all of that. My good man. Yeah. Let's try this bad boy.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
You
The fuck? Jesus Christ. forgot one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. The design is right. Mr. Crab. Mr. Crab is actually the fucking best. He doesn't do any special bullshit, he just smacks. Go, Quadrilla Sergeant. Dreamland I have come. Never had a flash of like this before. Got a new place when I cross the door. Is it a dream I am within? Oh, what's going on? Down, 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 down. I roam into nowhere. Can't see an end. In a wasteland. And dark in the wild, the ice, the ice. Holy cannoli. Ah yeah, this is a bridge map.
These are our supplies. As expected.
Yes, as expected. I do wonder. Oh, he has a +1 level. Oh. Son. Okay, anyway.
Not wrong with a new approach.
Yes, yes. Mileki. Yes, just as I suspected. Dreamer, take you. Eh. The big gorilla man is strong.
Dark HD. Welcome to my channel.
Hello. Welcome. Welcome, lady. How was your stream? How do you like new hunt content? I haven't... Sorry, I haven't been like... I guess, active at like other people's streams because of the work and stuff. I guess I'm just like YouTube now, watching guy that plays some games. I don't really follow Hunt Showdown because they had a lot of stuff in Hunt, and none of it stays in game. So why would you just play it? Like, that's why I stopped playing Diablo games. Well, what's the point? You would get used to something and they would yank it. They would yank it out of the game. You feel cheated as a player. That's why playing online games is tricky. 25, 24, 30% increased. Yeah. Is it? Sure. It's like a better deal, huh? Doesn't feel like. Feels like I'm getting scammed by NPC. My cat is dreaming something. I see his paws moving really fast. He's being chased. Go, go, Power Rangers. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Nice. Lightning. What can I upgrade? Lightning, maybe. Lightning? Yeah, 20. Yeah. Took more DPS so that this guy hits maybe 2% harder. I think it's worth it. Right. Suck a fucking what? Oof. Oh! Whatever. this is expedition, huh? Sure. Expedition. Nope. Nope, the fuck away from that. There's your scanner. Go. No! The haste aura. Got left. Nope. Not that one.
Eva James. Welcome to my channel.
Crest of the sun. What? Uh-huh. Nice. Die, 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 my darling. I will see you again. Ba ba da ba ba da 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 da. Nope. Nope. No. It's a lot of issue. Just saying. 55 spirit. You don't fucking say. Yeah, but mental damage. Hello, Jane. Is it Jane? Eva Jane. Really?
Welcome to my channel. I'll review a stream.
No, thanks. I'll be seeing you, I'll be seeing you again.
This is what we call a big
Isn't that?
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Every genre has a game that defines it. For action RPGs, that game was Diablo. For
Was
over a
Diablo.
decade, every new action RPG was measured against the standard Blizzard had established. When players imagined the future of the genre, they imagined another Diablo. The only question was, what Blizzard would build next? Which makes what happened over the following decade so unusual. The game that eventually challenged Diablo came from a small studio in New Zealand that few players have ever heard of. Grinding Gear Games set out to create an action RPG the developers had always wanted to play. Years later, the conversation around action RPGs sounded very different. To understand how that happened, we have to go back to the years when Diablo had no competition. To grasp why Path of Exile won, you first have to understand the position Diablo was in. By the early 2000s, Diablo had become the game every action RPG was chasing. Players weren't finishing the campaign and moving on. Many were still logging in years later, driven by the possibility that their next one might uncover something that they had never seen.
Oh, what the fuck
As
that
the
is.
community grew, so did the collective understanding of the game. The remarkable part was how long Diablo 2 stayed relevant. Most games lose momentum after a few years. Diablo 2 refused to fade away. Even as new action RPGs appeared, players kept returning because nothing else offered the same experience. That created an unusual problem for Blizzard. How do you follow a game that players refuse to stop playing? The obvious answer was Diablo 3. The problem was
You
that
fuck
it
up.
didn't arrive for a very long time. Years passed with very little to fill the gap. The community stayed active, but it wasn't growing. Players wanted something new, yet there was nothing that truly felt like the next step for the genre. Other developers tried. Games like Titan Quest and Sacred found loyal audiences. Each brought its own ideas to the formula, but none changed the conversation. Diablo remained the point of reference. Every new release was judged by how close it came to Blizzard's standard. From the outside, Diablo still looked untouchable. Underneath that success, something else was happening. Years with Diablo 2 had shaped what players expected from an action RPG. Most players expected Blizzard to build on the formula that had defined the genre for years. The longer players waited, the clearer those expectations became. Eventually, someone was going to build the game those players had been waiting for.
Jesus
It
Christ.
just wasn't going to be Blizzard. In 2006, while Blizzard was still years away from releasing Diablo 3, a small group of developers in Auckland, New Zealand began working on their own action RPG. The studio was called Grinding Gear Games. At that time, the name meant nothing. Grinding Gear Games entered the genre without Blizzard's reputation or resources. At the time, very few players expected the studio to influence the future of action RPGs. They were simply fans of Diablo 2 who wanted more of the kind of game they loved.
What other games do you guys look at for inspiration for this one? Like, what are the biggest influences on your game?
So, I mean, in terms of action RPGs, the biggest game in terms of influence is always Diablo 2. You know, like it's the classic, everyone loves it. Sold a huge number of copies.
That sounds ordinary today, but back then, that was a surprisingly ambitious idea. Building an action RPG meant competing against the company that had created the genre in the first place. Every comparison would lead back to Blizzard, and every new feature would be measured against a game that had already become a classic. Most studios tried to separate themselves from Diablo. Grinding Gear Games took a different approach. They embraced the comparison. The team openly talked about Diablo 2 as their biggest inspiration. Instead of moving away from its philosophy, they wanted to continue it. The focus stayed on permanent character progression, meaningful itemization, player trading, and enough mechanical depth to keep players discovering new possibilities years after release. That philosophy shaped almost every decision they made. The passive skill tree became enormous, giving players hundreds of choices instead of a handful of predefined paths. Skill gems allowed abilities to move between characters instead of being
Yes.
locked to individual
Why would they be
classes.
locked?
Support gems transformed those abilities even further, creating combinations that nobody had anticipated during development. The systems looked intimidating, but the main point was freedom. Players were encouraged to experiment, fail, learn something new, and then return later with another idea. Every mistake became a part of understanding the game a little better. For a small audience, that approach immediately stood out. It felt like the game trusted them to figure things out.
Yep.
Grinding Gear Games understood exactly who those players were because they were building the game for themselves. At first, hardly anyone noticed. The studio released early alpha versions, gathered feedback from a relatively small community, and spent years refining the system before the game officially launched. It was slow and methodical. Most players outside that community had no idea it was happening. While millions of players waited for Blizzard's next move, a different action RPG was quietly taking shape. Almost no one saw it coming. That would soon change. By the time Diablo 3 finally launched in 2012, the anticipation had reached a level few games ever experience. Players had spent almost a decade wondering what Blizzard would build next. Diablo 2 had defined the genre for years. Expectations couldn't have been any higher. On release, Diablo 3 became an instant commercial success. Millions of copies sold within days. Servers struggled under the demand, and for a few weeks it looked like Blizzard had done it again. Then the players reached the end game. The conversation surrounding Diablo 3 slowly began to change. Instead of sharing remarkable loot drops or discussing new builds, more and more players were trying to understand why progression felt different from Diablo 2.
I beat Inferno on softcore. There's no PvP, there's no leveling grind, there's no ladder running for leveling, there's no ladder resets for me to re-farm items to level faster. The only point of playing softcore, in my opinion, after I've already beaten Inferno, is to get better items to beat it faster. So I don't see the point in that.
Most of that discussion centered on itemization. Finding powerful equipment often felt inconsistent, and many players discovered that their best upgrades weren't coming from monsters at all. They were coming from the auction house, where buying an item was often more reliable than waiting for something valuable to drop. That changed the rhythm of the game. For years, Diablo had encouraged players to believe that every enemy could be hiding an extraordinary item. Diablo 3 shifted part of that excitement away from the combat and into the marketplace. Some players embraced the faster combat and more approachable design. Others found themselves returning to Diablo 2, searching for that kind of action RPG they had spent years enjoying. Those discussions spread across forums and community spaces as players debated what they wanted the future of Diablo to look like. While those conversations were
Oh, Lord. Nice. I'm not really interested into that.
Welcome back.
Yes? What?
It's a right shame.
I have a feeling they'll be all right. What about the others? We've lost many brave warriors.
No, there's no denying.
Where is the monastery of keepers?
Folding, another action RPG, was quietly growing.
She's alive.
So,
Cheers.
you defeated Vrun.
For everyone.
And a fine gift Vrun's head to the Genesis tree.
Aelith, is that...
I apologize. I should have warned you. I am one of many in mine. Only one shall serve at any given time, but we all share the knowledge that the dreamer gives to us.
Then the dream...
In essence, yes. But do not think of me as that same memories.
But you are different.
You must not dwell on this. I do not. It is life. Drive them back. Incredible. This is a most glorious gift. That should help the war effort.
Yo. No. Nice.
Luminor. Welcome to
Hello,
my
hello.
channel.
Oh, God.
Snail Aster.
Yes.
Sape. Somnak Master.
It was kind of question of time when you're gonna show up. I see.
It is time for Helldiver.
Really? You wanna play Helldivers? I will. I just want to, you know, clean them up, I guess. Also, I got the, what the fuck? Okay, sure. I got the big angry monkey boss. See? And this one has a red glowing stick.
Dragon Dildo Monkey.
Yes, sure.
I'll not make the journey home like that.
Dragon dildo monkey. What do you mean? No, he's like yeah, let me read it to you. I got him when I fought fought guys in a temple. So he's a quadrilla sergeant and he's treated as a boss from what I know. I think he's a boss. I'm not sure. I might check it out. I think he is. It would be funny to have like two of the monkeys. If he isn't.
Dragon Dildo Monkey.
Yes. What do you mean dragon? Look at him. Look how beautiful he is. No. Sure. I'm kind of curious now.
Shit Swedish game keeps telling Mike Pew drivers are out of date. I am not updating to the Dogs Heat AI slop update.
Let me just see. Oh, he's unique. Oh, he's unique. Yeah. You can't have two monkeys running around. The Swedish game keeps getting my GPU drivers are out of date. I'm not updating the what the Swedish game? Oh, the Helldivers. No. Well, my dream of having two gorillas is. You really want to play Helldivers? I won't. I didn't have company. Let me see. But as the things are, usually your crew for Minecraft or a hunt would pop up and there would be no, you know, Helldivers. And I would understand. Anyway, by pure accident I managed to tame this guy. Funny monkey business. He's like the old guy, but he doesn't deal physical damage, he deals fucking chaos damage because he wields the chaos corrupted crystal. Make it make sense.
I got the sniper. I didn't even play.
You played it once with me. You played once with me. That's why you got the sniper. Remember? You get the fucking Dragunov SVD. Let me just clear this map. I cannot like save it and quit out. I'm gonna fuck it up.
Looks absolutely nothing like the Dragunov, but yeah.
Yeah, let me fix that for you. Let me fix that for you. Watch. I used the mod launcher, and I guess you could use this.
Looks like a retarded extended AKM.
Yeah, whatever. Maybe. Try that. You know, because the
If
out.
anything else, it is copium.
Listen. There is a mod that changes the semi-automatic pistol to like you know, the Mauser. And I think the Luger gets swapped for a Mauser, and it fits more, if you ask me.
Luger these nuts.
Ha. That's what they tell me. Oh look, another snake. Oh god. Snake had an amulet. Interesting. I never saw this one coming. Whee! Away. Sorry, I boosted this map abnormally, and I have no revives. So that's why I guess want to finish it. It's kind of waste. I upgraded the map generation tablet a couple of times, and a lot of bullshit is around here. So more. Mer. Oh, got him. Not bad. Close call. The fucking purple bear takes like a 10% of the damage that should kill me. And he usually survives it. So that's why I keep him around. Okay, let's fight the boss.
Bear nuts.
Hey, listen. Wait, are you like busy? You like have a guest? You can't talk. If you can't talk, that's fine. You are at work. Tell me you're at work and you're just like lollygagging.
I got a shit dog ad in the middle of you speaking, so no idea what you said.
Do you have a guest? If you have guests, then that's why you can't talk? Is that it? Gains the charge when you get a charge. You don't say. Serpent egg. Serpent egg these nuts. Huh? There you go. You can do that kind of joke every time you... Oh, you won't.
No, I will come eventually.
You will come eventually. Funny thing. Funny thing you say it like that. Thanks. Go! Right.
Snake, I think something hit you, Mal.
You mean me being on like really low hit points? You don't fucking say it. And this is a construct. Oh fuck! I don't know how he killed me. That's fine. RNG bullshit. All good. I boosted map too much. Let's see. Play the funky music, white boy.
The gorilla dragon dildo took your soul.
What? No. It does say to download the drivers, but these drivers don't do shit. You know. Not for me. Sound mode, reticle mode. No updates. Blue overhaul. No. No, no. I use some of the mods for armors, sentries, aiming mods, UI, markers. Without those, you can still play game, kinda, but it's not as pleasant. I say like that. Well, this it says joystick. You're playing on a controller? Are you? New warbands? No new warbands. Super credits? Yes. Too much super credits.
Der Kampf gelenkte Demokratie geht weiter.
No, I am not a homosexual to play with someone's stick.
Sure, that's not what I meant.
Verbündeter Zerstörer im Gestader.
It does says you like to bury the heads. Whatever that means. Play the funky music, white boy. Play the funky music, right. Psst, behind you. Psst, psst. Reflex sight. I don't know. Pew, pew, pew.
Salam.
Salama, yes.
Salam alaikum.
Salama, of course.
Salam alaikum wa rahmatullah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Whatever you say. So you think it's shit? It's a part of their scrapped DLC. That's what I think.
What is shit?
The the semi-automatic DMR. As you said, scuffed SVD.
It just looks like a retarded AKM.
Hey, I don't look at the model. I just shoot it.
Elongated.
I just look how it shoots. You want to do the major order or the bullshit?
Personal order: kill 50 enemies using the grenade launcher.
Complete a designated number of missions and choke
Hold
to gain intel total
Barley
plus super weapon. So what do you need?
Marfarli.
Yes, that's a main one, but we can do strategic opportunity.
Except from a still mission against automatons and
Chuki. No, that one. Go up. Where is it? Yeah, that. That's optional. Yeah, don't go stealth. That's a stealth.
Strategie ist ihre Stärke.
Yeah, that's fine. We cannot do that. We cannot do that.
I hate Latin. Why can't we do this?
No, we can do all of that except the platinum. You'll see. I suggest.
We did it fine last time.
The one where you carry the golden bars.
Yeah.
And they shoot you.
Yeah, there's like 50 million enemies.
Exactly.
FTL-Sprung.
Exactly. How was your day? Did you just woke up?
No, I woke up at like 9.
Oh,
I had to go do some paperwork.
Papers, please. You run stealth armor. Okay. That's.
I kinda didn't take it off. Do I have the grenade launcher?
Do you?
I don't have it. Can you take it? What do you want? You want the speed?
Wait. Come here. Go out. How do we go out? Yeah, let me show you. Come. You didn't buy it. Tell me you didn't buy it.
But I don't have enough money.
Come. You have. Like, there is always enough money. Don't bullshit to me. Like, that shit is like cheap dirt. Let me see. Stratagems. Yeah. It's one of the like default ones. Grenade launcher.
I don't see it. I think it's like something somewhere down. Ah, found it. It's 6K. Gotta buy it.
It's cheap. What do you mean you
Gotta
don't
buy
have?
it.
Do you have money for a supply bag?
I don't know. Maybe not. I don't really care.
It's well, it will give you more ammo, basically. Hello.
Verbündeter Zerstörer im Geschwader.
Oh. Fellow kill diver. Greetings. Oh, he uses jetpack.
Hello. How do I use voice chat?
He could be trolling. There is a button.
Hello!
Yeah, we hear you. Troll. Hello. A lot of homeless guys in the Arc Raider community still. If you have anything like expensive, like then like 5k, they will shoot you in the back. If you're like running the stealth gun, they won't. So I kind of learned to play budget non-stop. Nobody bothers me. Ultimate cheat.
Hold R.
I have the best spot. Jump! Boom.
Oh, I found the cock.
Does it have the thing?
Yeah, it does. I found
Nice.
the pretty cock.
What did you say? Wait.
Cock acquired, defeated.
Yes, grab the cock. Pardon my English. Smash that cock alike.
What is that then?
What do you mean, what is what?
Hulk scored.
Hey, come. Yeah, that's just the...
I need to blow him up.
Really? With a grenade launcher?
He doesn't think it's close. Pop your breath.
You know, you should make kills with the grenade launcher. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Let me just reload. Come back here.
But don't... That's fine, like... Don't reload it like non-stop. He had like 8 stacks of ammo, but if you...
No, I shot... Oh shit, who's that?
You wanna shoot them?
Fuck you guys.
Use grenade launcher and spam them. Spam.
Okay, no, that's a bad idea.
No, you can also reload from you know?
Like, go north.
Oh, I see. We are getting our ass fucked. Uh-oh. We gotta leave. Yeah, we gotta leave.
Like, go north.
Yeah.
Yeah, to the turrets, yes.
He's shooting us. You see that?
Astaghfirullah. Bro. Oh yeah, let's go to that tower. Let's go.
Shoot it.
This is a war, bro. I can't, man.
Shoot him in the legs.
I can't shoot while I'm driving.
You can.
An evil Albanian is seriously. I'm taking this, I need them.
You need stuff?
Yeah, I need the...
For your righteous crusade.
Yeah. No more ammo I can take here.
Yeah. That's why we got this car. Did you see the stream image that I put? Like, that fucking shit is useless. Oh yeah, drop the samples here. You know how to do that?
Oh yeah. Is this the extract?
Yeah, this is the extract. Now watch the random hobo out of these two. Not like that.
Oh sorry, wrong button, my bad.
I guess you could say it's wrong. It's X. Hold X to get the radio menu.
I was playing too much Minecraft, so I pressed G and it threw away the data.
Yeah, don't touch the samples. You hold X for radial menu and then you drop it. Don't touch the samples.
Where's my...
Everything is there.
Take that, isn't it? That's a really funny horn you did there. Sound like a fart. Why don't we go to the other objective? I think that's a turret.
I know. Don't judge my driving, thanks. What are you shooting? Shoot those guys. Here is something. Here is like a pro advice. Try shooting them in the leg.
It's kinda hard when you're moving.
Yeah, but like aim lower so the grenades hit the ground. You're gonna kill them with splash.
Ah, it doesn't matter if I aim lower. It still goes to the other fucking side.
Oh. Well. Listen.
All I know about. Yo, let me take
the money. Play the funky music right going. Yes. You found the objectives? Kind. Thank you, guys. Nice, you got him. I'm kind of fearful when people shoot the grenade launcher from the car. Sometimes grenade will bounce out and hit the roof and the car, and like once a guy killed all of us. Unintentionally, yes, but it did happen. Boom. Little bit space, little bit space. Oh, oh. Don't get smacked by the sentry.
Yes.
Hey, I dropped the 2 sentries.
Ma dico dentro.
Go, 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 go.
Snake, what do you have?
C4.
You don't have a gun? Here, give your grenade launcher.
No, I was. No.
You must shoot. Help me.
How much do you have? You have 22 kills. I don't. C4. Let's go. Why did you busted the doors? Look at that. Look, you don't have the doors.
You will follow. Oh.
Oops.
You're making us look like
a
joke.
Go. Got it. Sorry.
Get in, my brother.
Sorry for the doors, guys. Oh.
Snake, that's
you might kill us.
Snake. Get the fuck away from me.
I'm not even holding gas. We're just sliding down the hill. Oh, we'll reload it. They're dropping shit. Okay, that's it. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all down more health.
Yeah, grab more. See?
Any more of this?
Yeah, grab even more if you want. And there you go, full. Ah, I see. That man found the bunker. Thank you. You wanna be Mad Max? You wanna drive the car? That car is pretty fucked up. I don't know when it's gonna blow. Did you get the kills? Yes, you got it. You wanna use C4?
No, not really.
Okay. Okay, sure. Sure, sure.
Just put myself.
No, you got the kills. You got the kills.
No, so I almost killed myself.
I know. I know you did.
By walking into the minigun.
Do you need ride? Do you like running?
Yes.
Yes, you like. Oh, I see. It's a bit of a problem.
No problem.
Boom. Fucking jammer. Another one. Fuck. Get him!
Dead. Oh, there's a tank. That orbital napalm kill a tank. Oh, this
If it hits the hull. We got it, we got it. There you go.
He's dead. Good.
What the fuck is cut? I see. Got him. I saw just some funny shit. The Hulk was sitting on the fabricator, you know, on little factory, and he was smashing like in the air, like for no reason. It looked goofy as fuck.
He was having a fun time.
Yeah.
Oh, good zombie development.
You want ride? What ammo?
No, I'm okay.
You are?
Job should touch it. I'm just sitting out, man.
Nope, nuke. That's a nuke there.
What the fuck is happening over there?
He shot a nuke. He shot a nuke. There are
no, dog. I mean over there.
Oh yeah, there is a walker right there. Tank! Okay. What's up, bitches? Oh, let me get us. Close enough.
Wir benötigen ein Geschütz. Ich bin am Terminal. Ich gehe ans Terminal. Außenposten geräumt. Ich bin am Terminal.
There we go. Let's go.
Who needs vision? I can just shoot blind into the dark.
They won't see him. And you won't see them, so... You can play that game. Oh, they're just walking. These civilians.
Well, we should have fucking lost.
Wir benötigen ein Geschütz.
Thanks. Where's my car? The fuck?
Over
It's behind.
yeah, it's like over there. One of them.
Fordere Vorräte an. Positioniere Tent, südwestlich. Weit weg.
And this civilian is like refusing to move. He's
Is that a
just...
tank? Oh, it is. I'm blowing him.
Let's go, guys, let's go. You wanna move away from there? You need right for exit?
Sure. I'm taking some ammo.
Yeah, grab it from that one, because we're leaving
Yeah.
it. Did you just jump off?
Yes.
Evakuierungsshuttle im Anflug. Wir benötigen ein Geschütz!
I don't know. I would say always leave the sample before the plane actually starts landing down. Sometimes they will, like, you know, shoot you with like a rocket or like a grenade, and your body will bounce to get resampled, but you know, don't mind me. Kinda my bad experience. Yeah, bloody tank. Watch out, tank. Tank.
Ankunftszeit T-30 Sekunden. Ankunftszeit T-20 Sekunden.
Did you get the tank?
Ankunftszeit T-10 Sekunden. Landezone räumen. Pelikan 1 am Zielort angekommen. Landung von Pelikan 1 im Gange. Pelikan 1 bereit zum Abflug. Shuttle Start in 20 Sekunden. Budget ist aufgebraucht.
Did it have 500? No.
Evakuierung abgeschlossen. Pelikan 1 hebt nun ab.
Sie haben den Mut der Helldiver zweifelsfrei unter Beweis gestellt.
Not bad. You wanna run the carry golden platinum bars with them while they're around?
Yeah, that would be nice.
You know, without being smashed to bits. I have a kind of retard approach for that. I usually use a tank and just like stuck the tank ass into like a wall and make them come right in front of me and just shoot them. And they all focus fire on tank instead of the people carrying bars. So, when did you invent the stuff that you stole from a Chinese video?
Days. Last one.
Or did you record it with Chinese cam software?
3 days in this one.
Mm-hmm. I see. Did I die? No, I didn't. Yeah. GG. Did you get a 15 medals?
Yes. No, I unlocked the weapon I wanted to use.
Which one did you want to use?
The crewmate.
El crematore. The flamethrower against robots. I guess. By the way, I got 2 grown-up cats sleeping in my room. One is sleeping on like a lazy bag, and another one is on the couch. It's so fun to watch. And I think this one sleeping on lazy bag, he's scared of the neighbors, you know, like black cat, the male black cat. They were like last night. It was like a deathmatch listening to that.
Deathmatch?
Yeah.
When they fight?
Yes. Cat deathmatch. Do they know what mission we are playing? Let me see. Oh, this guy knows. You brought Orbital. Okay, sure. Let's go.
Teleportstart initiiert.
Oh. What way did you play this? I like to play the Helldivers. I played from like time to time, like 2 or 3 hours a day, and that's it. But what made you play it? You got bored of Minecraft?
I unlocked the sniper. But I got it already. So.
Well, we played. They said it, like, it takes just like 1 login. And you'll unlock it. By the way, this is fully functional base. They
Hot dog acquired.
Thanks.
What the fuck is happening to him?
Yeah, some asshole is shooting us from behind
So,
that.
War Strider.
Yeah, War Strider. Yo, Tindo.
Yo, boom. Oh, there's a whatever that is.
Yeah, I'm kidding. It's a fucking elephant.
That laser's doing work. So we're stealing materials from the automatons, or just materials that they stole from us.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
Yeah, to what? It's our materials or their materials?
Does it matter?
No, but the Super Earth is like, oh, we can't use alien technology because we're superior. But we're stealing their materials?
It's raw material. What do you mean? Like, you know where all the samples are coming?
Yeah, what about some?
100 Meter. Sehr, nordwestlich, 50 Meter. Egal.
My angle is kind of bad.
Freiheit triumphiert erneut über Tyrannei. Das Evakuierungsshuttle erwartet Ihre Befehle.
Hier ist Pelikan 1. Ich kann die Evakuierungszone sehen.
Wir benötigen ein Geschütz! Ja, bitte Geschütz! Wir benötigen ein Geschütz!
Pelikan 1 bereit
That's
zum
pretty
Abflug.
smart.
Shuttle-Start in 20
What's over
Sekunden.
here?
Just get the fuck out.
Evakuierung abgeschlossen. Pelikan 1 hebt nun ab.
I think nobody died. I'm not sure. I didn't see anybody getting reinforced.
Yeah, nobody died.
Yeah, they brought the shield. That kind of helped.
I dropped a laser, killed like 50 enemies with one laser.
Yeah, because they.
They all clumped up.
Yeah, that's what they do. The only mission that you probably the laser would be good is this one, because they cancerously, you know, push.
Yeah. Maybe the bug elimination mission, like the small map, or the robot elimination, where there's like a fuck ton of enemies at one point. That's a good way to use that.
Yep. I've seen like people throwing it on like a bug nest, and you can easily clear it with anything, and they would just like, oh, let's kill like 5 bugs. Whose blood is this?
Not mine.
Okay. Sure.
Mission complete without a single friendly fire incident.
Yeah.
Democracy.
Absolute democracy. Okay. That's a nice camo. One more? Do you have time for one more?
Yes.
Thanks. That's the one where we steal their factory.
I have no idea.
It says seize industrial complex.
Yeah,
Yep.
oh, it's gonna be fun.
Orbit synchronisiert.
Yeah, it's fine. This is gonna be jammed. Your best bet is to go here on extraction. Everything else is jammed, you'll see.
We don't care.
Mark my words. Destroy the infidels.
Get that. Get this.
So, question: being that you took the fire dog, do you have like a fire resistant armor?
No.
Okay, it'll be fine probably.
No, you didn't shoot me last time. Yeah, actually, this robot has never killed me. The only thing that has ever killed me that was mine in this game was the fucking Gatling minigun bullshit.
Yeah, that's why you never carried Gatling Center. Gatling Sentry.
Yeah, that thing has killed me like I think more than anything else in this game.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to shoot in your direction. If it just spins around.
No, the thing with that is that it looks some random direction. Then when it sees an enemy, it shoots before it even starts like looking at it. So it just shoots in a circle and kills you. Don't give a shit.
No jammer? Walker, I hear a walker. Dead. Nice.
Südlich, 100 Meter. Taktikausrüstung im näheren Umfeld.
Got him.
What was the movies you said? You are in range, enemy or two. Good thing we have our own two.
Got him.
Dog, diggity dog.
Bordaußenposten zerstört.
What is that?
What is what? Tag it.
Cannon turret.
Is it the one that we refill?
Oh, it's gone. Whatever it was, it's gone.
Yeah, the guy is shot.
Oh, that still is alive. That thing is still alive. Man, it's perfect. That thing is dead, man.
Nice.
Well, whatever was alive, it was currently not alive. Except that one. Oh, and that there. Well, he's dead too now. That was a lot of Hulks for tier 7 difficulty. With like 10 Hulks.
So, apparently the tier 7 maps are a bug. Sometimes they feel like difficulty 10.
Well, yeah, right now there was like 15 Hulks and 2 fucking Thatcher shredders here.
Yep.
Did I kill this point? No, there's still something
So
left. Oh, there's the Thatcher.
that makes you think, is the difficulty 10 worse than this? And the probable answer is no. It's actually the same.
Sick.
What?
I'm dropping the orbital on this second thing because I have no more grenades.
Which orbital? Oh. Get out. Get out of there. It's gonna blow.
You have ammo?
I have. Come, get the ammo from my car. From a lovely car.
I wanna get that sample. There's a flying corpse of a Sith unity.
Flying corpse.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm currently stuck on him. Okay, now. Look at him. Well, I'll send it in general. He's just flying.
Wir benötigen ein Geschütz!
Go money. No money. Yeah.
Positioniere fest, südöstlich. 200 Meter. Ziel abgeschlossen.
So you kinda push that direction really nice. Not gonna lie.
Ziel nah eurer Position.
Or
Wie wär's mit einem Haken?
I see a turret and it's just spinning in circles. Is that supposed to do it?
Because they hack the... There is a factory you can hack. And when you hack it, it's just, you know... It spins around. That's what it does. It's this place here. It controls the sentry. And if you manage to hack it, the sentry is gonna, like, you know, be retarded.
I see.
More than usual.
What am I supposed to do in this place?
Oh,
I need to do this.
yeah.
Can't do this one.
To capture it. Need help with that?
No, do this.
Yeah,
I can do it,
I'll try to get that.
I would rather not try because I feel like I'm just gonna die. So. Seems pretty pointless.
If you drop down the orbitals, you'll probably kill them. Go money. No.
You go.
No, I was like, this is like the fourth container of this map, and none of them had, you know, financial gains. Requisition doesn't count. I have 50,000.
Acquisition's fucking useless.
50,000 acquisition. I have. Useless. Literally useless.
The flag is coming.
Flag, you say.
Ja, bitte Geschütz! Wir benötigen ein Geschütz!
More they come. through an orbit.
Yeah, they dropped the thing. Oh, he dropped the barrage. That's not orbital.
Yeah.
That's a barrage.
Oh yeah, I need to be next to the cloud for it to work. And there's 2 tanks.
Wait, what's the angle of the orbital?
From that from south.
Yeah. Fucking tank is shooting.
Oh, that guy is a problem.
Yeah, the tank is dead.
Can I shoot him with the laser?
Yeah, you can, but they already shot him down.
I'm using the gas. Oh, that's not good.
That guy? No, he's dead. Look. Who's that? Another tank, huh?
Südwestlich. Positioniere fest, nordöstlich. 200 Meter.
Sorry. Shoot him in the eye, he's dead.
No, it's the big one that has armor.
No. He's the same big spot, it doesn't really matter, you know?
I know, but he has armor. You know, they have armored eyes. You can't shoot an eye.
Armored eye? Yeah, but you're shooting heat. You're not shooting armor, you're just shooting heat. You shoot still over.
Well, I'm shooting him in the eye, man, don't worry.
Yes. Nice, good job guys, good job. We dropped that. I'm out. I'm out of it. Did we found the super samples?
No.
You wanna move like that on foot, you're gonna be slowed down.
I'll come. I just wanna kill him.
There is a walker. I hit him. Let's go fast. Fast! Fast! Listen, you will resupply as soon as we get out.
You're scared of the bots?
No, I'm scared of like they cheat, you know. They normal bots, you know, they aim bots you across the map. Fucking walker, you know, the factory walker, he cheats the anti-cannon across the map. Anti-tank cannon. Wait, I hear beeps. Beep beep. Never mind.
I've been enjoying it,
Listen, I'm the best driver you got. Don't judge me. Albanian driving. Did you say Albanian driving? Wait, car flip! Oh!
Yeah, this guy. I killed him.
God damn it. There goes the wheel.
Snake, you fucking troll.
Eh.
Evakuierung verfügbar.
Snake fucking troll.
Me? No.
I love my salsa.
I'm a very serious hell driver. Super samples? No? Yeah, that cannon is still spinning like retarded. I would move away from there if I was you. Maybe we should go.
Ankunftszeit T-1 Minute 30 Sekunden.
How far can the mortar shoot?
150, 200 meters range, which is like a
Sounds
lot.
pretty bad for a mortar.
Well, it's good enough. Trust me. Walker, factory walker.
Ankunftszeit T-1 Minute. Ankunftszeit T-30 Sekunden. Ankunftszeit T-20 Sekunden. Ankunftszeit T-10 Sekunden. Landezone räumen. Pelikan 1 am Zielort angekommen. Pelikan 1 setzt zum Landen an. Passt auf, wo ihr steht. Wir benötigen ein Geschütz. Countdown läuft. Bereit machen zum Abflug. Verstärkungsbudget ist aufgebraucht.
GG.
Evakuierung abgeschlossen. Pelikan 1 hebt nun ab.
Snake diver.
This wasn't hard. It's perfectly normal. Yeah, they spawn a bit more, but if you don't suck completely at like not dying, it's fine.
Snake diver, the diver of snakes.
Dive this snake. So the cat that's, I don't know if you can see him with the camera, he's sleeping on a lazy bag. His tail almost fell off last year when he was
Why? Who ate it?
he got into the fight with the other cats, tomcats, and they almost chewed him off. It was
Oh, no.
hanging barely, you know, and now he's fine. His
His
ears, his ears were also like bitten off a couple of times, like chewed on.
That's not good.
He got into a lot of fights. I don't know why. Because he has an unusual fur color. He's completely gray with like a white, pieces. The nose and the paws. They are all white.
My cat gets into a lot of fights too.
I don't know why. Probably because of the pussies. All the pussies in the hood.
Exactly.
Yes. You gotta get that pussy.
The nose again.
Okay, sure. Whatever. Sound like butter.
You love Vagin.
There is a funny Reddit image that says Obriela Samatsu, and the guy says, "Show me." No, listen. And then she sent him a cat without fur.
Oh no.
Guys, goes. Delete my number. Still play more or?
Well, we can.
Oh. So apparently, I think they chop up the last. The host is just thinking. So they chop up the last what's called the warband into like parts. So they are like giving it like piece by piece, which is fine. I think they leaked something like there should have been like car, driver armor, hell driver armor.
What driver?
Hell driver, not hell diver, hell driver. And I think that's why we got the supply car.
What driver?
Hell driver, indeed.
Die Operation ist beendet. Sie haben der Demokratie gut.
Wait, did we got the planet? Is that it?
No.
We didn't. Okay.
I picked the same plan we played on last, like 2 seconds ago.
Mm-hmm.
Orbit synchronisiert.
What is a normal FRV? Car?
It's this, the Pullman car. Yeah, the only good side is you can put a man out there so he gets killed really fast.
Sounds good.
It's not that good of a machine gun, and it hits ammo super fast, and the recoil is it's horrendous for a gun that's basically welded on a roof. It shouldn't recoil that much.
Start initiiert.
It shoots slow enough for it to not have any recoil at all.
Even the heavy machine gun?
Did you hear about the guy from Vietnam War? He's called like Eagle Feather or like something like that. He used the sniper optic on a fucking machine gun and shot the guy from like 2 kilometers away.
He's shitter.
No, it's kind of funny story. Well, it was for Americans. It wasn't for Vietnamese, I guess. So apparently he used a machine gun to snipe out somebody. That's demented.
He's stupid.
Yeah, he's the renderer, basically.
Crazy Chinese hacker.
He uses cheats. Wait, why is my armor already bloody? God damn it.
I think it's from the last mission.
Yeah, because we never changed the clothes. That's what I'm thinking.
Because we didn't die yet.
I see. Is that a cannon?
Nah, it shot those me. Oh, there's a cannon down.
My god, you brought a nuke. Nice. You wanna deliver it to the Sauron? B3. Let's go. Let's go, you and me. Make a sacrifice.
I shot the turret and he was not happy and he turned around and started shooting me.
Oh,
Hello, hello.
Hello, princess.
Who's the princess?
Isaac.
Get out, get out.
You want to say I'm his boyfriend, is that done?
Maybe Snake is neurodivergent.
Who, me? No. What is that?
It's open to everything. No matter the gender.
Oh. Well, I am multi-classing, I guess.
That's it. I got like 10 minutes ago from the trial. I didn't guess when the first message. Well, I couldn't, you know, because you can only click on the message once.
Nice, GG.
And Jennifer did it. I told him 3 people did it. And I read all the.
Good job, Italy, good job.
Accusation. It's called in English. I don't know. It's what they think I've done.
Okay.
The charge. Whatever it's called. And these guys are the ones. Like I have 2 charges. The 2 of the dudes together have like 10 drug charges together. And then there's like 3 different others that have bought as well from people, them too. And they're also getting charged.
So, what are you getting charged with?
Narcotics.
Either selling, buying, or using 7 grams of amphetamine.
Cocaine?
No, amphetamine.
You sold ketamine?
I'm gonna try it, but and then an unknown. The thing is, so this is the thing is 7 grams. I did. Okay. I use said no comment all the time. 40 minutes later. But they want to prove that I bought like 7 grams of amphetamine, which is barely even a charge enough to put me into jail at all.
That sounds like a poor man drug. Sorry.
No, yeah, but it's not that. No. Amphetamine is actually a high crime. Like, not high, but high from the other ones. Like, you can have like 1,000 pills, and it will equal like 5 grams of amphetamine. Cocaine and heroin is worse. Cocaine, like 0.33 cocaine, like not even a half a gram. Like 0.33 grams. That is enough for putting you in jail.
I see.
Like thoughts on this?
You need help?
You're the cocaine emperor, son.
Who's the cocaine emperor? Him? No.
You.
What? Why? Why am I? What do you mean, cocaine emperor? What did I do?
Snake, the king of cocaine.
Did you find the bunker? Is that it?
The Albanian prince.
The Albanian prince of snakes.
I can't see anything. There's all this Shrek juice flying around. I'm looking confused. Why does they not explode when I shoot their missiles on the back? That makes sense. They would explode. What is this? Is this a bunker? I found bunker.
Oh no, I'm playing Aram. I got a K. I got the W.
Crane. Kaiser. Come here, man.
30% increased damage from Kane. W. He's gonna go blue for sure.
Let me type them.
I think the good is
Money. Super money.
It's like, why do they not care about the bunker?
I'll get it. Because they're rich. I have 5,000 super credits. I think they're coming, by the way. See? The B3 is.
Oh, thank you.
Did you? I'll get it. Let me get a car.
You ignored me. Should I shoot him once?
No! He's coming,
Sure?
see? He's coming.
I'm gonna shoot him.
Don't.
It'll be a mishap.
He's coming, see?
Two super credits.
2 stacks. Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bloody car. The fucking Pelican pilot dropped the car on my head.
Markiere Position. Südwestlich. Kennzeichne Position. Landungsschiffe. Nordöstlich.
Nice. I exploded. Nice. Some kind of noob. I think they shot the C4 out of my hand. They shot C4 that I was holding. Basically. Kinda funny.
Nobody save me. You run out of stamina in this game so fucking fast. I'm not used to it.
Are you running heavy?
No.
Nice. Sounds like a factory strider. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's why you take the stim. So, Mr. Isaac, are you gonna be okay?
I'm over. That's my first trial. I'm not scared of this one. I've been there already. Okay, 18 reports, 30, going to was it fun? Nah. I'm gonna miss my kids, that's it. Otherwise I wouldn't care, it would be like vacation, literally. Not joking at all. I'm actually serious that because I'm gonna be picking a third one, not first and not second. I'm gonna get the third one, and third one is gonna be the easiest one, which is gonna be most freedom, and yeah, everything's chill.
Dude, are you just throwing that fucking shit around? B3. Oh my god. I think he's shooting.
Oh, B3 was with me.
Yeah, whoever that's here. I think he's shooting that grenade pistol, yeah. Yeah, he's shooting randomly grenades from the, you know, the ultimatum.
I think I'm the only one that has it. I don't know if they have it.
No, he has it. Factory.
Why is my guard dog not shooting? Is he recording? He's fucking trolling.
Use a plasma pistol, man. Simple. There is a random cannon. That one. Nice. Nice. I got ragdolled 2 times by the fucking grenade.
Südwestlich, in der Nähe. Nord, südwestlich, 50 Meter. Verstanden. Vielen Dank. Ja, bitte Ausrüstung. Freiheit triumphiert erneut über
think B3 brought a nuke with him. The nuke back. Yeah. Mad lad.
Pretty dumb.
Südlich. Markiere Karte. Südwestlich. 100 Meter.
What the fuck is this white shit? Hello?
Factory Strider. Help.
There's a plane in this guy. Isaac the Cook Master.
We got you, we got you.
Positioniere Tent. Östlich. 100 Meter.
Isaac, we can put a hunt if you want.
Yeah,
Well, I'm still in game, so don't worry. Help him.
He is already in a match.
He's playing League.
Oh! Okay.
The best game ever, League of Legends.
It's fine. It's a bit old, but it's fine. They turn it into like a money cow. You know, that skin that costs like a couple of $1,000 and it's exclusive. Basically a tax for retards.
Yes.
Sorry to say that, but
$700.
$700 fucking dollars. Why would you ever give that money to Red? Like, imagine Hunt making like a unique prestige, a limited edition skin for faithful, you know, hunter. Imagine that.
They would never do.
They
made a skin for the
Phantom,
the Mosin, and the normal Winfield for prestige.
Yeah, I got that one. This that one is not bad, but
I like the Mosin. It looks really good.
it's clean.
The Winfield one is kind of mid. Like fucking adorable. Oh shit, my bad.
What?
Why is the turret looking up into the sky? Is it trolling?
He just gave up. He just gave up.
He's just looking into the sky. What is he looking at?
Maybe he's aimbotting.
Oh yeah, Isaac. I bought Diablo 4, by the way. So if you ever feel like playing Diablo, we can play that.
Nice.
I don't know if you can have it.
I have no idea what you said.
I don't know if I have it.
I don't think you have Diablo 4, you need to buy it.
Might have it.
It's not free. Never was. That's a Blizzard. They don't give stuff away.
Yeah, I think I have it.
Maybe subscription. Do you have an Xbox subscription?
No, you think I'm an Xbox nerd? Fucking hell.
No. Microsoft Game Store.
Snake, I climbed the mountain. I am gold.
Let me try to see super samples, guys.
Ankunftszeit T-1 Minute 30 Sekunden.
Don't wait for me. Do we have them? Wait. Maybe we do have them. Can you check on the spawn?
I'm currently on the mountain shooting.
I see.
Ankunftszeit T-1 Minute.
Rapists.
What the fuck?
Yeah, the plane. The plane shot you.
What the fuck shot me?
Rapist.
The only rapist here is me.
We got him.
Fucking man was ball.
Something hit me randomly.
One.
Walking barrage. Fuck that shit. I don't see anything. I got you, Mr. Kaiser.
There was a time.
Could be. Could be that. Ow!
How much it was?
Get in! D3, get in!
Fuck, I thought it was swamp.
Get in! Swamp man. Oh, nice.
You're gonna die.
No.
The wisest Albanian never gives his secrets away.
Okay. Good luck, guys. I'm gonna leave you.
Oh. Bad advice,
No. Can I stay? Do you want me to leave the room?
Oh, you can. No, you can stay in the car. I thought you're leaving.
No, I'm not. I mean, as I said, I can, but I'm not playing anymore. It's fine. I have my share of gameplay.
Jedu w magazyn Gucci St. Petersburg.
Yeah, this thing levels up fast when you play like when you don't play like level 3-4 missions.
What then?
When you play like level 3 or 4 missions, you get like a tiny bit experience. Oh, that guy is hanging in the air. Hang in there, Sif. You could make that a poster, I guess. So, is there some kind of a dominant strategy now in a hunt with the balloon?
The only strategy is play with shotguns or play with a sniper.
So that's the same.
There's no strategy. You either are the faggot or you become the
So
faggot.
how do you like steal the bounty as it is about to leave the map?
Oh, you don't.
You turn off the balloon shit. You turn
No,
it
he's not
off.
talking about that. He's talking about like the actual bounty. You know, when they're trying to run away to extract, you can't really stop them unless you have a sniper.
Can you release balloon by yourself? They do everything and you release it and you get the bounty?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. If
Yeah.
you kill them or if you just sneak in and steal it, you can do it too.
So you can like make them do all the work and just kill them? Like,
Exactly. But it's very unlikely unless they're not like pulling everything on and not checking the balloon, going out to fight another team, and then you do it. But very unlikely that they would run out of the basement because they're pussies.
Ilshot skin
Everyone in
stot.
Hunt is pussies.
Welcome
I'm not
to
a
my
pussy though,
channel.
but everybody else is a pussy.
Okay, tell me when you're done with your game.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm gonna go in Hunt now.
Okay, Snake is playing with us though. You said you'll play.
No,
yeah.
no. When did
Yeah,
I say
heard
that?
it. Oh, I
You
heard
said it.
you could give at least one game, maximum two.
He doesn't want to.
Just one.
I can be like +1 if you really want to, Cloud, but don't expect anything from me.
We don't expect anything. We just want to play with
There you go. Don't expect a thing.
We don't care. At least I can't speak for myself. I don't
I'm
care
not gonna
about this game
I'm gonna
anymore that way. that
really.
easily.
No,
yeah, I'm just trying to have fun with crazy loadouts.
Yeah, the only.
And Joseph will say, Isaac's trolling.
Yeah, but he will still
When
go
is
for
his
the
loadout?
bounty. The as soon as you don't go for the bounty, you just go to kill everybody. That's fine. If you go for the bounty, you basically give away your position for like $500, which is not good idea.
I don't care about XP, money, or
Yeah, that's what the Cloud does. He always go for the bounty. You don't go for that. You go for a kill.
Yeah.
$500.
He goes for the
What?
money. He's cursed.
You're gonna blame me for what I'm.
No.
Wait, Snake is actually coming? Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen Snake in Hunt Showdown.
First
I don't know
time?
if I've played with. I don't remember if I've played with him actually.
Invited you. Maybe played like one game.
When I was Nick the Goblin, maybe we played.
Goblin, he said.
I was actually good one time.
Okay, let me cancel invite, let me invite Snake, because he's probably gonna accept before you do, because you're a faggot.
Yeah, I'm gonna choose my loadout. Fuck off.
What is this? What is the like a random hobo images they put in game?
There's a hobo?
Yeah,
There's a hobo.
they added some images.
With his career player profile.
So they added a bunch of other bullshit that was on the what's it called, the battle pass.
Call of Duty?
No. There was like other. This is the stuff from the battle passes of the past, and they put it on a sale.
Yeah,
so I I bet people that play the battle pass feel like retards.
Well,
because they sell
they
you
put,
exclusivity.
Yeah, they put the Indian guy I got for free from the battle pass. They put it for sale. And I've seen people actually be happy about it.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't care. I don't care if people can buy it. It's okay. But I care about people. Oh, it was exclusive. I thought I'm gonna have it and nobody else gonna have it. No, like what you are, like a man child.
It's like you are the master of disguise.
I'm a master of. How do I retire a hunter? Dismiss.
You need to be level 50.
Fuck that shit. Oh,
They removed the fact that you know why they removed the fact that you can like retire a hunter level 25. You can only do it at 50 now. Because before you could do it from level 25 and above. Now you can only do it on 50.
Why? Because people tend to
I don't know,
rush to
people
level
were speed
25.
leveling.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they were speed leveling.
And they just like, oh, it's too fast. We need to slow it down. Slow it down, and they slow it down.
Then they give you every gun in the game for free, and you can just play with anything you want.
Yeah.
Isaac has that Chinese loadout. Look at this fucking loadout, amazing.
Look at this loadout.
I like Snake. That's a good one.
No, wait. Where is the homeless guy?
Play with that. Oh my god.
Wait.
3 Nagants. You take 2 Nagant precisions, but each has a different skin. You know?
That's how you know that I play this game too much. Where is it?
Are you going fanning on that?
What fanning?
You can't fan a precision, man.
You can't?
A precision.
You can't?
I think
You can't?
Permat you can. You don't know.
You can!
No, he thinks. He thinks he can't. You can.
Oh,
I watched Psycho Ghost
They
do
added it.
Yeah, it's retarded.
Ghost did it.
It's retarded. You shouldn't
But
be
how
able
would
to.
you?
Yeah, I
How
know.
would you fan? What?
It's
It shoots
retarded.
so fast. It shoots
No, but
so fast.
no,
fanning,
Isaac,
bro.
shut up. No, but
He's-
how would you logically be able to fan that? Like,
It-
it's
it-
not possible.
doesn't have a logic.
It
Get it?
But it used to.
Yeah,
It used to.
It used
Listen.
to be a good game. Yes.
Listen, he's correct.
How would you fan a precision? Like, where would you put it? In your pocket? Like, you
Yeah.
put it around your cock and you like hold it there and then boom, boom, boom. Like, what?
Yes.
Where'd you put the fucking buttstock?
Don't
How
worry.
do you fan it?
Don't worry. Hunt is a great game.
That doesn't make any sense.
I know. I know.
It doesn't. Good.
It doesn't make
yeah.
sense. I know.
Hello.
It doesn't.
Hello. It doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't. But it's stupid. I was shocked. I thought it was AI for real when I watched Psycho Ghost doing it. Like, what? That ain't happening. It happened. No, you can't do it. You could.
can.
He ran a Deadeye, Nagant, and a normal. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he's fanning them, so he had like no recoil when he was fanning.
Yeah, because it has a
No
butt stock.
recoil.
Yeah.
Yeah, no recoil. And he just shoot, wipe two fucking whole trios, man. You can hit them far away, bro. Spam. It's fucked up.
Wait, you guys are playing non-stop and you still got this low bounty?
No, we barely play. Well, like, some days we play a lot. Like, a lot, I mean 6 games. Before Josep or they gets that mad, they leave. I wanna keep going, but it's boring playing alone.
Yeah.
Because I think I'm down to 3 now. At D rank, I was halfway to 5 before, and now I think I'm 3. Because I wanna have more fun in the game, you know. We fucked up shit. But yeah, it's me. Even if I go in a trio, it's me against all the enemies. I cannot expect anything from the 3 people. I can't. 3 more. I cannot expect anything from anybody.
Yeah, trust in yourself. That's how
Yeah.
I do it.
But I'm not that bitch who does that if I go in a trio, you know. So my
You're
brain
not
or
gonna
my
leave them.
heart-
You're just gonna
yeah,
play
my
with them.
heart doesn't leave them. My brain wants to leave them.
Wait, which card do you have?
Regen.
You are actually using that. I see.
It's first time. I'm gonna use it. First time.
It's the sun card, no?
I'm never using cards. There's nothing up there. And don't worry, I did bring a pistol. I've seen this girl on YouTube. I don't know what her name is. I remember. She kills everybody with a Jerry. I think she's aimbotting or something.
The skinny woman from the US.
Yeah, I have like not tattoos.
She is.
but
She
like,
is.
she's calling her
Watching
face all the time.
watching her gameplay feels like he's cheating. Maybe she's that
Yeah.
good. Maybe she's good. I don't know.
Yeah, but it really feels it feels so good.
What about the then?
I poisoned somebody.
Ouch!
Sorry.
Ouch!
How
Don't
much?
worry, I can
How
give
much?
you one as well if you want.
No. How much health did that take?
A whole 25 bars.
That's fine.
Barely a whole. Oh! I hear people shooting in the game.
Yeah, they're in number.
Wagon, do you wanna grab the wagon stuff? Right here?
There's a wagon. There's a Nagan silencer with subsonic ammo.
Somebody shooting?
No, there's a gun. You can pick it up if you want.
Hidden location found. tarot cards. You can pick the tarot card here for free.
Who are you beating?
Well, they're not coming here. I would have seen them by now.
So
I need to shoot this gun. How wide is it?
So the boss isn't in Arden Parish. What do you mean, the Silence Nagant?
Yeah.
It's unupgradable. Like, it's silenced and he has a special armor, so...
The Hanging Man. Spectre.
Necromancer.
Yeah. Good, I didn't take it.
Someone took the magician.
Yeah, I took it.
Okay, I'm gonna spectate. I wanna see what they are. There are the market.
Where are they?
They're right in front of us. They're right here.
They're right here. They're right here. Left side.
In Norden.
Yeah. Oh, I saw one. I can shoot you this far.
I think they went away, no?
They will run your way, bro.
They should.
Who's the hooker? You?
Yes.
Yeah,
What?
it's a bug. It's a bug.
What?
So let me explain it to you. So the bolt impacted, and because of the lag, poison didn't react, so they just ran away.
Now they will know.
We'll let them know.
Oh, bro, I was playing with the Springfield, and it feels exactly like the Louisville in Hunger. Like, the exact same gun, except the Louisville is much slower, but it feels like the exact same gun.
I see.
Like, the Louisville is a black powder gun, you know, it's very slow, so you have to reload it very slowly, but and it sounds better, but it's
Can I kill
basically
the
the same
poison?
thing.
Can I kill this bitch with poison quick?
I'll kill her if you want.
That was not my question.
With the crossbow, yeah, kill it.
I think we can, I don't really know. I already have it.
I don't.
Every time I take this perk, we always find it in game.
Which one?
Quartermaster.
Quartermaster.
It's a really expensive trait, and sometimes I
All
take
game I
it.
played, I went levering and fanning, and both of them dropped.
Oh look, they fueled the balloon.
Let's go there, no?
What does it say?
Office?
Extract is locked.
Snake, you want the Berthier or
No,
Officer Carbine?
No.
It's here in the house if you
No,
want it. There's
thanks.
also poison on it.
wanna live. I just wanna live.
Let's go for the balloon, no?
Sure, boss.
Oh.
Yeah, they're
Outside
fighting.
the prison wall.
I can see them. They're right
Yeah,
there.
outside prison wall as well. Hey.
No, I was walking behind us. You know, random people behind us. You know, the team at Arden Parish, they couldn't disappear, right?
Nope. And they didn't activate the hide something. I think they did a long turn around.
And they're gonna kick us from behind. No problem.
Just crows everywhere.
I can fix. Let me come. Okay, so can I shoot that without?
Shoot at them, don't shoot below them. Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
I see him. He's on the bridge here. They went inside. Oh. He's like outside here.
Behind,
Another team
behind,
is over there.
northeast.
Yeah,
Isaac,
they're over there.
Isaac. The hob was from Arden Parish.
Ah, they're over there. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna come here. Better believe it.
I saw a guy up here in the tower.
The tower? Oh.
Okay, that guy saw me.
200 ping.
This guy saw me. He's shooting at me.
You wanna swing around?
They are going a long turn again. These people behind us.
Yeah.
Goes like over here, like north, 345. I think we go around everything. We go to the medical things. We go through that. I'll take the shots.
Oh, no, you won't. Nobody's shooting at the hook yet. Like,
nope.
You are denying them a free pussy.
I think the enemy team is like, yeah, they're right there. Someone died.
I can shoot boys sitting down! I can shoot them from here! 2 people!
Where?
Over here.
Whatever.
Silencer.
Are you out in the open?
Window of the big building.
People come.
They are? There. Good job.
One
You
down.
killed him.
One more on me.
Snake, be careful of the window. He shot the window of the tower.
One is hit.
I see it.
They're shooting me as well. Both teams. Hit one of them. I'm alive. I'm alive.
Oh, headshot. Sorry, Cloud.
It's okay.
Are you up in the heaven?
No. No. They're gonna kill us both. From
You can
the.
res me. Fuck it, bro. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I might die, so I try to peek, I guess.
He's at the same place, Cloud, you know?
Dog is shooting.
You don't have any stamina left.
I'm being shot by three people, man.
Yeah, 3-4 people are shooting you at the same time.
They're on me.
Okay. I need to hide somewhere. Get in the fucking bunker.
One is here, but left. One dead.
Yeah, somebody is sneaking you from the right side.
I can hear the guy on
I'm nice. Pushing me.
Nice. Nice. Another one.
Up. He shoots me.
I'm lagging. What?
Yeah, he shot that shot now. Did you see that?
Dead.
I lagged.
Did you hear delay? He got shot like 2
Yeah,
seconds.
I had like really bad delay.
They're dead, bro. Both of them. I'm gonna pick up one of those guns. So I can shoot.
You saw the delay, right?
Yeah. He got hit 2 seconds after you got into the cover.
That is.
Oh, the Chinaman people.
I can't even see him.
Yeah, he's deep inside the room.
I missed him.
Yeah, he's right there.
I need him to peek. I can't see him.
The guy left on the wall. That guy.
I don't know where my bullets
You're getting
are
shot at.
going.
I got headshot. I don't have the guns to shoot them. I have no bullets.
Well, cannot see him. He shot like 5 times in that window.
That wasn't a headshot. Wow, I'm surprised.
Yeah,
Well, my loadout worked a bit. I ran out of ammo.
They are keeping you at range.
Yeah. I could handle one guy shooting, but bro, 3 people shooting same time all the time, no.
So these guys that pushed you, they are like close combat, and the guys that are back there, they're, you know, snipers.
Yeah, but all the close ones, they're dead, bro.
Yeah, nobody's pushing you. They're just sitting there.
Yeah.
You hit the. Oh, you're not actually hitting them. You're hitting the metal. See?
Yeah, for us, but not for him.
Really?
Yeah. You will see when he shoots, because he has a different ping, you'll see that the shot is not registering, but he gets the X anyway.
Knuckle snake. I need to loot those guys for items.
Isn't the smoke gonna kill me?
No, it doesn't do damage.
I need to... Yeah, I only have 2 pistols.
Okay, I killed the guy in the window.
Oh. But I only have...
Wait, you need a bandage? Come.
This guy has the... What's it called?
Yeah. I need to pick up... I just need to get a gun.
The other guy, what does this guy have? He has a Deadeye.
Now I'm ready to battle, guys. I'm ready.
You are ready?
I have a Vetoli. I have a Vetoli. Is it a fast shooter? No, this is bayonet. And I have dual pistols now.
How is there only 2 dead people? There should be 3.
Yeah, they killed one over here somewhere. They killed one, and that's when I engaged.
I have witness, I don't see him. So either he's alive or I don't know.
They're running away. Watch the map.
Down.
Watch the map, they're running away.
Yeah, that's the other bounty. These guys are so probably here. Yeah, they are. You can hear them. They're still inside. He closed that door after I killed him. Is there any ammo in here? No armor. They're beetling. That's funny. He's peeking the roof.
2 only, bro. It's only 2 right there.
Oh, you headshot him. He's on the left, on the wall.
Got it.
Well, one of the, oh, he jumped down. One
Jumped down one.
He pushed.
He's shooting off the wall. can res me, Snake. I think. Yeah, you can res me.
On me. Any more?
One more.
One more!
I shot you. I shot you. By the way, I shot
I
you.
know.
Because
I know.
you keep swinging left and right in front of me. I shot you.
You shot me, I know.
Yeah.
Fuck, I got two of them. And he had fat. He lost one. Yes, let's bring the other second on.
Yeah, this is too chaotic for me. Good luck, guys.
Thanks for playing it.
Yeah, sorry for shooting in the back.
No, don't be sorry.
No, it's
Shit happens, bro. Shit happens. I swinged out and yeah.
I was shooting, I was
It's
spamming
pretty
bullets.
fucking
No, listen, I was shooting like bullets like at the guy's position, and he just like go left, right, and just pop in the back.
Yeah, I can't stand still, then I would die, no?
Well, you did die.
But yeah, got 4.
Sorry.
Okay. Thanks for playing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go the hook again. Now what
Hunter's
stupid
scope
loadout?
6.
X and a baseball bat. That's stupid.
Yeah.
Or bring a spear and no guns, and first guy you kill, take off his guns and run away.
Yeah, so basically make a loadout. Yeah, we have done that before, me and Josip, but we did it because we were really poor back in this.
So you steal their guns and run away and let them res and play.
No, yeah, we steal their guns and kill them all.
No. The pro move would be to wait for them in the ambush and kill them with like a throwing spear or something. Steal the gun, let them res, and see how they're gonna play without guns.
It's me.
Hello.
Hello.
Guten Abend.
What's up? What are you guys doing?
Played Hunt.
Oh, hell yeah.
You play it?
Not in a long time.
Ah.
Snake is Hunt Master.
Good time to start, is any?
Snake, you sound like a Witcher NPC sometimes.
Me?
Yeah.
You must construct additional pylons.
No, not StarCraft. Witcher.
I know.
Troll.
Do I go flechette on rival and then I go like
Yeah.
packed bleeding?
Yeah, but
Bro, listen.
I watched Cloud. I watched Cloud. He lagged. He shot the guy 2 times with a double barrel. He got shot at, got to the cover, and then he got the hit mark. So retarded.
Isaac, listen. So you take double barrel with bleed, and you buy an upper nut. You know, the haymaker.
You can play that without
because
Quartermaster?
it's really fun.
Bro.
If he takes a sawed off one. I don't know why he would take a full double barrel with blade on. It's kind of stupid.
Exactly. Perfect. I like stupid things.
With my loadout. My loadout is better than yours.
My loadout better than yours.
Bro, that just makes no sense at all. Your loadout. Okay, if you have like something new.
So what did he take?
Bro, it is complete. It's complete genius.
Are you streaming for him?
No.
I can watch it.
Let
You
him
can
watch your loadout.
Oh, you want me to?
Please. That's not just a stupid loadout, that's retarded loadout.
Let me see. Let me
Bro.
see.
Bro, I'm gonna be the shotgun dude. You're gonna go in and complain.
really?
The
Well,
Jones is gonna empty
it's
40 bullets.
It's not.
Bro,
it's
I'm
not
gonna have
bad.
a lot of bullets,
It's not
bro.
bad. It's not good either.
Yeah, we got a German gun or two.
But wait, look, I go this. Yeah.
He has 3 pistols, man. It's okay.
German?
We win. Yeah, he has 3 pistols.
Yeah, he's a pro. Oh, look at him. El Pistolero. Maybe a Psycho Ghost? Question.
No. 'He's dog shit.
You can see his stats. He's not like hidden.
No.
So, would you kick a guy from a party if he's like with hidden stats?
No, we play with anyone.
Really?
They usually leave when like when they see my fucking loadout, they just leave like end the match.
This guy. Wait, what does he have? Nice. I love it. Yeah. Oh yeah, did you take the new code of it? I didn't do it yet.
I didn't do it either.
You get a skin for the health bar shot. And 2,000 event points. And 5,000.
Fuck's we got in game.
Yes, bro, this is a nerd.
What do you get?
He's a pedophile, bro. He has dog shit KD and he has 4 million bounty. This guy's a pedophile.
Bro, the KD doesn't matter in this game.
No, the bounty does.
If you have low, but if you have low KD and you're playing normal shit, then it matters. If you're playing retarded shit all the time and has a bit lower KD, so fine. But you never know when you load out. But you see this guy's loadout, I respect it. He's going 3 pistols.
He has a worse loadout than you. Maybe he's that good.
Yeah.
Does he have fanning?
Or he's just
Can you see that?
Wait, he's fanning a pack? Screenshot maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can. Why would you not?
I don't know.
Like, pack shot is the most normal pistol you would be able to fan in this game.
Yeah, by the way, next game, fuck, I'm gonna go Deadeye and normal.
It's raining.
And I'm gonna go fanning. And I'm going only fanning.
Only
Let me
fanning.
open this guy's profile. I
Yeah,
don't know if it's
only
fucking
fanning.
dirty.
That should be like a Hunt Showdown username. Only fanning.
Hello.
Hello.
You are German?
You're gypsy?
But should I stab him like I did the other guy? And then
No,
fucking
don't,
wait for-
bro. He's gonna rage quit. He's gonna leave.
Yeah, don't.
Snake, I
Don't.
stabbed the guy like 5 times and he just rage quit because he wouldn't talk. So he wouldn't talk to me. So I stabbed him like twice and then he called me like a retard and I stabbed him again and then he just rage quit.
No, then he shot George. Then he
Yeah, he
stabbed
tried
him.
killing me, but I kept stabbing him.
He is oh, misclick, because Joseph said misclick.
And then he just rage quit. And then he wrote on my profile that I'm a faggot or something. He wrote something like that I'm
You
like.
see the map I
troll.
get into as soon as I go like normal shotgun?
The-
Actual shotgun loadout?
The rain map.
No, mine.
No.
Mine map.
Hello?
Closed.
Oh, that one. Nice. Very nice.
Why you not speak if you have a microphone? You are a pedophile?
Pedophiliac.
I hate when people don't talk in these fucking games, man. Why the fuck do you play a team game if you don't fucking speak?
Because
So-
they try hard.
But yeah, unironically, he's tryharding. I'm fucking trolling and he's tryharding. So
Yeah.
that's the reason why that guy rage quit, by the way. But he was fucking 3 MMR PewDiePie. It's not like he's actually good at the game. Like, I would understand if they're actually good at the game and tryharding, but they're not.
He's just bad. So what's the red dots on the map?
It's where people took a clue.
Oh, now it's red. It used to be different colored, I think.
The enemies are not around us.
Yeah.
I got a mace, random beetle. I got stalker beetle, huge.
Don't.
But he's gonna mute me.
He is.
He probably already did mute me, realistically speaking.
Yeah.
Do you think they really are here? Cause I ran here, bro.
No, nobody's here, man. They're look. You see on the map? They're in the stronghold. Stronghold and on the whatever what map? That's south part of the map.
I don't feel confident on this map. I don't know all the peaks and people could be or nothing.
Sometimes you can see them camping the mines, waiting for people to pass by.
It happens all the time. Yeah.
It's not like, oh, they were just passing by. No, they literally were sitting there waiting for people to come through.
The beer. I mean the bear.
Yes, beer.
God, Emulate? Bro, it's dried up.
Really? Is that like a skin?
No, it's because it's raining, so he, like, you know.
Ah, makes sense.
He's all soggy. Isaac is dying to the bear.
Where's the... Yeah. Convict. But really?
That's really good. Where is it?
I'm almost dead. On the bear. I'm not gonna heal.
Conduit.
Need a mid.
So I guess it won't banish the boss until the balloon is filled up or something. They're like actually full on tryharding.
Ping if you see a medkit.
Probably find one here in the cave.
I found. I killed the bear with drones.
There's
there.
loot
I
here
shot
you
him
can-
once.
Oh, you actually have the red flares.
Yeah, the monkey.
Yeah, those are the fun to play with.
What the?
Oh, you got set
Thank
on
you,
fire.
Riot Games.
What lit you up?
The guy was on fire and then he walked into a fucking oil slick.
Oh. I see.
Why am I bleeding? Did you hit me?
What? No. I would never, bro. Ouch.
You shot the German?
No, I saw the Isaac.
Fuck. What? You are retarded, bro. You suck at
It
this game.
says it says killed yourself.
Yeah. Oh, I'm on fire.
You dumb. Fuck off!
Come here.
So don't. It's you don't even need enemies. Well,
no, Joseph kills himself.
Where's the clue, man? Yo, he dropped a trade. What's this? Witness. That's huge. There's another red barrel here.
Witness.
Witness, man.
Bro,
Sorry,
burning
relax.
away my HP. Whoa! I almost lost the ball there. Because that bitch, flaming bitch.
He's chasing you.
No, I need a medkit. Here's a medkit.
Is there any way to heal yourself?
No, not really.
Why don't you ping the point for us? You're not, teammate. You're on your
Because he's a faggot, bro. He's level 100 pedophile. Like he has some fucking kind of issues, bro.
How much KD does he have?
He plays to win.
He has 1.19 KDA.
What, bro? This is not a human being.
But he's a pedophile.
No, he's bad at game.
Yeah, he's literally shit.
Is he getting hit by the AI?
No, that's yours.
No, I died to the barrel twice. I don't think these guys are gonna peek anything, so...
Oh, they're in here?
Yeah, they're in here.
Okay, I had dockside. One over here, two inside. Peeking like us.
Oh, there's a guy here. He's behind us. It's a shame I'm probably a one-shot for their guns, so...
You going? Oh, he's going. He's close.
He has lover.
That's what all.
I know he's there, but he's behind the metal and barrels and shit. Yeah, man. I'm a one-shot, man. It's kind of impossible.
He just body tapped you, no headshot.
Yeah, because I'm a one-shot. I saw him though. I didn't get to shoot him before he shot me. If you see my body, he like if you aim directly up, like there's like a railing. Yeah, the same level you were looking at, but just behind those pipes. He's there. I don't think guys it's listening.
He's focused on playing. You got rest? No? No.
Don't knock on him. He's probably just watching.
Oh, he is the hooker. I see. So that's the German guy, no? With the pistol?
No, this is Isaac.
Him? He's using a PAX?
Yes.
Is you all tapped because it's stuttering the stream.
Yeah, I'm not on. It's another two.
I'm dead.
That he shot me from up there. Yeah, he's shooting.
I know, brother.
He can see. Yeah, there to the left. He's there. He's in the same. He did not move.
Shut up.
I'm being revived? Why am I being revived?
By German.
Whoa!
What the fuck am I
He
supposed
ran
to do?
up and shot him with shotgun, brother.
He's here. What? Bro, they're right here. They're down. Like, what? Yeah. He was chasing you. Man, I'm gonna back off and play a bit safe because I'm kind of useless with no HP.
Oh, they took traps.
I'll not make the journey all
They put double poison traps here. I took one of them. I used it.
If there was an angle, I can shoot them from here, but there's no fucking angle.
I'm gonna do something. Whoa. Hey, bro, no. Traps here. Traps here.
Who are you shooting?
Someone is. I don't know. I was just shooting in the windows, bro, and there was a guy. Unlucky. Here's this yellow shit, bro.
He's here. He closed the window. That's crazy.
A new day dawns.
Speak. This is all we have. As expected.
What did I get shot from?
Silencer.
It's a team under. From here, bro. This island. Someone shot me.
Sure?
I'm sure.
Well, maybe if the rain stops raining, I would be able to tell you there's actually someone there, but I don't think anyone was there. At least for now. What? He's here. Well, he's next to him. Next to him.
Hello. Where such?
He's right here. He's like right here somewhere. I don't know where. Wait, he's in the bush.
Yeah, bro.
Pozdrav.
I'm dead. He headshot me.
I can't. I don't have HP for this.
He fucking headshot me.
Why did you just push me with a shotgun?
That was what I was doing. What pushing? And you headshot me.
Okay.
So, isn't it like better to play with like 50 health points chunks?
Ask you.
No, because if you get into the trouble with fire a lot, maybe you should play with the big bats. I'm not trolling.
Not even gonna comment.
You were talking about reviving and stuff. It doesn't matter if you're dead.
What's him up playing with?
Like most of the guns that people use already one tap you when you're like below 125 health, right?
Yeah, you sound like you wanna swallow my cock, bro.
No, why are you mad?
I'm not, but I'm just saying
You
it
sound like that.
Welcome
you sound like
to
you
my
wanna
channel.
swallow my penis.
Okay. Good luck, man. Sorry for being rude. Sorry.
I'm going this.
Yeah, good luck. It's fine. It's fine. People being salty. Hello, amazing. Do you like the stuff they gave us? The new thing, you know, the sniper rifle, marksman rifle. Probably a part of a warband. They didn't release on time, so they decided to, you know, like, okay, we're just gonna give it as reward, which is probably smart idea. Okay. Pum, 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 pum. Sorry for back. It's right. I like abilities with good fucking tracking. That's nice. Kill that guy. Take that scorpion. Is it dead? Nice. Jesus Christ! Good luck with the matches. Yeah, sure. Sure. Si dobar mačak.
As expected.
Where's the bridge? Where did the bridge go? Bridge.
Grinding Gear Games had spent years developing Path of Exile through close testing and refining its systems with feedback from a small but dedicated community. Most of those decisions had already been made long before Diablo 3 reached players. As more players began looking elsewhere, many eventually arrived at Path of Exile. By then, the game had already spent years finding its own identity. Path of Exile officially launched in 2013. Compared to Diablo 3, the release was almost invisible. Outside the action RPG community, very few players knew the game existed. Grinding Gear Games didn't have Blizzard's marketing budget or decades of brand recognition. Every few months, Path of Exile changed. Challenge leagues introduced new mechanics, items, bosses, and tons of ways to build characters. Some disappeared after a single season. Others became permanent additions after players embraced them, gradually expanding the game year after year. Players who returned after a few months often found new systems to learn, new builds to experiment with. This gave the player base a new reason to rejoin each league. Grinding Gear Games also developed a reputation for listening to its community. Feedback regularly influenced balance changes and league mechanics. Not every update was well received, and some launches came with serious problems, but development remained active and highly visible. Action RPGs at that time have been traditionally released, maybe slightly patched, and eventually left behind with time. Path of Exile followed a different pattern. With each expansion, Path of Exile continued to grow. Longtime players returned to the game that offered something new to learn every few months. Every league added another layer to a game they had already invested hundreds of hours into. And by the end of the decade, conversations around the genre sounded different. For years, developers have always been asking how close could they get to Diablo, but now, Path of Exile had become one of the game's other action RPGs were measured against. For most of the genre's history, every action RPG lived in Diablo's shadow. Developers studied Blizzard's ideas. Players compared every new release to Diablo. Success was measured by how close another game came to Blizzard's formula. That relationship gradually changed. As Path of Exile continued to expand, it introduced ideas that players began expecting from the genre itself. Seasonal content became more ambitious. Endgame systems grew deeper with every expansion. Crafting offered players far more control over their equipment than most action RPGs had ever attempted. Every league mechanic added another layer to learn. Instead of asking players to master one system, Path of Exile invited them to understand dozens. Delirium, Betrayal, Incursion, Delve, Heist, Harvest. And players also slowly realized that they didn't have to engage with every mechanic. They could specialize with one part of the game that they enjoyed the most and ignore the rest. So no two players experienced Path of Exile in the exact same way. While all of this was happening, Blizzard faced a different challenge. Diablo 3 continued receiving updates and eventually found a much stronger footing than it had at launch. Expansions and seasonal content improved the experience, and many players still enjoyed returning every season. The conversation had changed though. Whenever Blizzard revealed a new feature, experienced ARPG players immediately compared it to Path of Exile. How deep was the endgame? How much freedom did the character builds offer? Would crafting matter? How often would the game receive meaningful updates? Those questions reflected a shift in expectations. Years earlier, Blizzard had defined what players wanted from an action RPG. Now another studio had become the benchmark for many of the game's most dedicated fans. That change became even more noticeable as Diablo 4 approached release. Blizzard spoke openly about building a live service action RPG with regular seasons and an evolving endgame. None of those ideas existed because of Path of Exile alone, but by that point it had demonstrated how powerful that approach could be when it was supported constantly over many years. Grinding Gear Games had spent more than a decade building a relationship with its players, and Blizzard was just now trying to reconnect with an audience that had changed while it was away. For years, Diablo and Path of Exile existed in different worlds. Diablo was the biggest name in the genre. Path of Exile was the game dedicated RPG players quietly recommended to one another. Eventually, those two worlds collided. When Blizzard announced Diablo 4, it was clear the studio had been listening. The darker tone returned, seasonal updates became a central part of the game's future, and many more other systems reflected lessons Blizzard had learned from Diablo 3. Grinding Gear Games was also moving forward. Path of Exile wasn't a complete reinvention of the series. It built on everything the studio had learned over more than a decade of supporting the original game. Combat became slower and more deliberate. Bosses demanded greater mechanical skill. The opening hours were easier to understand, while the depth that long-time players expected remained.
And one of the things we really wanted to make sure that we were doing with it is to make the action combat really, really excellent. We just want to make sure that anyone playing the game, you can play it like an action game, feels fun to play, without things like dodge rolls and like canceling, things like this. And it just means that the game just feels a lot better than Pepsi did, as well as everything else you would expect from a sequel to Path of Exile.
One thing in particular that sets Path of Exile apart is obviously the depth, but in the itemization systems, crafting systems, but also the sheer number of quantity of monsters, counters. Like, we have over a decade of content that is going to be available in Path of Exile 2 as well.
By the time both games reached players, the differences between them had become easy to see. Diablo 4 focused on getting players into the action quickly. Progression was easier to follow, and systems were introduced at a steadier pace. The game also asked less of someone picking up an action RPG for the first time. Path of Exile 2 approached the same problem differently. Its early game did a better job of teaching players the original ever had, but it never moved away from the complexity that defined the series. Players still had enormous passive trees to explore, character builds still rewarded careful planning. The in-game progression still encouraged hundreds of hours of experimentation. Those differences didn't appear overnight. By the time Diablo 4 and Path of Exile 2 arrived, both studios had spent more than a decade refining their own ideas about what an action RPG should be. The gap between them had been growing ever since the years that followed Diablo 2. Looking at both games today, it's easier to understand the journey that brought them here. Diablo is still one of the biggest names in gaming. Path of Exile has become the standard many dedicated ARPG players measure new games against. Both studios spent years answering the same question in different ways, and the modern action RPG genre reflects both of these philosophies. When people compare Path of Exile and Diablo, they usually begin with the games that exist today. Long before Diablo 4 and Path of Exile 2 arrived, Blizzard and Grinding Gear Games had already begun taking the genre in different directions. Over the following decade, each studio continued building the game it believed players wanted. As the years passed, each new release reflected the direction the studio had been moving. At the time, very few people saw that change happening, but looking back now, it's much easier to follow the path that led us here. For many years, Diablo was the standard every action RPG was measured against. Today, Path of Exile stands alongside it as one of the defining games in the genre.
Changed my perception of how the human eye is constructed. I just want to add this to warn you of what can happen. I never got anything in my eyes that I know of. I washed my hands many times with dish soap. My cornea melted in about 5 days. The picture is what my eye looked like at the Miami Eye Hospital emergency room. This is after handling Zoo. And there you go, I didn't know an eyeball could melt. In another post Acer High made about his situation on the website Michigan Reefers, he mentions that when he went to the hospital, part of the struggle was that there were no documented cases like this. No cases of palytoxin poisoning the eye for his doctors to compare it to. They were even considering publishing his case to a medical journal. But this was back in 2010. In the time since, there have been a few cases published. In 2015, a case study was published to the journal Toxicon. It documented a case where a coral squirted a man in the eye with palytoxin. They treated his symptoms, but they couldn't reverse the ulcerations on his cornea. But they were able to improve his condition somewhat with a transplant. Another interesting case was reported in Acta Ophthalmologica in 2021, the first known incident in Europe where the toxin perforated someone's cornea. Like the family in Quebec, this guy was also exposed to the aerosolized form of the toxin, but he wound up much worse than any of the other cases. His right eye was irritated, but it was intact. The left eye, however, had its cornea melt over the course of 10 days. The report mentions that when he was exposed, he had contact lenses in. He removed them immediately, but this still might have had some kind of an impact. Ultimately, though, his right eye recovered fully, and they were able to restore some function to his left eye with a lens transplant. The authors concluded the report by stressing the importance of wearing protective gear, as well as better educating people about what they're buying. Now, all this being said, it has to be stressed that situations like the ones in this video are very, very rare. These types of corals are extremely popular, and most people never have any kind of an issue with them. This probably won't happen to you, but it could happen to you, so if you're handling them, treat them with the care that they demand. There's a long storied history of foreign objects winding up inside of the human bladder somehow. I've covered such stories in the past, like the boy from the UK who got the entirety of a USB charging cable stuck inside of himself, or the woman who had an entire glass tumbler inside of her for 4 years. How'd they get in there? It's a 1,000,000-to-1 shot, Doc. Well, now I've got some stories to which I feel these pale in comparison. Multiple cases from around the world of fish winding up inside of a human bladder, both living and dead. And I know what you might be thinking now, and a lot of people have asked me to cover them, but I'm not actually talking about the parasitic catfish from the Amazon. Although the human bladder might be a better fate than those shitty little fish bowls that they stick goldfish in, these fish likely did not choose this fate. For today's video, let's take a look at some fish that mysteriously wound up inside of a human bladder. So before I get into the stories about fish winding up inside of human bladders, let me address the elephant in the room. That being the candiru, also known as the vampire fish, the toothpick fish, and sometimes the penis fish, Vandellia cirrhosa. The candiru is typically found along the Amazon River basin in South America. The fish typically attaches itself to the gills of larger fish and drinks their blood. There, it fills up with blood and leaves once it's satisfied. And since the 19th century, it's been said that this inch-long fish is attracted to human urine. It's said to lure the fish, which will then swim up your pee hole and inject spines that lodge itself inside your penis. Not only is this extremely painful, but it makes it very difficult to remove. Other accounts of these fish say that they'll eat their way through the lining of your penis and lay eggs inside of you. It may sound like a bit of an urban legend, perhaps to scare off the gringos, especially since the earliest known write-ups were by German biologists recounting warnings from indigenous people. And it actually seemed like reports of this fish ceased in 1891. That was until 1997, when a urologist working in Brazil named Anwar Samad reported that he himself removed a candiru from a man. It had reportedly gotten lodged inside of his urethra after it jumped out of the water and swam up his dick. The patient presented pale with an infection, penile bleeding, and the inability to urinate. It had also seemingly tried to penetrate his scrotum before dying inside of him. After deciding not to extract the fish through the perineum, which is the science word for your taint, the doctor would pull it out the way it got in, using urethral washes and endoscopic equipment. And after a year, he reported there were no lasting effects following the successful procedure. Dr. Samad's report would bring this fish back into the mainstream consciousness. However, despite this report, there's still a lot of controversy over whether or not the candiru actually is the penis fish. Critics noted that the doctors reported the fish jumping out of the water is inconsistent with the fish's observed behavior, and a study in 2001 demonstrated that the fish actually does not care about urine at all. According to their observations, the fish seems to hunt by sight rather than being attracted to any particular chemical. Furthermore, Samad's report is literally the only modern known case of this happening. Although clearly this is something that can happen, a biologist named Stephen Spott compared the odds of this happening to you, even if you're actively pissing in the Amazon, to getting struck by lightning while simultaneously being eaten by a shark. Of course, that being said, anything that can go up a dick has been up a dick, and at times, even made its way as far as into the bladder. I was looking into one particular story I remembered about a fish winding up in someone's bladder, and I found that this has happened a lot. So you might be familiar with something called a fish pedicure. First popularized where else but China, you dunk your foot inside a tank of little fish, typically a species of carp called Gararufa, or doctor fish. The fish happily eat away at the calluses and dead skin, giving you nice smooth feet. This would become a global trend before ultimately being banned in certain places due to health concerns. In particular, damage to nail beds and sometimes the outright removal of toenails, and the risk of infection when fish draw blood. Some have even raised concerns of hepatitis or HIV transmission. Also, it's considered somewhat inhumane, as these fish are only willing to eat foot skin in the absence of the things it would rather eat, like plankton. But this doesn't stop true believers from engaging in the practice. And of course, your feet aren't the only place where you might want nice soft skin. You can even get a full-body fish cleanse. But on at least one occasion, this has gone very, very wrong. Let me tell you about a story from 2011. A 56-year-old Chinese man named Zhang Nan was enjoying such a procedure in hopes that it would help him look 10 years younger. This one was a bit different, employing eels rather than doctor fish. So during the procedure, Zhang is relaxing in the bath as the eels feast on the dead skin all over his body. Then suddenly it stops being relaxing as he feels a sharp pain in his crotch. One of the eels had gotten lodged inside of his urethra. In a panic, he manages to get a hold of the eel's tail, but he finds that it's just too slippery to get a good grip on. Thus, the fish works its way inside of his penis and all the way up into his bladder. After a 3-hour procedure, the surgeons managed to remove the animal, with one of them noting to the press that the slippery nature of the eel made it very easy to go all the way inside of him like that. Despite this horrifying story, 2 years later, Western outlets would start reporting on how eel exfoliation treatments are the hot new trend that you just gotta try. In another report in 2011, urologists looked at various cases of foreign bodies in the urinary bladder. The report was written with the intent of sharing best practices for removing these kinds of bodies, because patients often wait until the last minute to just say, hey, I stuck something up my dick, and then the urologists find themselves in a race against the clock. Cases in the report include a woman who was pleasuring herself with a safety pin, and then the whole pin got inside of her and worked its way into the bladder. And then there was another case with a 23-year-old man who was using an electric wire and lost it inside of himself. Of note for this video, though, was the case of a 16-year-old boy who had gotten a leech inside of his bladder. He arrived to the hospital complaining of abdominal pain, and he presented with what the report describes as profuse hematuria, aka pissing a lot of blood. Upon their investigation, they found that his bladder was full of blood clots, and then they discovered a big fat swollen leech. It had reportedly entered his body when he was submerged in a rice paddy. And incidents involving leeches in rice paddies are pretty common, so much so that agriculture groups have published material on how to best protect yourself from them. But a leech swimming up your dick and getting in your bladder, it's not as common, but I guess it's not entirely unheard of. In fact, a paper published a few years prior to this reported 43 separate cases of leeches getting inside of people's bladders. And it puts forth a method that appears to be the best practice for removing a leech from a human bladder. The patients are given a Foley catheter that's flushed with saline and then clamped for 3 or more hours. Now, I'm not a scientist, and I'm not a doctor, I'm just a guy who reads stuff online, so I may be misunderstanding this, but as I understand it, after the time is up, you release the pressure, and then the leech shoots out of your dick. Dead or alive, as they noted. In the case of the rice paddy boy, though, the leech launch failed. Perhaps because this leech was larger than average, or maybe because there were so many blood clots, so they just had to cut him open and take it out. And then finally we get the story that very, very amusingly, to me at least, probably not the boy, was published in a British outlet called Practical Fish Keeping. I guess to show you what's practical, they also gotta show you what's not practical. The article tells the tale of a 14-year-old boy from India who got a 2-centimeter long fish stuck in his bladder. He arrives to the hospital complaining about abdominal pains, and aside from some piss driblets, has not been able to urinate for 24 hours. In a report published by the doctors, they note that after questioning, he said that while cleaning his fish tank, he was holding one of his fish. And when he was holding the fish, he realized that he really had to pee. So he went to the bathroom while still holding the fish. And then, while he was peeing, the fish somehow slipped out of his hand and got lodged into his pee hole. It was a 1,000,000 to 1 shot, Tom. In the intro to their report, they note that a great variety of foreign bodies have been removed from the lower urinary tract and male external genitalia, and most patients were too ashamed to admit they had inserted or applied any object, and usually presented when a complication had occurred from a foreign body. They also did note, though, that mentally he was sound, and clinically he was absolutely a normal person with no previous history of any psychiatric illness. They also say that his urethral meatus appeared normal. I have no idea what the urethral meatus is, and now I have to find out what it is because meatus is a great word. Alright, apparently it's just the word for the opening. But I thought it was going to be like, you know how the skin's a little different at like the exact pee hole part? It's just got like that little, I don't know how you describe it. Like, you ever bevel and emboss something in Photoshop? It's like the pee hole got the little bevel. It got the little bevel and emboss. Yeah, so I thought the bevel and emboss thing on your dick was the fucking meatus, but I guess the meatus is just the whole hole. Anyway, they find this fish dead inside this kid's bladder, and they don't even bother trying the catheter bazooka trick. They just cut him right open. Try to remove it with forceps, but the fish it really is a slippery fucker. The kid might have been lying about some things, but he wasn't lying about how slippery that guy was. So they wound up getting this thing called a stone grasper, which I believe is this thing that looks like one of those head massagers, and they got it out. Surprisingly, as with almost all of these cases, the boy had no lasting damage from the incident. So I guess you shouldn't stick a fish up your dick, but there's worse things you can stick up your dick. Well, please don't interpret that as me saying that you should stick a fish up your pee hole. It's midnight. You're feeling kind of lonely, so you check the notifications on all of your miserable dating apps. And you got nothing, and your Instagram DMs are just as dry. So you ask yourself, how did they do this before they had the internet? You consider the old school way. You go to the bar and chat up the lusty barfly. You know, the one with the, I used to be at bitches. I used to be at bitches. Okay, that almost sounded more like Cobra Commander. I was once a man. But you know, you're just not up to her standards. So you go home alone. But all hope is not lost. Because maybe when you get home, you're not alone. Gooners beware. You're in for a scare. Because it's time to fuck a ghost.
There's a story in the book, it's hard to ask it, about you having sex with a ghost.
Oh boy, yeah, but this was at a time when I was filming Ghostbusters.
Spectrophilia, also known as phasmophilia, is when a person is attracted to a ghost. These encounters could be as innocent as those between Wendy and Casper the Friendly Ghost, or they can take a darker, more possessive turn. For today's episode of Tales from the Internet, we take a look at some people who've gone on record as having had sexual relations with ghosts. The idea idea of sex with ghosts isn't something new. Ghosts are the perfect companions. They're dead, so they got no bills to pay, and they have all the time in the world. All eternity. So it should be no surprise that a lot of celebrities' encounters with ghosts are described in quirky or charming ways. Lucy Liu's ghost just wanted to watch her sleep. Kesha said her experience was funny and erotic. But then, you got Miley Cyrus, who had a ghost that was watching her shower. That would be a bad concept for a new Porky's movie. They're all dead, but they're still frat boy ghosts. In a 2004 interview for FHM magazine, Anna Nicole Smith described ghost sex as initially unsettling, but ultimately amazing. It was so good that she just continued to let it happen. And this theme of amazing sex repeats often in ghost encounters. And it's not something that just the rich and famous can experience. In 2017, a 26-year-old London woman named Sian Jameson bought a cottage in Wales, specifically in a town called Aberystwyth. Having just gotten out of a long-term relationship, everywhere in London reminded her of her ex, so she had to get away. She said that the new scenery was making her feel inspired. Working as a freelance writer, she was more productive than ever before, and found that despite the drastic change from the hustle and bustle of London, going out to the Welsh countryside, she found that she actually wasn't missing anything. And also, she was enjoying the freedom of single life. She told Wales Online, "I enjoyed the peace. After a long relationship, being on my own was quite exhilarating. I started to wonder whether I'd ever want a man in my life again." She also noticed that the previous owner of the cottage left behind several books and paintings, and one in particular got her attention. Dated 1820, it depicted what she described as a handsome young man. And after moving to the cottage, she was starting to have increasingly intense sex dreams. So intense that she'd wake up thinking she was still in a relationship, then remember she's single now. But then one morning, after having lived there for several months, she wakes up and notices a dark-haired, good-looking man in bed next to her. He's fully clothed in a white shirt, scarf, and old-timey breeches. At first, she thinks she's still dreaming. But then she realizes, in the words of Harry Mason, this is not a dream. As I faced the wall, I slowly realized I wasn't asleep, and suddenly, I was frozen with fear. I felt a hand on my waist, but the touch was strange, light and cool. She soon realized that this was the man from the painting. He was very gentle and stroked my body tenderly. During the lovemaking, I sensed all kinds of things about him. His name, Robert, and when he lived over 100 years ago. We didn't speak. It was as if he was communicating with me telepathically. His body was soft and light. Even when he moved on top of me, pressing down, he felt almost weightless. It was very strange, but the sex was amazing. I was totally perplexed about what had happened. In fact, I started to wonder whether it had happened at all. That morning, she would follow Robert around her home until he faded out of existence before her very eyes. But Robert would return from the spirit world to dog her out one more time. It was nighttime, and I was just drifting off to sleep. All of a sudden, the duvet slid off me, and I could feel a cool hand running up my thigh, under my nightshirt. I sobbed after he left that night. She confesses, "I guess I had fallen in love." She tried to go online and see what she could find out about the painting, but aside from finding another 19th century painting that sort of looked like him, she couldn't find much. After she told her friends about this, they thought she was insane. And as of the publishing of that story, she was now dating a man who was alive. Imagine if during this relationship, Robert comes back and this dude gets cucked by a ghost. It sounds like the concept of a fucking Quan Mills book. Wales Online spoke to a psychotherapist who said that this was likely a product of the transition from sleep to wakefulness causing hallucinations, especially since she'd seemingly been going through some intense emotions following the breakup. But G.L. Davies, the author of a book entitled Ghost Sex, The Violation, had other ideas. No one knows what motivates ghosts to have sex with the living. Are we like lab rats to them? Is there some kind of battle for our souls? Are these ghosts demons trying to break us? Who knows? Then you got Mel Magazine asking an important question. Is ghost dick good? In this article, they interview Patty Negri, an author and psychic. When these boned up spirits are good, they're great. Everything is heightened. It sometimes happens to women who are afraid of intimacy and want to try dating, Negri told Newsweek. Which I guess on some level seems kind of contradictory. Like, oh yeah, you got this natural biological process that's responsible for all of us being here. That's too scary. But you know what's not scary? A fucking glowing monster cock. A lot of these women describe themselves as asexual, or that sex doesn't really a big interest to them, or they've simply given up on human dating. Women going their own way. This theme of the perfect man being a ghost also appears in music. Madonna dropped the song Supernatural as a B-side to her 1989 song Cherish. In the song, Madonna sings about how her ghost lover is way better than any living guy, and she'd even have his ghost baby. And don't mix up that song Supernatural with the other song Supernatural, also about fucking a ghost, the one that's by Kesha. Kesha was inspired to write this song after claiming to have had sexual relations with a ghost.
He wasn't a mean ghost, but he was like a slutty ghost. He was like, how do I put this appropriately? He was just kind of a hoe.
In a reality TV series, My Crazy Beautiful Life, she even goes as far as to get an exorcist, serious or not, to stop her vagina from being haunted.
Get out of my vagina. Get out of there.
Okay, so either my vagina is haunted or I'm pregnant with a ghost baby.
Unlike Madonna, she doesn't want a ghost baby, which apparently it's a thing that can happen, but you can't bring the ghost baby to full term. So it's kind of like this one manga that I read on 4chan back in the day. There's a bunch like this, but the one I remember, this chick gets pregnant and she just stays pregnant forever. And there's this like last panel where you see the back of her, she turns around and she's old with a throbbing, eternally pregnant belly. Kesha has told these sex stories to multiple outlets.
Go to the bone zone with a ghost.
But then in 2022, while doing promotion for her paranormal reality show, Kesha admitted that she might have embellished the story a little bit. You see, she actually didn't bone a ghost dude as she had originally said. She wasn't bouncing on the ghost cock. No, you see, the ghost wasn't a dude. It was a dead broad, fucking a hooer, and it wasn't sex. It was, as she described, a sensual wake-up. No comment on if it grabbed the brush and put a little makeup. Speaking of a sensual wake-up, though, how about that one scene from Ghostbusters? The one where it pops open Dan Aykroyd's pants. Based on a true story, apparently. Dan Aykroyd, in real life actually an ardent believer in the supernatural, claims to have experienced several encounters with ghosts. Some of the sexy variety.
You fucked a ghost? I think I was being come on to there, but anyway, Dan Aykroyd fucked the ghost.
And then in another interview with Esquire magazine, Dan elaborates on one of the ghost encounters. I was alone in the house and decided to take a nap. I closed the door to the bedroom but didn't lock it. I woke up in this kind of trance where you don't know whether you're sleeping or not. It's what the abductee feels when he's being taken. I saw the door open, and I rolled over and looked at the bed, and I saw the depression in the mattress, like somebody was getting in there. And I thought, I'm just going to roll over and snuggle up next to it. You spooned a ghost? Yeah, maybe that guy was gay and he wanted to have some fun. I'd be surprised if I was his type, but when you're dead, take what you can get. And the real-life Ghostbusters sex story don't end with just Dan Aykroyd. Here's Bobby Brown, who sang the track On Our Own from the Ghostbusters 2 soundtrack, and now this track is, by the way, horribly stuck in my head. Anyway, here he is talking about being molested by a ghost.
There's a story in the book, it's hard to ask it, about you having sex with a ghost.
Oh boy, yeah. But this was at a time when I was filming Ghostbusters.
And you had sex with the ghost of the
Yes. Well, I had no choice. I was mounted.
Oh, she mounted you?
Yes.
I guess if you're involved with Ghostbusters, something strange is going to happen in your neighborhood. Busting makes you feel good. But you know, some people are just in it for the ghost sex. They need a little bit more out of life. Like a British singer named Brocard. She married a Victorian ghost named Eduardo, who she described as devilishly handsome. You'd think this was a relationship built to last. I mean, who are you to doubt Eduardo? He's a ghost. It's not like he's got anywhere else to be. And as a ghost, you probably don't have that many options. You know, a lot of guys talk about how they feel invisible in the modern dating climate. But Eduardo is literally invisible. But somehow, despite the obstacles, Eduardo still managed to be a cheater. And he did that cheating with Marilyn Monroe.
On our wedding day, he made really, really inappropriate comments about spotting the ghost of Marilyn Monroe in the church. And as you can imagine on your wedding day, your groom sort of turning around and making a rude comment about anyone, any female, anyone at all.
It could have been the perfect crime. Because, you know, who on this mortal coil talks to Ghost Marilyn Monroe? She can't exactly post about him on the T Act. But Brocard wasn't fooled when Eduardo floated in smelling like Marilyn Monroe's favorite perfume, Chanel No. 5. According to her website, the couple tried to make it work. She hired a spiritual medium to provide marriage counseling, but 6 months later, ghosted her. Now she'd spend her time with her coven of witches and traveling to Vakken Open Air to conduct a special seance in memory of Lemmy from Motorhead. And there's no word on if Ghost Lemmy hit. Age difference, of course, is a common occurrence with ghost tokens. The paranormal lover is generally much older, sometimes even centuries older, which I guess is, you know, for the better. It's already more sad when a child dies. Well, then imagine a child dies and he's all hyped to be one of those creepy ghost kids like from the movies, only to find out that the person he's been assigned to haunt is EDP-445. But then, you know, I guess any ghost hooking up with a human is kind of exploiting a power dynamic because they literally have powers. But yeah, Ghost AGX. A reader of 7 Days, Vermont, named Casper Knoodler writes, Dear Reverend, I bought an old house 6 months ago. At the closing, the previous owners gave me a photo of the man who built it. The house, which they believe still haunts the place, was built in the 1920s. I've definitely felt his presence here, and lately, I've been having very vivid erotic dreams about him. I'm fine with that, but I'm not sure if they're dreams. Is it possible I've been having sex with a ghost? The Reverend's response? I suppose anything is possible. This isn't the only tale with a 1920s ghost. Just something about the 1920s that produced extra sexy dead guys. We got this story from Slate Magazine. My friend thinks she's having sex with a ghost named John from the 1920s. A reader of their sex advice column sends a message explaining that during COVID lockdowns, he'd been speaking to a friend from across the country who said she'd been pleasuring herself thinking of a man who lived in her apartment in the 1920s. At first, he thinks this is like, you know, a fantasy of hers. She's just getting off to something she imagined. You know, it's kind of like some guys will fantasize about the random cashier they saw at Trader Joe's that day, but for women, it's dead guys for paintings. She later clarifies, though, no, this isn't a fantasy. She means the actual ghost of a man who's there in her apartment with her as she quarantines alone. And she starts talking to him about John Moore. John said this. John did this. John is having a bad day. Then as the months go on and things start to open back up, she starts talking about meeting up with an old flame, and she's worried that John will get jealous. She also starts posting about John on social media. All of her real-life friends are seeing this and they're asking, hey, did she start dating someone new? Basically, this guy had written to the advice column to find out if he should be concerned about his friend's mental health. To which they responded he should ask a question to kind of gauge how serious they are about this. If she's aware of how ridiculous this sounds, and if she's been taking any kind of psychedelic drugs. And of course, this wouldn't be the only lockdown ghost sex story. Historically, ghost sex has been attributed to entities like succubi and incubi, but in fact it seems like the COVID-19 lockdowns correlated with a major increase in ghost busting. You know, people talk about long COVID, but these chicks they were getting the real long COVID. On May 14th, 2020, the New York Times published an article entitled, Quarantining with Ghosts. It's scary for those who believe they're locked down with spectral roommates. The pandemic has been less isolating than they bargained for. The article details the stories of several people who claim to be seeing ghosts in their apartments during lockdown. They speak to John L. Tenney from the show Ghost Stalkers, who noticed an increase in reported hauntings since the lockdown. He noted that he'd seen a similar surge during the Y2K panic, but he also noted that a likely explanation is now that these people are spending a lot more time alone at home, they're noticing all the sounds that a house normally makes that they just hadn't been aware of. Bricks and woods expanding as the temperature changes. It's not that the house wasn't making those sounds, they just never had the time to notice it. Still, even if these people are imagining the hauntings, there's nothing imaginary about busting a fat nut. And in the loneliness of quarantine, a lot of people pined for it. You can see this in a couple stories published to The Cut by writer Amanda Arnold. She described reading that New York Times article and feeling a little jealous. In particular, she was touched by a story where one of the haunted people woke up to a camera lens that she'd previously lost and couldn't find. A gift from a friendly ghost. She concludes the article by saying, actually, let me extend a formal invitation to all loathsome ghosts without a place to call home. The walls of my apartment are yours to pass through. If ghosts are bothering humans more than usual right now, which appears to be the case, as reports of haunted houses are apparently on the rise, that must mean the ghosts are lonely and looking for company too. But it was clear that the isolation was gradually taking a toll on poor Amanda. As a couple months later she published, a ghost is a perfect quarantine sex partner. I'm just picturing a ghost comes to haunt and it's scared off by this ravenous woman, gone mad after being denied sex for half a year by the government. To be fair, in the article she clarifies that she doesn't necessarily believe in ghosts and she's not like desperate to fuck a ghost, but rather that if you did fuck a ghost, it's about as safe as it gets. Katie Heaney and Ariana Raboli for the website BuzzFeed would recount their own paranormal one-night stand, even following the professional advice given to them on how to attract and seduce a ghost into hooking up with them. How to make sure that while doing something dangerous like this, you don't accidentally attach a succubus to you. But basically, ladies, if you want to attract a ghost to fuck, you gotta dress a little sexy, not like, you're just lounging around your house. However, there are professional paranormal scholars providing this kind of advice to people. After moving to the US from Hong Kong, Dr. Ben Hung published A Guide to Ghost Sex. Although something about Ben's Amazon biography tells me he may not actually be a doctor in the traditional sense. Next to a picture of his bare chest, he tells us that he likes to jet ski in the nude, and he once used his book royalties to buy his mother a 99-cent hamburger. The good doctor's other published works include Becoming the Night's Bitch, Gay Zombies Are Stalking Me. There's a ghost up my butt. Robotic aliens who like wearing women's underwear. Napoleon's boner party. Elvis really is an alien, and he helped the toaster pastry seduce me. He might actually be onto something when it comes to Elvis. Paz de la Huerta from Boardwalk Empire in 2011 claimed she got an orgasm in Graceland from Ghost Elvis. It was like Elvis was tickling me with a feather. Honestly, more believable than Hulk Hogan's Elvis story. So what do people actually feel when they get intimate with spirits? According to celebrity interviews and talk show conventions, they feel intense pressure.
When I feel anything on your body, I felt a form.
And in Brokar's experience, a burning sensation.
And it passed really, really slowly throughout my stomach, all the way down my legs, like this sort of burning.
And they woke up feeling refreshed.
I had slept beautifully. I woke up and maybe better than ever. Pretty good.
The hosts of these shows, while struggling to appear non-judgmental, ask, so, do you feel something, or is this just a mood change? What do you mean you gave up real lovers to get them a bunch of ghost hookups? There's always someone going, I swear I'm not crazy, while the hosts are barely hiding, rolling their eyes.
You had sex with a ghost?
A ghost, yeah. I wasn't high.
That was my next question.
Oprah does a better job pretending that she's interviewing a real Ninja Turtle than going along with the idea that this woman hooked up with a ghost.
I was in the midst of a very intensive sexual experience.
When it comes to their sexual experience, it's all about the vibe from the spirit. It can be a sense of warmth, cold, love, or just feel plain invasive. However, not always consistent. It may just feel like an energy passing through you, or it's an unseen grip and pressure on you, as if it were invisible. No two stories seem the same, leading to a lot of skepticism. Ghost researcher Alexandra Holzer told the Huffington Post that the people who report having sex with a ghost report feeling pressure on them and even penetration, but ghosts don't have warmth. When they're in the room, it's a frigid environment. And honestly, a lot of ghost sex stories seem kind of rapey. Coco Austin, the wife of Ice-T, talked about a ghost that tried to lift up her nightie, kind of like that old Japanese trend, sharking. Cardi B is on record saying that a ghost had been trying to have sex with her.
I'm so alone in this house with this fucking ghost that clearly wants to fuck me because he only comes around when I'm here and by myself. And I'm just gonna call my security guard to put me in a fucking hotel because I just can't fucking take it anymore, bitch.
According to folklorist David Hufford, 15% of people claim to have been assaulted in their sleep by an unknown ghost-like entity. Typically, the ghost will force itself on the sleeping and or dreaming individual. Most people who report ghost sex feel violated and cold. The 1982 movie The Entity was inspired by the 1974 real-life case of Doris Bither, a woman in Culver City, California, who claimed a supernatural invisible entity assaulted her. This person also had a history of drug abuse and physical abuse. You got an Irish woman named Amanda Teague. In 2014, Amanda, who worked as a Jack Sparrow impersonator, would encounter the ghost of a 300-year-old Haitian pirate named Jack, a likely name for a 300-year-old Haitian to have. And she told People magazine that with the help of a medium, she'd learn more about Jack, particularly that while he was alive, he'd been left at the altar, and he was executed for thievery. Over the course of 6 months, the recently divorced mother of 5 found herself falling in love with the Haitian ghost. Eventually, her relationship with the Haitian pirate gets more intense. Jack fills her up with his ectoplasm. Well, as a traditional Irish lass, Amanda demands more. Growing up in Ireland, in my era, you were taught that if a man vetted you, he should wed you. She says, I knew from my research that spiritual marriage was a thing, so it was more me that wanted to get married than him. He would have been happy like most men with just sex. I'm just picturing this scenario, and don't take this as me saying that all Irish people are racist, because I know it's not true, but I'm just imagining she starts talking to her friends about this. And she tells them that she's getting married, and it's to a 300-year-old Haitian pirate ghost. And they're just like, wait, what? You're getting married? To a Haitian? But fortunately for her, her friends weren't like that, and they participated in a lovely wedding ceremony, even including the Haitian wedding tradition of jumping over a broom. And although she was lucky to have supportive friends and family, she was a bit taken aback at how the general public reacted to this. The reaction I got is quite shocking, she says, but apparently, we are not yet open-minded enough in society to accept relationships between us and other realms. She would later go on the BBC program, The Morning Studio, to talk about how Jack tried to kill her. Can't trust the ghost of a 300-year-old Haitian pirate. One fateful day in Rochester, New York, a 64-year-old man goes up into his attic where he makes a shocking discovery. He has a massive bat infestation. Well, most people would be horrified by this discovery. For this man, this was cause for celebration, because along with the bat infestation comes a very precious resource. If you're from my general age range, the movie Ace Ventura: When Nature Calls probably familiarized you with a substance called guano, bat poop. The movie revolves around a power struggle to take over the guano trade in the fictional African nation of Namibia, because of course whoever controls such a valuable resource as guano will become rich beyond their wildest dreams. And although Ace Ventura is a comedy movie, the value of guano is a very real thing. People have literally fought wars and died over this bat poop. Why is it so valuable? For the most part, because its high nitrogen concentration makes it a superior fertilizer to almost anything else. You know what could use a superior fertilizer? Weed. And the elderly hero of our story was a huge pothead. Bat guano has often been touted as one of the best options for home cannabis growers to have bigger harvests and better tasting, longer lasting final products. And you know that weed guys will do just about anything to get even just 0.01% more high. Guano can be expensive, but if you have access to bat poop, you can just harvest it yourself. Publications for marijuana enthusiasts have often touted the benefits of using bat guano, but they also warn of its dangers and the necessity of carefully following safety precautions. But what happens if you don't follow safety precautions? On December 5th, 2024, an article was published in the medical journal Open Forum Infectious Diseases, histoplasmosis associated with bat guano exposure in cannabis growers. 2 cases. One of these cases was the man who found the bats in his attic. He was admitted to the hospital with a high fever and a chronic dry cough. And on top of several other symptoms, he also experienced an unexplained 35-pound weight loss over the past few months. After performing a CT scan, they discovered several lesions throughout his body, particularly on his pancreas. And a urine test revealed antigens for a fungus called Histoplasma capsulatum, typically found in bat poop, and it's known to cause a severe infection typically found in the lungs called histoplasmosis. When the doctors were trying to figure out how he was exposed, he mentioned the bat infestation and that he was planning to use it to fertilize his cannabis plants. He was given a round of antifungal medication and it managed to get him healthy enough to be discharged from the hospital. But a month later, he found himself back in even worse shape, and ultimately he died from the damage to his bowels. It's unclear whether or not he actually did smoke the poop weed, but the second man covered in the article definitely did smoke the poop weed, a 59-year-old man also from Rochester. He arrived to the hospital with symptoms similar to the other man and was found to have a severe strep infection. After treating, the strep failed to improve his breathing, a mass was discovered on his larynx. They suspected that it was cancer, but a biopsy revealed that this was in fact a massive fungal infection. The man admitted that he had bought bat guano online to fertilize his cannabis plants, and he had been in fact smoking them. Although the doctors were able to improve his condition somewhat with antifungal medicine, the damage was already too much and he would die from respiratory failure. Although it's rare for histoplasmosis to ever get this severe, and both of these men had a number of other health problems that surely exacerbated their condition, the authors warned that as more people grow their own weed at home, awareness should be raised about this danger, and commercial bat guano should be tested for this fungus before it's sold. For today's episode of 1001 Ways to Die, poop-related deaths. On February 8, 2013, paramedics were called to a home in Cornwall, England. When they arrived, they met a mildly autistic 16-year-old girl named Emily Titterington. She was noticeably pale and she was complaining about a pain between her shoulder blades, but she was resistant to their attempts at getting a closer examination. Unable to figure out what was wrong with her, the paramedics urged her to go to the hospital, but she refused. Later that night, around 4 a.m., they would get called back to the same house. What they would see this time was something out of a Shintaro Kago horror manga. They arrive and see Emily's father James on the outside yelling that something went badly wrong. When they get inside, they find Emily on the floor in the doorway to the bathroom, and her mother is standing over her. Emily is vomiting feces, and then her mother moves out of the way. Paramedic Lee Taylor could not believe what he saw next. I could see that her abdomen was grossly extended. Her lower ribs had been pushed out further than her pubic bone. I was shocked. He said that he hadn't noticed her abdomen in the previous visit because her top was so loose-fitting. The reason they found her in this condition: severe constipation. She had reportedly not gone to the bathroom for 2 months at this point. This was on purpose. It was a medical issue known as stool retention. Typically, this is something that only happens to children, but it happened to Emily because she was suffering to something known as toilet phobia. She dealt with this several times over the course of her life, but this time the buildup of feces caused her bowels to expand in such a way that it shifted her organs. This compressed her chest and ultimately led to a fatal heart attack. This was a tragic, unusual death that was seemingly very preventable, especially considering how many doctors and agencies she had seen in the years leading up to her death. A medical inquest was held to see where things went wrong in an attempt to make sure this never happens again, and fingers were pointed in a lot of different directions. Emily's sister and brother-in-law had actually called social services on her mother, Geraldine, the previous year, fearing that she was the real reason behind Emily's refusal to go to the hospital. They pointed to her focus on homeopathic medicine, different kinds of pills, a program called Body Talk, and something where you heal yourself by listening to blank audio tracks. However, Emily's doctor actually defended Geraldine. He said that she consistently tried to convince Emily to go to the hospital and she just wasn't having it. The doctor himself had prescribed laxatives, and he noted that this could have been prevented had he been able to actually examine her abdomen. At the conclusion of the inquest, the BBC reported the board's findings. The serious case review found there was a lack of continuity across the healthcare system and no clear clinical leader to grip her chronic health problem. Mr. Clements said a number of recommendations had been made, including working to make sure a vulnerable child's voice is heard. The last thing we ever want is for anything like this to happen again, he said. On January 30th of 2014, a 66-year-old man named Philip Vogel underwent heart surgery at Chandler Regional Hospital in Arizona. Any heart surgery is an intense procedure, especially for a man that age, but he was doing as good as could be expected, resting in the recovery room with his wife Rosemary, and he was in good hands. You see, Rosemary was actually a retired nurse who had previously worked at this very facility. Suddenly, an alarm sounds. It's coming from Philip's IV monitor, indicating that there is some kind of issue with the flow, likely a blockage. The hospital staff rushes to the recovery room, and when they get there, they see Rosemary doing something to the IV. They're not sure what. Then they take a closer look and see that there's now a brown substance inside the IV. They quickly remove the IV from Philip, and upon doing so, notice that it smells like poop. And sure enough, upon testing the fluid, it was poop. If it wasn't obvious enough who put the poop there, 3 syringes were found in Rosemary's purse, with an empty one testing positive for trace amounts of duty. Philip survived the infection he got from the IV, but doctors were clear that this could have killed him. So Rosemary was arrested for attempted first-degree murder and vulnerable adult abuse. Why would someone do this to their husband of over 30 years? During her hearing, she said that she was sleep-deprived, depressed, and didn't remember doing it. And Philip would actually defend her. He described the incident as a psychological break and said that she was no danger to him. Which, I mean, if your wife injects actual poop into your bloodstream, and then you're just like, yeah, you know what, it happens. I guess that's love. Ultimately, the murder charges were dropped, and she was sentenced to 4 years probation for vulnerable adult abuse. There's a good chance that you've dealt with an annoying neighbor at some point. The neighbor from hell. But I'd wager everything I have that you've never dealt with a neighbor like this. June 20th, 2015, the night before Father's Day in Kendall, a suburb of Miami, Florida. After a long day of shopping in preparation for a Father's Day barbecue, a 52-year-old man named Jose Ray is out with his wife Lizette walking their little Yorkie. As often happens when you walk a dog, it squats down and poops. This time it chose to poop in a neighbor's front yard. Classic cause of many a neighborly dispute. But what happens next is far from a classic outcome. This neighbor's father, a 66-year-old man named Omar Rodriguez, was witness to the dog pooping. He was not happy about what he saw. He gets into a huge screaming match with Jose, and there's varying accounts of what happened next. According to Jose's wife, they were planning to go to their other neighbor's place for drinks, so he went back home to drop off the dog and get her a mint julep. Omar claimed that Jose threatened to come back and beat him up. So the 66-year-old man responded as Izzy Mandelbaum, pulling his shirt off and demanding that Jose fight him right then and there. Although the wife's story is more consistent with what the other neighbors saw, they did confirm that Omar did in fact take his shirt off. The altercation continued when Jose returned, culminating in Omar going to his car and grabbing a gun from the glove box. He shoots Jose once, knocking him to the ground. He then stands over Jose and shoots him 2 more times. As Lizette is trying to help her wounded husband, he threatens to shoot her too. Jose was rushed to the hospital in critical condition where he would undergo several surgeries, but unfortunately succumbed to his wounds a week later. Omar insisted that this was all an act of self-defense, that Jose threatened him and he had a shiny object in his hand. And indeed, there was a knife found next to Jose Rey's body. In a brief moment of consciousness following his surgeries, he said that Omar planted the knife. DNA evidence would later support this, as would the multiple neighbors who corroborated his wife's story, saying that all he was holding was a mint julep and when he was shot his hands were in the air. In fact, neighbors from 3 different neighborhoods that Omar had lived in over the past few years had a lot to say about him. The Miami Herald published an article documenting the over 140 complaints that neighbors had filed against him since 2008, as well as an arrest record dating back to 1970. Multiple cases of stalking people. One neighbor claimed he left a dead cat on their property. Another said he slashed their tires. Women would go inside if they saw him coming, and parents would warn their children to avoid making eye contact. He also had a massive history of frivolous lawsuits, described succinctly by the Miami New Times. Interestingly, Rodriguez, a Cuban immigrant, has a proud academic history, a bachelor's degree from the University of Florida, a master's degree from St. Thomas, and a law degree from Drake University. Rodriguez, however, was never admitted to the Florida bar. At first, it was because he refused to pay for a psychiatric evaluation. Rodriguez sued, but ultimately, a court sided with the bar, citing Rodriguez's brushes with the law and numerous civil suit entanglements. It appears he instead tried to channel his legal interests into pursuing code complaints and various civil lawsuits against neighbors over the years. Some neighbors claimed that he would actually patrol the neighborhood looking for dogs. He would wait for the dog to poop and then argue about it. There were even police reports about similar confrontations to the one with Jose Rey, including one that had happened just days before. Overall, it seemed like there was a general sentiment that this man would eventually kill somebody. But his neighbors and police records began to paint a picture of what kind of man this was. Rodriguez asserted that his neighbors were conspiring against him with the local police. And I don't mean that this is just something he said flippantly. This was a part of his legal defense.
Welcome to
this
my
might
channel.
seem like a pretty open and shut case, but it actually took nearly 10 years to get resolved. It was in August of 2024 when a now 75-year-old Omar Rodriguez was sentenced to life in prison. And as Jose Rey's widow read her statement, Rodriguez still taunted her. He yelled, "The coward was your husband. That's why I killed him." He cried like a baby. At the time, she actually wasn't sure what he said, but she expressed disappointment that they couldn't get the death penalty.
I wish, though, that the death sentence would have been on the table, because at the end of the day, Mr. Rodriguez will continue to see his family. They'll be able to visit him and see him. I'll never get to see my husband again. Where's the justice in that?
Let me tell you about the deadliest BJ in history. One night in 2021, 2 gay Canadian teenagers meet up after meeting on a dating app. Although internet meetups like this can have a bit of ambiguity to them, there's no question what was about to happen here. No romance, not a lot of small talk, not even any kissing. They just got right to business. But then mid-blowjob, something strange begins to happen. The boy on the receiving end begins to wheeze. He starts to struggle to breathe. Having been a lifelong asthmatic, he grabs for his inhaler to stop his symptoms. But it didn't work, and soon after that, he passes out. Medics arrive 45 minutes later to find the boy unconscious with his panicking fling by his side. They also discover that he has an unused EpiPen with him, indicating a history of severe allergic reactions. After doing what they could at the home to treat such a reaction, they rush him to the hospital. But despite their best efforts, the doctors couldn't save him. He was pronounced dead the next day, cardiac arrest due to anaphylaxis. But what could have happened here? Like, you can't be allergic to getting a blowjob. I mean, it actually is possible to be allergic to semen. It's an extremely rare condition called seminal plasma hypersensitivity. But that wouldn't apply to this scenario even if they did finish the transaction, because, once again, it was the BJ recipient who had the allergy. The doctors considered a latex allergy, which is relatively common and can be deadly for some people, but no condoms were used. He also hadn't taken any drugs. It's known that asthma attacks can be induced from sexual activity, and people have died from this, but his history indicated that his asthma had actually improved, and he did take his inhaler. Furthermore, their findings show that this definitely happened because of some kind of allergic reaction. Looking into his medical history revealed that he did in fact have a severe peanut allergy since childhood, hence the EpiPen that he strangely didn't use. When this information was discovered, the head giver, who wasn't made aware of the allergy, revealed that he had eaten peanut butter earlier in the day. Although this happened well before the encounter, peanut allergens can actually remain in your saliva for several hours after you eat them, even if you brush your teeth. This has been the cause of several cases where people had their peanut allergies triggered by kissing, and allergens like peanuts can make their way into your semen after you've eaten them, which is why almost every other similar case involved a woman in a straight encounter, such as one woman who almost died after sex when her husband was taking an antibiotic that she was allergic to. But once again, they hadn't kissed, and it was the recipient who had the reaction, so semen wouldn't be affected. However, allergens can be transferred through any mucous membrane, so the doctors concluded that the deadly peanut allergens had to have entered his body through the urethra. Although there had been previous documented cases of people having their allergies triggered through oral sex, in every other case it was the one giving head who had the reaction. This was the very first time that the recipient of a blowjob was the one who died from an allergy attack. In the case report that was written about the incident, the writers note that had the other boy been made aware of the allergy, and if the EpiPen had been administered right away, he likely would have survived. And they note that it's important for people to discuss these kinds of allergies with potential partners, especially as more people go meeting strangers off the internet. They also note that it's important for people to be aware of the various ways that food allergies can be triggered outside of just eating them. For this episode of 1001 Ways to Die, let's talk about strange ways that people die during sexual encounters. These days, you often hear about people working in the gig economy. They're making ends meet through a patchwork of temporary jobs as opposed to regular long-term employment. Although it's a relatively new phenomenon at the scale it's at right now, there's always been ways to supplement your income through small side gigs and whatnot. I went through a period where I was living off of writing gigs, background acting jobs, and various stuff I found off of Craigslist. Another common trope that you'd see on old TV shows is people selling blood, although in the US at least that was ended in 1970. Of course, other bodily fluids are just as valuable. For instance, you got sperm donations. A qualifying man can make a few $100 a load doing what he was going to do anyway. Although there's typically limits to prevent one man from having too many families.
What a beautiful little girl!
Sometimes that doesn't happen. You may remember that one Gamer from Mars video, or the countless other similar cases. But it's not always the doctors themselves going Genghis Khan mode at the cum factory. Zhang Gang was a 23-year-old medical student in Wuhan, China. Like many medical students, he was trying to find ways to make money that wouldn't take too much time from his extremely time-consuming coursework. Thus, in January 2011, a year after he began his studies, he started to frequent a fertility clinic at the same university he was studying. As a tall, healthy, intelligent young man, they were more than happy to receive his frequent donations. And he was so happy with their arrangement that he'd even become an outspoken supporter of the facility, and he'd encourage their peers to make donations of their own. The way the coverage describes him, I'm just picturing him bringing it up every conversation. Like you're grabbing a quick lunch between classes, and he's like, bro, you gotta go to the cum factory and jerk off. We're gonna pay you to nut. Alright man, sure, I'll go nut at the cum factory, God. But then, a little over a year in February of 2012, tragedy strikes. One day, Zhang returns to the facility to once again make a donation. It was his 4th donation in 10 days. He goes to the cubicle armed by what Chinese media referred to as a sexy magazine, and he gets down to business. But then 2 hours pass, and the nurses are like, alright, he does this a lot, but he doesn't usually last that long. So they go to his cubicle, and they're horrified to see that he's unconscious. Medics were unable to resuscitate him, and he's pronounced dead from a heart attack. As I said before, it's not unheard of for people to have a heart attack from sexual activity, but this is typically older men or people with underlying health conditions. And by all accounts, Zhang was the picture of good health. And 4 times in 10 days, I mean, that's a lot to make donations, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not that much. Perhaps even a bit low. I mean, hell, you fill me up with some zinc and L-arginine, and I'll make 4 donations in one day. His father, Zhang Jinglong, would wind up suing the facility for 4 million yuan, which at the time was the equivalent of $600,000. He claimed that they pressured his son into making such frequent donations, and that he died because of their negligence while he was unconscious. But ultimately, the court would rule against him. They said that his son was a grown man who could make his own decisions. And while you probably agree with that assessment, there are some circumstances surrounding this case that are kinda suspicious. For starters, his father requested an autopsy and was denied on multiple occasions. Additionally, Zhang's wife, who also studied at the same university, was offered a deal that in exchange for having his body cremated, she would be exempt from tuition fees and be given 88,000 yuan, about $13,000. Why would the university care whether or not his body is cremated? I have no evidence to support this, and clearly the courts sided with the university, but personally, I suspect that they gave him something that led to his heart attack. And had there been an autopsy as his father requested, that would have been discovered.
Do you want to build a snowman
Have you ever given yourself a
democracy?
small electric shock?
No,
I
it's
remember
fine.
the first time it ever happened.
Later,
I was going to
thanks.
play Final Fantasy VI, and when I was plugging in...
Thank you, man. Later. I'm hungry. I should probably eat a lunch. Maybe after lunch. Is
Okay,
that fine?
no problem. Are you okay? You seem sad.
After lunch.
After lunch.
Yeah, I usually don't like being treated as a piece of shit. It's fine. If it's like a random like people, that's fine. I don't expect anything from random people. If it's the people that I usually, you know, like have conversation with, and they treat you like a random piece of shit, well, that's fine. I have a thick skin. I'll live. Thanks for noticing. Not a big deal.
I understand. I didn't he do anything wrong, did I?
No, it's
Just
not you.
making sure.
It's not you. Let me see, it's 16:05. Give me like 30 minutes. If in 30 minutes they're not gonna serve the lunch, I'm gonna go see to eat something by myself. Go, go, gorilla.
Okay, I understand.
No. Oh. Sure. Hit me
If you
with-
want to vent, I will be in Discord for a bit. I don't know how long because I have to help my parents pack. They are going on a trip.
There you go. Thanks. It's fine.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm hanging in there, man. I'm alive.
Oh.
How about you?
Oh, it's fine.
My voice might go out some. Weird thing happened earlier this week. I woke up with a very, or actually, you know, it happened the very last time we played Helldivers. I noticed it right after, at the end of us playing Helldivers. There was a very specific pain in my throat. And it's still there a little bit. But it's also started to kind of take the voice out, and I don't know what's happening, but that's happening. So if I sound weird or don't talk as much, that's why.
It's fine. So how does it work? If you get sick or you think something is wrong, you go to the doctor and they like you have to pay like $100 for them to actually check you out.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. You'd have to pay for the visit, and I would go to an urgent care. A lot of urgent cares, they try to be community, like America's.
You should move to Serbia. If you think something is wrong with you, you go to the medic, and they can at least tell you what's wrong, and then you can go to like facilities that actually you need to pay, I guess.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
We're
Yeah, I mean,
sorry.
Medical tourism is a thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I worry, but there's no reason to worry. I mean, anyway, I don't know. I think I maybe sprained my vocal cords. I don't know how I would have done that, because it's not like I was yelling or anything. But
No, you didn't.
I don't know. Anyway. It worries me because it's on the side of my throat that I had cancer on. And a couple of months ago, I thought I felt something, but I had somebody else feel up on my throat. I know it sounds weird, but you know, and they said they didn't feel anything, so might be in my head. I don't know. It's hard.
Listen, you are still young for something like as a returning, you know, like disease to. It makes no sense, though. Okay.
Well, I mean, maybe I agree with you, but this is around the time when if it was going to return, it would return because it was an indolent cancer.
Mm.
And it's you have about 8 to 10 years, and so if it was going to come back, now would be the time. But there's no point in talking about that because there's nothing I can do
No.
about it. And
If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. Like then
it's gonna happen. That's right.
There's nothing you can do.
So how have you been? How's your days been?
I guess working a night shift at the factory like during the summer is like a good idea. Because if you go there during the day, it's kind of super hot. And it's really uncomfortable to work. But during the night, it's actually chill, you know.
That's fair. Are you guys still in a heat wave?
Well, apparently that's what it is. I'm not like that easily, you know, like harmed by the heat. I don't really care. But yeah, it is hot. Let's say it like that. And apparently, I watched the telly. You don't trust everything that you see on telly. They said something along the lines, "Oh, this is the year that like most people drowned." Like, how? Well, because people tend to go, you know, on a swim, or like a, you know, pool or like a public place.
We're getting hit
And
with all the smoke from the Canada fires right now.
I believe it.
It's hard to breathe outside.
So apparently, like it's too hot, so people go to swim, and they get
Last
like a
night it was
sunstroke.
blocking the sun.
Oh wow, they have a problem right there in Canada. What can I say? I don't know.
They have a problem where?
The blank said something about Canada having issues with is it smoke covering sun? Let me see. Smoke from Canada fire. Canada fire? How does that work? Like they're burning something, or is it like a pollution?
I don't know. I think there's forest fires in Canada right now.
Sorry, the voice thing keeps cutting you off.
Yeah, sorry about that. Oh, great, fucking bird.
I'm assuming this bird is in the game and not, you know.
No. There is no bird in my place. Just a fucking there we go. Can you like hit her? Nope. She's just gonna channel the hurricane and kill me. I guess I'll just die. They killed her. Nice.
You may possess strength after all.
I don't care. So did you try the thing? I'm gonna try to derail stuff on like something like that.
Try what thing?
The thing they got us, the scuffed warband thing. Yeah, you know, like we got to choose from 2 different cars, and now they gave us like a reward for a campaign, like a marksman rifle, which is something that I assume they wanted to put in like a next warband, but for some reasons they had problems, and they decided to, you know, butcher the warband and just gave it as like a reward, which I really don't mind.
No, I don't either, but I actually haven't looked at any of that.
So you got a new marksman rifle unlocked if you played the Helldivers for last 2 or 3 weeks at least once. You did. I know you did.
Yeah, no, I did.
So it's
I
like
don't know. I don't know where I collect that reward at because it hasn't popped up.
you automatically have it. It was like a small icon when you log into the game. It's automatically added to your rooster of guns.
I mean, I'll have to look. 'Cause I have,
If
certainly
you
haven't noticed
if you're
anything.
like in a random match with anybody, if you're solo, you won't really see it. If you're in a match with other people, most of the people are running it. It's pretty good. It's like one of those, you know, the counter sniper diligence, but better, with more recoil, but you know, stronger gun.
I see.
Mm.
Ah. Boy, I haven't talked much, but I'm just now hearing how bad my voice sounds.
My stream? Nah. You sound. You sound
I
okay.
did unlock the Luger.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, if you run the mod launcher like me, you can swap it for a Mauser, which actually looks really good. The Luger is like an officer's gun, you know, like the Mauser is like a, you know, a poor man gun, I would like to say.
It's an interesting gun. I like it for the most part.
It has a lot of bullets, you can kind of spam it. It's a backup sidearm, that's what it's supposed to be, I think.
Well, and I'm shocked it's armor piercing, medium armor pen.
Yeah, but it's not a lot of damage, you know?
No, it's not.
They gave it like a medium pen, so you can kind of shoot everything, but I guess, you know, it takes a bit of bullet to kill it. So, this is.
Yeah, you're right. I like it. In fact, I think this Warbone's been pretty cool overall.
Okay, sure. So I got a new pet in this game.
A new what in the game?
Pet, you know, the pet,
Pet?
monster, yeah. The henchman.
I see the guy with the huge
red crystal.
Red crystal, yeah.
Yep. So I traded a big, you know, gorilla for a gorilla with a crystal. They're about the same. This one looks cooler. And as you said it like once, it's a rule of a cool. If it looks cool, and sure, people are gonna use it.
It does look cool. And yep, that is the rule of cool. What is it, a monkey?
It's a henchman. It's called Quadrilla Lieutenant. So it's not. It's counted as like a unique boss monster. So I can have only one. He is not like a real boss. I met him like once. I played the temple area like 20-30 times already, and I never met him until I added like a room that adds like a random monster from like a jungle, and this guy popped up, and I managed to, you know, tame him with like a spell gem. So I binded him to me, and now he's, you know, my bodyguard.
Oh man.
Halfway. Impressive. One cannot outrun time.
Indeed. Another boss, okay. So I'm trying to buy myself a time until I, like my mom calls out for like a lunch, And if that doesn't happen like next 10 minutes, I'm gonna go and check it out for myself. I'm perfectly able to, you know, prepare food for myself, but that would be kind of cheating, you know. If the lunch is already made and I grab something to eat, I'm gonna get scolded. I don't know if you had like experiences like that.
Experience like what?
Yeah, no, like, you know, like prepares the food for like whole family, but you cheat and you grab like a sandwich or like something by yourself to eat.
You're asking if I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm not an idiot, I promise. Or maybe I am.
You
You're asking
just.
if I do that?
Yeah. Have you ever?
All the time.
Really? And
yeah, I don't normally eat with other people.
Oh.
Yeah, I very rarely eat. Like with my family or anything, we don't normally eat.
Oh, it's fine. I've only asked for.
No, I don't normally eat. Damn. I'll tell you one thing about this Luger. Sorry. You know how I am with doing two things at the same time. But I'll tell you one thing about it is this whole clip reloading it makes for a different experience. It's not bad, it's just
different.
You have to time your shots out better. So what else have you been playing lately?
Factoria a bit, I guess. It's like a micromanagement, like a RT.
Okay.
I guess it could be like a RTS in a fashion. Not really, but I guess if I have to like compare it to anything.
I don't think I've ever heard of that one.
It's a factory management simulation. Makes sense?
Like Craft the World?
No. Craft the World is like you have like a team between like 1 to like 20, 15 dwarves. And as the time goes by, you get more harder enemies and you craft more gear and you research spells or like more range like variants of weapons. Your default option is melee there, but you can go spells and, you know, firearms and bows that fire triple arrows or stuff like that. That's Craft the World. With you know, base building, you know, like you're making them a home and making them make food. Factorio is like you're an astronaut or like an engineer that's stranded on like a planet, and you have to start from like a scratch. Not like Stone Age, but you have to like develop your technology and basically make a different rocket so you can lift off a planet.
Must grow.
Yes, exactly. That is correct. He knows.
Have you ever... Hi, Blank, by the way.
Yeah. This is gonna be tough. Shit.
I can't remember what I was gonna say, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Maybe it does. How much more of these trials I need to do? This is annoying. You're about to say?
Can't remember. I guess it wasn't important.
Maybe it was.
That's true. Could have been the most important thing I'll ever say.
Fucking sledgehammer with 300% more accuracy. Like, make it make sense.
There's a game that has a mech in it. I think I've asked you if you've played it before though, but I'm trying to remember what
Mech
it's
Warrior?
called. No.
Armor
Game
core.
home.
Armor core.
No. Let me look in management. Maybe I've got that in my list.
Is it like a 2D graphics, like a stylized?
No. No. Give me a second. I'll find it. Riftbreaker. I don't know if you've ever played.
Is it like a base building, like where you defend the base with a robot? Is that it?
Yes.
Riftbreaker.
I think I saw it.
I own it and I
store
played
steam
it.
powered comma the Riftbreaker.
And it's not bad. I linked it in your profile. Sorry, she's gonna read all of that shit. That hyperlink.
No. She's not, because I blocked it.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, I'm kinda smart.
Riftbreaker is a lot.
Well, either way, it's on Steam. It's pretty good, and that's coming from someone who does not normally like this style of games. I picked it up after I was playing V Rising because it looked vaguely similar to V Rising, and maybe the top-down kind of fighting is.
Its action is very busy for a management game.
The whole base management is entirely different. It's much more, in my opinion, like what you're looking at with Factorio.
Yeah, but this is more combat oriented. Factorio is like a slow beginning, like really slow. But the more you play Factorio, the harder it becomes fighting with the bugs. And that's what you're doing. You're basically fighting a planet full of bugs. It's quite simple concept, but it's. What are the enemies in Riftbreaker?
I mean, they're bugs, and
they're also bugs. Okay.
Yeah, but there's a lot of different types, and there's a lot of different biomes. I can't even begin to tell you how many of. I mean, because it's a bullet hell style fighting, right? Like you're going around and. You know, you have the base to manage, but your actual combat, you have 2 guns on your mech, and you can choose different guns and stuff.
Can your base defend itself a bit?
You can build turrets in your base, yes, and different types of turrets.
Are they efficient?
That I don't know, because 1, I don't know how you're defining efficient, and 2, I haven't played enough to really have an opinion that.
Can they fend off the base a bit?
A bit, but in truth. What I think their function more is helping you defend, because at some point, because any of the concerted waves that hit your base is not going to be able to defend by itself probably. Like, I mean, the idle creatures or maybe some of the small waves, sure, they'd be fine, but like this thing hits you with heavy fucking waves. And the turrets are not going to be able to defend against.
Oh god, okay.
But you would not be able to defend probably without the turrets, right? Like it's there to help you.
I finally finished Creeper World, fun little base defense resource management game.
It's also got one of the best Twitch integrations I think there is. I mean, I say that, but there's just some games that have Twitch integration that to me doesn't make a lot of. It's not really good Twitch integration. Like I was reading the Twitch integration for Total War, and it was just very lukewarm.
So, okay, sure. Was about to yep something, but
Riftbreaker is a lot. You're right, Blank. It is, which is why I probably haven't finished it. But you know, based off the things I've seen Snake play, the only thing about it is the fact that it's a lot that I think would turn him off, right? Like, he likes more chill games, I think, in many cases, but whereas Riftbreaker is going to be more of a challenge. You know.
So you think I'm not really? Thanks.
Yes, you always feel laid back in the games you play. Like right now, like you're playing this game, but like it doesn't look like it's giving you a challenge.
Yeah, because let me show you. It's kind of cheat. In the upper right corner it says monster level 79. If your character is level 88,
I heard him say you're not good enough.
yeah, he said I'm not good enough. I heard that. That's fine.
That's not what I fucking said at all. Oh, there it is, the hyena. Medium armor,
Yeah.
penetrating, and incendiary.
Yeah.
Well, it looks fucking cool.
It's well, my friend says it looks like a AKSU, you know, the cut down version of AK. But I was thinking about maybe like Dragunov SVD, you know, the designated marksman rifle of the Soviet army. Well, in the past at least.
I don't know. I don't know. It's a big gun.
I needed to. You need to mod it. Default configuration is kinda. You have like a 10 times optic, but that's not really optimal. It recoils like a mule. So you need to get that like a strong, you know, the compensator, in order for like every subsequent shot not to like spike your aim, you know, into the sky.
Duly noted.
You do sound like you're having, you know, struggle with speaking. Sorry for making you speak.
It's okay. It's not your fault. So you've been working the night shift?
Yeah, tonight. Not really excited about that, but as I said, if I have to like choose, do I want to work like you know, afternoon, like 2 p.m. shift to like 10 p.m. Nope. It's super hot outside. You don't want to be outside at that point. I would rather rather go like night shift. It's more manageable. Okay, let me see what time
That's
is it.
fair.
16:31. I'm gonna stop here. Fucking Temple of Chaos. So I need to do this shit like 3 or 4 times in a row. I have 2 cats. One is lying on like a couch and the other is in a lazy bed. And they're like that for like last 4 hours. It's too hot for them outside, so they figure out it's kinda, because this room is in a basement, they figure out it's kinda better to lay it off like here in a basement. Okay, let me check for a lunch. Nope. Out. Sorry. Be right back.
tackling. Welcome to my channel. Kizik. Welcome to my channel.
You have to step away. Can't tell. Let me see. Sure. No problem. Have fun doing so. There you go. Yep. Hey. Okay. Will I kill more gorillas? Let's do that. Hello, Mr.
In my
Bug.
Super NES.
Hello. Oh! kafu, nek čaj.
Čaj nemam, ali kafu. Možeš. Šta ćeš? Imaš još toga, Irish coffee, imaš i taj drugi. Onaj koliko je gore u... Imao sam jednoga malo manjeg sa stubom, ovaj njegov long lost cousin. No. Opa. Ta-da. Wait. Ah. Impending doom, whatever. Hvala. Kako tastatura, baš? Kako ti tastatura, baš?
A, dobro.
Vidim da zvukeć, što to svijetli.
Mehanička. A ovo ti ne može baš da se isključi bez da uzmem da otvorim i da prekinem taj LED.
Light show.
Zapravo LED me ne mi interesuje.
welcome back to YouTube's greatest MGS5 long-form analysis series. In this entry, we'll be diving into the events of the mission Angel with Broken Wings. Along the way, we'll have to discuss a lot of key themes and ideas imported from the real world.
Saša mi poslala poruku juče. Koliko može da se nađe polovni
Već smo pitali ovo za PlayStation. Koji telefon?
Ne, iPhone 13 ili iPhone 13 Pro.
To mu pitaj si. Ne znam sve iPhone. Ja sam uzeo Android novi za 150 evra, tako. 14 dinara.
To od nekog, jel?
Iš po danici. Kod toga Đurđevca u Vrbasu. To nije iPhone, to je Android, ništa mu ne fali. A za iPhone...
jel?
Da, za iPhone ne znam.
A prodaje li on polovnjake?
Verovatno prodaje.
Pa možeš njega pitati.
Što da ga pitamo, što ne odemo zajedno tamo?
Ma neću, no samo da ga pitaš ima li da ja javim Saši koliko, neću da mlatim po Vrbasu bez veze. Ako će da mu se kupi, jer ja ću sigurno za 7-8 dana... Da ću ti ja moj telefon.
Nema potrebe nešto za tom. Pitaj Sima da li može da ti vidi neku kojem prodaje.
Pa vidio je od 280 do 400, opet mi je sigurnije do...
Ne, toliko koliko Sima kažeš, ništa nije ti. Oni su svi skupi, zato su brandirani.
A ne zbog toga, nego je to sigurnije što...
Ne, nije apsolutno nije. Toliko je koliko je Sima rekao, ništa sigurnije nije.
just the beginning. Their skin grows stiff and resilient.
Kumra. Welcome to my channel. Discord.
Vidi ušao je prvo Discord, pa onda mi se javio. Ovo je neobično. Šta će ovdje? Čuo si moju kritiku.
Pa ja, brate, mene kad ljudi kritikuju za neke stvari koje ja griješim,
Ja se poboljšavam.
da su greške.
Nije to greška, nego to je trolovanje. Bukvalno napišeš Discord, ja uzem i čekam ga jedno 15 sekundi do minut. Trolaš.
Pa je?
Jest, Dragane Kesić. Otkud ti je oko rano? 5:11. Dobro. Ale, i poljubi.
Čekaš neki? Stvari 3. Pitaj Đetić ili ona?
Si igrao prethodnih dana 70 bez mene?
Igrao sam malo nešto. Baš malo. Juče sam igrao. Bio sam ti ulazio na Discord, ali vidim na
Nemaš šta da ne ulaziš.
Nema ti.
Zato što radim 2 dana ujutro, 2 dana popodne. Ako mene vidiš da sam online, nisam tu.
Imam pitanje za tebe. Da li znaš kad je moj rođendan?
Nema to vas.
Stani, znaš kad mi je rođendan?
Ne znam, to tvoja žena zna.
Stani, ne znam ja kad je tvoj rođendan.
Ja odlično. Ne idem na društvene mreže, ne zapisujem se, ne iskaču mi ono, pa pitaj. Jest. Stvarno nisam u tom fazonu. To žene malo lakše rade, one imaju Viber grupe i Facebook grupe i to se lako iskočiti. Ja to ne gledam, ne interesujem. Ako saznam od nekoga, dođem, što da ne dođem, nisam posvađan s njim. Ona ne zna ko zna iko. Kad ko radi. Zna i kad ti radiš i kad ja radim. Sve te informacije koje nisu ni važne, imam slobodno vremena neograničeno. kao što se rekao, neograničeno.
Našao sam bravo, jo.
Samo da završim ovaj ekran. Pa ćemo vidjeti.
Grđi sam od tebe, znaš.
Ulezi.
A uzeo sam, brate, uletio u neki Ford, šta li je bilo, novi kompleks sve, rekli se.
Rastorio. Za XP. Za XP,
da. Ne za XP, nego za pare.
Pa da, messing, elektronski delovi, sve. Sve to pare. Da.
Čak sam uzeo da ima više, da dobijam više svega.
Više svega? Da. A onaj skill. Pa da, znaš kako ti ideš, što više stvari razbiješ, to više XP dobiješ.
Pa da, viži, experience nije loša, ako je za ovo 1000 po experience.
Gdje?
Cement mixer se ti
I dobiješ delove, a delove možda prodaš ako ti ne treba. Kažem ti, treba ti, koliko se ja sećam prije kako je bilo, oko 2000 treba da uvijek da imaš elektronik parca, preko 2000, a mnogo ima elektronik parca.
A znaš šta mi se sviđa da razvalimo, prosti, sviđa mi se da razvalimo one krevete, krevete su za
za šipke i to.
Da, iz udarca ga razvali, znaš?
Dobiješ klot i šipke.
I ove radijatore skrepuj, jer gledaj sad,
Ne, treba nam dva, nemoj da raskrpuješ sve.
Imaš 40 radijatora tamo, ne govorim ti za te radijatore ubazno, ako ih nađeš...
Pa dobro, ali pošto nisam napravio ne upgrade-ove...
Nebitno, slušaj, nisam ja jedno. Pazi, selling price ti košta 54 za radijator. Sad kad ga skrepujem daje ti 180. Pomozi meni 180 bresa, sad ću ti ići koliko je? 180 bresta, stvarno.
Koliko je?
Sekund moram ručno. Bresa i košta 100, znači duplo dobijaš.
Misliš da ga rastaviš ili da ga prodaš? Ga postavljam da ga prodaješ.
Naskrepuješ pa ako ćeš prodaj, jednako ima presadnost. Ako ćeš.
Jedino što možeš praviti od municije ti je kad dobiješ, kad pročitaš sve one knjige za snajper, to znaš. Dobiješ opciju da praviš kutije, recimo AP municije.
Da.
To ti je od municije što vredi, sve ostalo ne vredi da se pravi. Mislim da Magnum municija nije loša, jer Magnum municija sva radi, i ona najgora municija radi kao AP. Ako to nisu menjali. Dobre. To sam se zapravo spavao. Probudio sam se u 5. Okrenuo se na stranu, rekao ne moram da žurim, zato što radim uveče.
Na čas radiš?
Ništa nisam rekao. Uglavnom, rekao ne moram da žurim, mogu se stanem i kasnije. I onda odrema se još malo, bilo je skoro 7:50. A rekao super, ovo ti je taman vrijeme da se probudiš. Kad imaš većinu dana slobodno.
Da.
Većinu, ne čitam, ali većinu. I radije bi radio recimo neku kasniju smenu od druga je stvarno smrt.
Druga je najgorča. Nemate ni
tamo
ni vamo.
Ne, inače sranje, ali leti još gore zato što ujutro kad dođeš aj nekako nije toliko toplo nigde, znaš, toliko nije toplo. I tu negdje oko 10 do 2 malo,
za posao,
za generalno svaki posao je opasno. I kod moje firme svako, ne zabavaj. Ujutro kad dođeš nije problem. tu negdje od 2 do 10, to ne daj Bože, to zabranio zakonom. U Nemci.
Da, ali ja ne znam zašto to...
Dozvolio bi ljudima da
Zašto
rade
je to
uveče
dozvoljeno?
od 10 do 6 ako ćeš ujutro. Onda idi spavaj. Šta ti radi?
Dobro,
Ne.
to sad zato što je vruće, ali ja...
Ne, a mislim, kad su ovakve, znaš, vrućine, ali oni nikad neće da kažu koliko je stvarno, znaš, nego uvijek, znaš,
Ma
sebe.
znam, lažu bre, lažu.
Te 25 stepenije, 27,5 stepenije u hladu. A koliko je na suncu? 50?
Nisam ja ulade.
Niko od nas ne postavlja se pitanje koliko ulad. Ja ulad mogu da pijem limonada, razumeš da bude 40, nije to problem. Kad ne gledam u sunce direktno. Zato što bi stala sva industrija, ja mislim da je to u pitanju.
Ma da, ali ne znam zašto...
Stala bi i saobraćaj i...
A ne bi stalo, ali ne imaš poslove koje možeš da radiš po suncu, imaš koje ne možeš.
Mora koji može, na primjer, može da radi zdravstvena ustanova popodne, razumeš, pod klimatizacijom. Škola, ako treba, može popodne. Ako je radim, to slađem prosto.
Skijaš sam.
Ko će da nosi šlem?
Ja moram nositi šta tu.
Na 50 stepeni.
Pa šta nego šta? Šta?
Ovi momci mrze ih da se briju. Oni nose one preko lice, znaš, one maske. Ali more. Imaš opciju, niko te ne brani. Ja uzmem i obrijem se. I ne nosim to. Nije im problem da se obrijem. Ćeš to govno da nosi, ne razumeš da me čita u smenu, razumeš, bode i da... Zajebao. Znaš da sam sajt izlogovali, već se sjećaš se.
Da, sad... Ovom otišao nadalje.
Znam. Ja sam tebi dao sve pare, ja nemam boba.
Nema pare.
Znam da ti imaš. No da niš.
Riznici. I ovi su predobri, ovi kao serveri, znaš. Oni isto iz udarca padaju, znaš.
Ko to?
Oni kao serveri,
A, znam. One mašine. Sad sam zabija bez glavije, sekiram u glavu.
Šta sam mu kinuo glavu?
A, sa čeličnom sekirom. Ja smrzam, znači to para što sam ti dao, ne znam šta si uzeo bio, nešto si uzeo za crafting čini mi se. Sad mogu sam te pare da probam da uzmem možda neku topliju deću, ovo je strašno. Već čitao sam ledenice ovom lagijom, znaš.
Sve ću dođeti da donesem.
Pa, ne treba mi pare, treba mi odeći onaj kroz onaj termoizolacijona, ono čudo, znaš. Moram obazu svejedno, ako si igrao malo vidim da jesi, najvjerojatnije da su oni u sebi porasti, tako da to moram da odradim.
Ja, čak ima ovaj trader, stavim što slušam na tradera.
I vjerojatno nisi napravio turbocharger, ili tako?
Naravno da nisam.
Pa reći ga ja. Da sam ti pokazao bio receptak.
A ne znam je da ja imam ili ga ti imaš, ti ga imaš.
Ja sam ga kucaj charge ili turbo kako hoćeš. CHA R turbocharger, supercharger izvini. Nije turbo. Isti đavo. Ma jedan dobro mod, vidio sam na YouTube lik je pokazivao da je ova verzija igre, koja je ova verzija, 3.0, da je kompatibilna s tim modom. I sa onim sa onim oružjima što smo i ti koristili, kako se zove, i Sozo Weapon Pack, onaj što ubacuje realno oružje. Pokazivao da je kompatibilno i također jedan isti taj što je pravio taj mod, uradio je mod za vozilo. Žak urade vozila je. Imaš ono klasične, one američke, one, znaš, one muscle, one automobile stare. Imaš i... Ima i avioni. Znaš, oni mali kao poljoprivredni avioni, ta varijanta. Poslati se ćemo da ubazi. Interesantno izgleda stvarno. Da, ova verzija 3.0.1 igre. Ja se nadam da će izbaciti uskoro onaj bandit update.
Ja bi to volio.
Onda da imaš još jednu pretnju, znaš. Ovo je s zombijima, previše su, znaš, glupavi, kako da to ti objasnim. Imaš od 20 vrsta zombija koji te napadu, imaš dvojicu, trojicu koji gađa. Onaj baca stijene, onaj povraća i imaš onoga što eksplodira i to ti je to, ono, znaš. A banditi, svaki bandit kako sam vidio imaš opciju, ima melee oružje, ima nekakvo range oružje. Znaš, ne moraju da budu bog zna koliko teški, ali čak su pitali, radio sam anketu, ne znam se je tebi poslao bio. Ono, da li žele igrači kao da imaš evente na mapi gdje ono, voziš se, radiš svoju stvar, pa napraviti zasadu, znaš.
To nije loš.
Well, don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Go do the goddamn job.
Samo da pogledam.
Može. Samo da ne budu pesova, znaš. Malo težija, da.
Tako se zove sajt, bukvalno, znaš. 7 days to die mods.
Našao sam nešto.
Easy, ovo smo mi igrali. Easy weapon mod pack. Mislim da je to taj. Da, radi. Imaš ovo. A ne moramo to sad, možemo kad ovaj save ono malo maksimum.
Dobro.
Ovaj. To što piše da možeš stati svež save, znaš.
Da, zbog upravljanja mape i to.
Ma da.
Hoćeš da napravimo, a čekaj da vidim prvo kako je.
Ne, polako. Imaš da klikneš da vidiš. Pa igrali smo već s time.
Igrali smo s oružjima, nisam sad tim uzeli nekako.
Sad ću ti naći. Naprotiv treba mod, glavni taj, i onda ovaj compatibility mod za... Aha. Znači, ide jedan pa drugi. Gdje mu je?
Sve ste ga ubazu jebati.
Pa motor. Samo da vidim. Wow. Ima mod da praviš ugalj od drveta. Charcoal oven.
Mislim smo i taj mod imali, ali...
Ne znam, mislim da nismo.
Gdje si bilo? Tam?
Gore, gore.
Ko prodavac, aha, je.
Da, ušao sam unutra, zatvorio vrata.
Evo ti ovo, drži.
Šta mi je?
Evo ti da ne draniš.
A ne, ja imam ovo, gledaj. Pogledaj samo,
to sa
ne,
zemlje.
pogledaj šta imam. Ne drani, gledaj. Gledaj šta ja imam, samo mi vrati to. Vidi ovo, imam ovo. I opet sam smrzavam. Daj. Treba ti još bolje, znaš, treba ti ono, imaš par onih lera. Ne, hoćeš da ti vratim moje?
Ne, zadrži te pare, si uzeo pare, bre.
Pare sam uzeo, hvala.
To je to.
Čekaj da dam ono...
Ja imam, ako ćeš da nešto prodamo, znači imam i sad i sa Magnumom mogu da ga zaprašim i šešir i pogledaj ovo.
Jel ima farmersku opremu?
Gledaj ovo, gledaj farmeru. To ti ne dam.
Pa to je dobro.
Znači, kako mi je ovo, Miki?
To ti je dobro samo to da nosiš kad ideš da trguješ, ništa drugo.
Pa to i hoću, samo trebam, imam i ovo, može mi reći, imam i cigar 10%, znači onda imam onaj, krem pa s 8 sos, vidim da li ima onaj, imaš udobac, evo Vike. Imam kome za minut, nema da me ostaviš vrat da me poje dođe.
Neće.
If you knew that every...
Those zombies are running into this.
Do you remember what the...
And there's the Steel Club Quality 6, baby.
Okay then, Helldivers, we are back. We've got loads to go over today as we're going to be making a press towards your major order as we've got 2 days remaining left on the table. Not only that, but we're going to be taking a look at the new campaign as we know exactly how many there are issued inside of this, and we know what the reward is that we're getting from it. And you guys, well, you guys have made your opinions pretty well known. On top of that, we've got some controversial movements as Dave Galatia coming in from Arrowhead actually had quite a, but we'll say, glowing report for Ubisoft, and this was an intriguing statement for sure. We're going to showcase this all to you guys today. If you haven't already, make sure you smash that beautiful like button, subscribe and press notifications turned on. It'd be greatly appreciated. Make sure you're checking out our incredible sponsor, GamerSupps, the company that offer esports athletes and gamers alike with the most effective and healthy energy drink option. We've got new bundles dropping all of the time, so make sure you check them out via the link in the description and use code CloudPlays at checkout for a cheeky discount. Not only that, but we've got the giveaway going on for super credits. If you want to get involved with it, we are announcing it on Tuesdays. Really, really simple to get involved. At some stage during this video, there will be a random emoji that pops up on screen. Make sure you're watching out so you don't miss it. Get that emoji down in the comment section below and it will enter you in. We'll be announcing the winner for that one very, very soon, so make sure you stay tuned for it. That being said, let's dive into the game and see what's happening right now in the world of Helldivers 2. So we're going to give you guys a quick Galactic War update where right now we've got some intriguing movements. We have managed to hold Varillia 5, which is definitely a good strand. We are essentially on target for that one with 2 days remaining on the clock. And right now over on Marfark, we can see quite clearly that we are around 50% of the way through the operations against them. Now, obviously, this is a cyborg planet and it's going to be a little bit difficult over on D10. But if you guys want to roll in and get D1s, you can do them really, really quickly. The operations will end really fast and we'll be able to bring those numbers forward a lot quicker. It depends on what it is you guys want to do. Do you want to enjoy the game or do you just want to breeze through it to make sure that we win the MO? An interesting factor overall, but we do have some more news coming in with Keed as we have managed to move that forward to a Class 2 Exostorm. We can see right here via the dispatches that just yesterday came up that we have got the Exostorm escalation on Keed, and it has intensified by Category 2. Localization, atmospheric cells are fusing into cascading planetary maelstroms. Now this is obviously quite a big one and you guys are going to want to try and defend it, but at the moment I think that we can safely say that it's more likely that the big move from the Illuminate with the Void is going to expand over a lot faster. Not only that, but we had a new strategic opportunity come up 24 hours ago. It states early reports from Marfark indicate the additional intel regarding potential targets for the orbital superweapon are stored on Chewie. Securing the additional intel could make the difference when it comes to determining the correct target planet, and it appears that you guys have not wanted to do that. So you can see quite clearly that we are going to be going in for Marfark, and that is going to be the solid input that we make. Overall, an intriguing time, that is for sure. But taking a look over on the campaign screen, we do obviously see quite a lot from that. Not only are they building like a Death Star style thing over on the cyborgs, the automatons are running it rampant, and I'm dreading to see exactly how that goes because, well, this thing looks absolutely terrifying. Not only that, but we know full well, as confirmed by the development studio themselves, I did drop them a message, although I can't actually use the source image from it for obvious reasons, but there are 3 phases to this campaign, which essentially means that if we win this one, we only need to win 1 more out of the next 2 major orders to be able to receive the helmet. And what is it that we're receiving from the game in terms of the helmet? Well, this is it right here. This looks intriguing. The one thing that we were all talking about was the KDM 500 Outrider, and this was, again, from that hidden war bond that I know a lot of you guys who enjoy leaks has actually come from. Unfortunately, we don't receive the armor from it, so we'll get into that in just a moment, but we did receive the campaign brief Lightning Intercept via a video message that you guys can obviously see on screen right now, and it was intriguing for sure, as we had some cool stuff such as the patriotic press come up, and there was some really cool information pieces on there, including the top 5 reasons to not worry about the Void, and it kind of stems over everything in terms of the game right now. And I think that this is pretty cool, man. This should have gone up on socials on its own, but irrelevant to it, you guys obviously know full well that we're receiving that KDM 500 Outrider helmet, and some of you guys are pleased with it, some of you guys are not, as posts like this one then coming up saying we're really about to fight 3 major orders for a helmet. What's the next one going to be? The armor set? The editing, it is cool and I'm glad it's free content, but why not just give us the actual armor? And I do completely agree with that. I'm not too sure what the helmet's actually going to do, even though there is a free piece of gear and I will never grumble at it. The color combinations in terms of armor sets and stuff never match. It's like they use different colors for every single armor set. So getting this to match in with other things may well be quite difficult. So I do think that they probably should have given you the entire armor set, but nonetheless, that's not what we've received. But I want to know what your guys' opinions are, so get into the comments section and let me know. Moving on from that, though, we've got a bit of a controversial one, as apparently the bosses of Ubisoft and Embracer should be in prison as Helldivers 2 developer explode after 2 apocalyptic weeks. Apparently, Arrowhead Game Studios' head of quality control exploded on LinkedIn following rounds of layoffs from Xbox and PlayStation. Now, obviously, there is a rightly so movement going on in terms of the developers themselves and them having mass layoffs over at Xbox and PlayStation. Not 100% sure, though, as to why this actually happened. There was a massive conversation that happened over on LinkedIn, at which point our boy from over on Arrowhead, Dave Gallagher, actually made this statement right here. No matter how you look at it, all elements of our gaming industry are controlled by money, and those who have it have behaved like greedy ... for the last 10 years, instantly taking advantage of a golden parachute as soon as things went bad. I don't understand at all how the management of Ubisoft and Embracer haven't ended up in prison yet for their murky schemes, and thousands of talented developers have to pay for all this, who are now expected to somehow pull money out of thin air to open their own studios. Now, I completely agree with it, and I do think that actually is a really good battle. I'm not too sure that it should have come from somebody from Arrowhead, but at least that's my 2 cents on the matter. But he does hold a very valid point, and right now the gaming industry is borderline collapsing in front of our eyes. There is a follow-up to this one, though, and it states that I think at this point the only way to fix the situation in the video game industry is for developers-owned studios to start emerging in place of closed studios, and after mass layoffs, we need to learn from the past.
Da. Koliko je napravljeno uopšte?
100 komada.
Ma to je dobro. Ne moraš više.
Hoću charger da napravim, da?
Napravi. Znaš šta je fora? Sad ću ti reći, zato što uzeo sam da mi je jeftinije, čak sam imam to sad ođe. Samo malo. Da. 4G ovo mi sve daje jeftinije, naš 75%.
Stavite ekran, ne direkt.
Hoću, ne, možeš otkazati ove...
Blokove, što?
Da. Jer ja u suštini sam našao to blokova.
Pravim 2 superchargera.
Ajde.
Inače ima da se napravi na klupice za kombinovanje. Znaš, combine station.
Znam.
Ali dobro, bolat je tamo preko, tako da ne veze.
Ne prodavamo sve što sranja. Evo ti ovo uzmi sa zemlje.
Koje?
I utuli tu lampu.
Pa nije upaljeno uopšte.
Evo ti ovo ću ti tako ti treba ovo. Ako hoćeš, ako nećeš daj mi da prodam. Sad nije, da. Ako hoćeš što hoćeš, ako nećeš daj da prodam.
Daću robot. Pošto bolje nemam. Ona daje 20%, vidio sam, ali bolje nemam. Daću robotu, neka nosi.
Dobro. Daj baču mi onda onu staru da je...
Koju staru?
Recikliram, pa tu što nemaš. Ja sam misli imaš slavinu.
Ne. Imam što nosim, ali ovo ću sačuvam samo za trading, ništa drugo.
Napravi na te chargere.
Pravi se. Njega neki zombi dolazi.
Gdje ovo je moja? Mora biti da je za to.
Neće biti. Probaj sad cincelator s ovim turbochargerom. Probaj sad.
Ajde, probat ću.
Stavio sam ga, probaj. Evo će šarmor da ti napravim. Stani, će šarmor da ti napravim.
Može.
Ima šarmor za helikopter.
Brate, daj ovaj 9 mm, hoću sve da prodam, bre.
Stavi AP.
Smeće.
Ne, ostavi samo AP. A crveno možeš, samo crno stavi.
Da, crvena je govna, da. A u Magnum isto ovo crveno, sve što je crveno će da lepi.
Ne, Magnum sva municija ti radi AP, znaš?
Jele?
Da.
Hoćeš pucat, onda stavit ću Magnum.
Pa, hoću, treba mi je gilitija polako. Gdje si navrlo?
Ti pošao sam da tu došao. Ja si dobro došao.
Dolje nešto rge. Eto, to je.
Podijelimo ono, Mike. Aj daj mi ono sad. Četrdeseti rođendan službe. Bože mene. Znaš šta mi nemamo kume, ja cijelo vrijeme sam to previđao. Anvil, brate.
Nemamo.
Nemamo Anvil level 6, da.
Imaš Anvil da kupiš. Ne, Belos ili Anvil, pogledaj.
Belos su muzeli, ne, Belos su muzeli.
Ne, pogledaj sad u prodavnici, ima neki ljubičasti za kraftovanje, ne znam koji tač.
Jes, evo ga Anvil, evo ga Anvil. Sad ću ja to da je. Znači, fabrički je 20.000, sad ću da vidim koliko ja mogu da ga spuštim.
20.000, meni je 60. Znaš?
Ne, sad ćemo da vidimo, čekaj. Sad ćemo da vidimo kad mu stavimo štoljpi. To, kad uzmemo sugar butts. Zašto ne mogu use? Aha, evo ga use. To. Uzmemo ovo. Sad ćemo da vidimo. Sio inventory. Sad košta 15.000. Samo čekaj sam. Anvil, jedan. Aha, hvala. Dobro je to.
Spustio sam čelični ekran da košta 800 mine pudarcu.
Kako?
800 mine pudarcu košta čelični ekran.
800?
8 stamine košta po udarcu.
A.
Stil kramp.
To ne može manje.
Pa ne znam da li može, ali ne verujem.
Koji je block damage?
250. To je bez heavy attack.
A koliko to je heavy attack? Ma ne.
Ma ne znam koliko košta. Mane, stamine, ne znam. Ovaj ti je 8, koliko ti izlazi, ne piše. Toliko je malo da se napuni, znaš, dok sledeći put udari. Not enough mana.
Jo. Je neko glupa.
Isto je flaša za vodu. Evo ih vozi u podrumu.
Znaš ko hoće?
Ne treba mi, nego samo da čušnem to tamo.
Evo?
Yes, of course.
Imam.
I'll check it out.
Rok za plaćanje, Milena. 27. A?
Affirmative.
Hoćeš i kamion, kume?
Ne. Ne, samo... Nema potrebe, ako ga nađem negdje ili tako nešto. Nema potrebe. Vredi ga napravi da vidimo na što već često ga nešto promenili, ali... Mimo toga...
Koje si tražio ovaj odjel?
Farmer...
Nema.
Boots ili farmer outfit.
Nema farmer.
U suštini ti je to najbitnije.
A?
Staj, nemoj niđe ideš.
Ne. Moja. Meni je under.
Vidiš kako je sad startane.
Da li imaš Da li imaš Irona?
Irona?
Da.
Ja sam ti
Mislim,
donio
ono,
onda 40.000, sjećaš se, scrap metal.
To ti je sve pretvoreno u Forged Iron i vidiš u Iron Steel Blade. To je sve odrađeno.
Imaš Enforcer Glove, piše minus 20% fuel usage, ti to zanima?
Da.
Minus 20%, to ti je level 6 rukavica. Ima i auto shotgun level 5. Onako fino nabuđe.
Gdje će ono boce? Stavio prazne. Dolje, da, dolje su. Evo ti dolje boca ako hoćeš, sviđa.
Znam, vidio sam dolje. Pod rum.
Ovo sad daje fino vode kume, znaš.
Šta ovi skupljači vode? Si ti upgradeo, jesi? Skupljače kišnice. Ovo više ne može meda da pravi, znaš, mora sam izvući ovo iz slotova. Jesi skupljao išta? Te prekasno ti ovdje ne radiš, brate, ja nerviraš. Ne živce ne daš. Prestani da sadiš drvo kod košnice.
Nema veze, aha, za košnicu.
A ima veze, mora biti otvoreno nebo iznad jebote.
Pa otvoreno je nebo.
Nije otvoreno, nije otvoreno. Znači ne smije ništa da rasti iznad. Kako ima logike to što ti pričaš? Pa malo dalje jebate, ne mora na 2 mm sad biti oko baze. Ja sadim dalje, nema, ništa se ne računa.
Dobro, stavi tako tu, a nemoj ti da dalje.
A ovo što je malo podalje.
Sad tamo iza.
Pa ja i sadim iza za razliku od tebe, ja sam baš sadio gdje nema ništa.
Onda ostavi ovu liniju, neću kidat.
Pa evo, trudim se da sadim dalje od baze, ti vidiš kao, a ovdje ima prazno i odmah posadiš tu odmah, direkt pored baze posadiš, no zašto to radiš?
Nema ovaj drvo, kidati to je to, tamo iza ću kidati dva.
Ja već jesam to jednom uradio, nego sam se izlogao i ti si poludio i opet uradio. Nego šta si? Bukvalno sam isekao drva da ne bi sadio tu i to su nam. Da. Evo ti 10 ili s medom izvoli. Što ne praviš one kolače od meda, nešto daju na infekciju, dobar buff. Ima ljubičasti pod da se kupi, jesi vidio za konje hrane? Si vidio? Si uzeo?
Ja,
Dodao sam ti torbicu jednu za inventar u girokoptere, onako nema šta drugo se stavi da upgradeova, znaš. Dodao sam ti jednu, i može još jedna da se doda. Bukvalno putne torbe, znaš, pored ovaj vozilu stoje.
Cooking pot, dobro. Što još ima? Ima li rešetka? Nema. A to je koliko na naša rešetka gore.
Šta za pečenje?
Ja.
Ovo ti je level 4.
Onda ništa.
Rešetka, cooking pot ti samo treba jedan. Čekaj, nema niđe da ideš s helikopterom, ti napravim još jednu torbu. Ovo ti gotovo za minut i pol.
Jedan tim, taki tete.
Imaš ljubiča s tim magrom, ima tag na damage, znaš?
Gdje?
Imaš ga tamo u onoj sanduku gdje je oružje, pogledaj.
Nisam glasao.
Malo pa sam ga stavio tamo. Onako fine na
To je ovaj Desert Eagle Vulture, a?
Da.
Da. Ja mislim u level 2 bi sve trebalo se proda, sve će da se proda.
Šta prodaješ?
Level 2 ova odijela, naprimjer Nomad Gloves.
Ne prodaješ ih, ne slušaš me. Rekao sam ti i prošli put. Ne prodaješ ih zato što te štitove ne možeš da kupiš. Ne možeš da ih praviš. Ne prodaješ ih, skrepuj ih. I u pravu si. Level 2 odijelo te košta 2 štita, bar dobiješ 50%. Level 3, ni to se ne isplati prodavati.
Fucking dick.
Donesem malo plastike. Ajde ti poručujem prodaš ovih 500 electrical partova.
Kojih?
Kad sam donao 500 komada.
Mechanical ili electric?
Elektrika, ne treba ti toliko, treba ti kao što sam rekao, ali za 2000 mislim da te krpi za većinu craftinga što radiš igru.
Da nekaj šta, kako ne bude falo para pa ćemo da prodati.
Pa kako hoćeš kad se prepuni onda prodam.
Pa to. Treba se 300 boca vamo da se pravi. Pa nam bilo 800 boca u pitanju, ali... Da napravimo jedan još kolektor za vodu.
To bi trebalo ti je dosta mesta u ovome. Što mi stvoriš ovaj helikopter lubiti?
Punan, majke ti.
Si gledao zadnji put u njegu? Što sam ja dodao 2 reda. Dodao sam ti 2 upgrade, više ima više mesta.
Znao sam da sam neđeo ti manje za outfit, uzmi da što treba, ajde. Uzmi lakšajem me malo, ajde.
Već ja sam nešto uzeo za tvoju informaciju. Imaš i metala koliko ja vidim.
Nema, znam da sam skrepovao sam grdilo.
Eto
Bilo onoga...
Uzmem.
Da, viš 600 electrical partsa, gledam.
Nestare struje na sekundu. Ale, pojde.
Dobro, imaš ovaj.
Imam ja, nije to problem, samo... Znaš ovo, vum.
A nervira, više nervira, znaš.
Neće to ugasiti, razumiješ, nego to je...
A ono, da, srč. Kako se kaže srč na srpski?
Srč. Power surge, da.
A kako se kaže na srpski?
Ne stanak struje, šta kako hoćeš.
Pa nije
Pad
to,
voltaže.
srč.
Pad voltaže.
Srč nije, nije.
Šta god.
Srč je nešto sasvim drugo. Srč je onaj trenutno povećanje napona.
Odnosno na trajno, da. Imam sniper rifle level 6.
Ima li neki dodatak?
Ne, vanilu, bukvalno sam ga našao.
Ja, nastavi.
Solarni panel, dao ćeš jedan, to mi je dao kao nagradu.
Koji level?
Level džabe, znaš, nisam ga kupio, dao mi ga.
Pa drago mi je.
Bukvalno mi ga dao, level 3. I jedan biker, evo ti.
Iskreno, ne znam sam će to ostaviti. Stavi ga tu materijal za gradnju. To je onako, uđe. Već mi je materijal za gradnju, pošto ima dosta prostora ovdje. Imaš ove hrane već ovdje, ove buđave. Ovdje već ima ozbiljno hrane, šta? Čekaj, da napravim malo od first aid-ova. First aid, tak. Već ćemo napravimo.
Koji su meni sranje rukavice, sve što ja nosim, ovo je strašno. Nosim neke buđeve, Assassin Gloves level 2, ovo je... Ne možeš gura druga. Kunic. Ne možeš. Uzet ću ove level 6 rukavice bajkerske, minus 20% fuel usage. Ja ne znam što to ne uzmeš, što ti je bukvalno kad koristiš motornu testeru i to.
A ne trošiš, vrate, puno goriva.
Ne znam, nema ništa. Koje ti nosiš rukavice?
Sve stojeći. Meni su rukavice,
Enforcer.
Not gloves, daju mi protect with soft hands from elements and become an intelligent badass. Deal more damage with dangerous based weapons. Znači prva stvar daje mi resist.
Da, dobro, svako daje resist. Uzmi ovaj rain kolektora da.
Gotovo.
Da.
Daj vidi ove košnice, nešto rješavaj to.
Ne, pa nemamo. Jesi ti skupljao ono?
Nema džebe, to su. Nema duša, nema.
Ovo level 2 upravo se jedino možemo za ove štitove da razbijemo kao materijal. Nema. Još jedna nam treba kao matična kako hoćeš.
Matična.
Matični.
Da. Sad vi ovako ima dosta meda.
Pa malo 50 sam uzeo. Hoćeš skuvati nešto od toga meda?
Hoću ako hoćeš ti.
Pa skuva ima 50 teglica, napravi nešto od onih jela, da vidimo na šta liče to. Sreka i prošli put, no otišao si da lutuješ, umjesto da uradiš nešto.
Evo, punim boce, ne vidite da puniš boce vamo.
Neš me uzeti.
Vidiš. Što nađeš 60 borca, pa ti treba.
To je dosta. Triple pocket mod na rukavice i prijatno. Ja sam dovoljno. Sve nešto skuva. Od meda.
Sad ću samo...
Bog te pita šta će ovaj lockpick vozi.
Znači taj lockpick na zemlju, uzet ću ga ja.
Bači se.
I'll get it done.
Čekaj, izbačim moje šipke, imam 250 šipke. Vizi zombi, ti si imao helikopter. Oh my god. Uff. Ništa, idi kuva, idi jači.
Polako, imamo ove... Ovdje samo treba... 100...
Izgleda da ti sam glavu kinu.
Hoćeš i da rasiješ neko cveće za ove med,
Sad
a?
ću, to radim.
Sad ću ja da vidim što ima medeni rođeni od meda. Znači imamo 4 jela. Prvo je Grandpa's Awesome Sauce,
To
nas
nije jelo.
ne interesuje.
To nije jelo, to je...
Košta Duke Casino Tokens. Honey brisket. To, honey glaze sham. A imamo li sham, brat? A ne mogu samo jedno jelo praviti, znaš? Jer nemamo sham.
Daj to jelo, što imaš. Nemam, SHM.
Nemam ni ja.
To moraš da dobiješ kao nagradu za questa, random se dobija upravo, znaš. Dati trgovci.
Corn Milo mi treba. Ja, već ovo meso mi treba. Pride,
Čega, mesa?
3 grilovana mesa za...
Jedno malo.
Da.
Mora da je kalorično. Ne, mora da je kalorično.
To će biti trotel neki, da.
A zapravo hoćeš da pojedeš 1 do 2 obroka da se full ne jedeš. Ne da jedeš sandviče svako malo. Jer ti u suštini, ti karakter nije ni gladan dok ne padneš na ispod pola hrane, kako se ja sećam.
Da, hrana nije problem.
Kasnije ne. Kad si malo veći level, zato se povećava maksimum hrane i možeš da duraš. Ne osjećaš taj debuff kao ono gladan si, gdje je gladan, možda pojede kao krap.
Da, krap.
Krap, jes. Ajde da će ti samo nekako... Ostalo ti je 90 super kukuruza za lepak. Češ da praviš lepak od ovdje?
Može.
Gdje se to pravi? Na Chemist Station, ne?
Da, Chemist.
Ovi medkiti su ti gotovi ovdje. Evo ti drži on. Bacio sam i tamo. Evo ti 90 komada. Ti ide 1 za 1 lepak.
Čak sam da ja šta kažem. Grandpa's Learn Elixir, Grandpa's Moonshine, Superman Seed, ne. Znači treba mi vode, isto. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Jesi ti svo cveće potrošio?
Nijedno ti nisam takav.
Ne, od seme nisi ni mogu, nego cveće ovo za...
Ne, opet kažem, nijedno nisam takav.
Daj sam ovdje.
A nije, manje vode ide. Ide mi pola vode, brate, znači ide mi za 100... Ne, ovo je za 44. Aha. Aha, čekaj, a treba mi 2... Aha. Znači za 1 lepka treba mi 2 kukuruza. Znaš.
Okej.
Affirmative.
Evo ovako ti ide kume. Pa najbolje to dođe da vidiš. Znači koni imaš šem i imaš briskit baš ono da je puno.
Jer su pravi 3 mesa, ne?
Da, ali ubica ti liječe cure infection 5%, smell distance...
Taj šem ne možemo ni da pravimo tako, da bolje pravi od druga.
Ne možemo, da. Ali ne možeš ni honey biskit.
Zašto?
Mislim, mogu ti napraviti, ali... Evo da vidiš, imaš da ti health 70, 140 hrane.
Da.
Zato što nema mesa, ima mesa 123, razumiješ?
Treba nešto dvojno, nema veze.
Mogu za te pare, ali čekaj daj da vidimo nešto drugo da napravimo za...
Nema više ništa da napraviš.
Ček.
Možeš praviti taj grandpa za 8 sos i to ti to.
Ne, da idemo peču, šta da... Honey biskit, nemaš spor, ne, špaget. Kena pasta, kilo... Steak and potato meat, to nije loše. Hajde idemo koliko...
Imamo li Bart?
Imaš. Ovdje ima dosta, ja nisam zrno potrošio.
Hoću da skuvam onu kafu od Bart. Znaš. Tu nema. Ima. Ovdje. Ovo Radomir se dovikuje po kući, vjerojatno će nešto da uradim.
Šta je bilo?
Radomir se dovikuje. Ali s vrata, znaš, ne daj Bože, da, niči nema mi zeti. Ja mu treba.
Viš se gluvi, ludi, to je to.
Tako, to ne radi, nažalost, ali... Stavio sam u rudarsku kafu da se kuva.
Vić ti kurica.
To što dobijaš više resursa kad rudariš, nebitno s čim rudariš. E pa...
Da nije...
Ne. Nije ništa bez veze, verujem. Daje 24 vode, stamina regen 25%, cold resist daje.
Evo ti poredi ova 3 jela.
Ostavio sam kavu da skuva, vidiš?
Da vidim. Cold resist 10, a to nije loše.
Što su griješ.
24, pa ovo ti je dobro u vode, mada ja vodu budem i napojim se ovako. I dalje.
Ne radi se o tom.
Nekako mi je lakše da se napojim ovako iz...
Dobro, ovo da ti treba za kuvanje. 140 hrane daje 1.
Da.
70 HP leči. Ovo je dobro.
Taj, ali mesa treba puno, razumiješ? Znači treba ti 15 mesa za taj jedan.
Pa da, ali tu ti menja petobroj.
Pa ako hoćeš, mogu napraviti.
Pa napravi šta možemo da napravimo.
Daj da ja skuvam ovo, čoč, možda će ti nije biti.
Kaf, nemaš recept. Nemaš recept, nemoj to da radiš. Pogledaj da li imaš prvo.
Zove, pogledaj.
Da li imaš? Pa napravi. Otkaži napravi.
Ajde idemo sad ću, da vidim koliko će net.
Meni je pisalo 40 minuta.
40 minuta?
Da.
Meni 20. 20, znači ajde idemo u drugu. Evo sad. 40 minuta sve ukupno.
Dakle, 40 minuta.
Miki, šta je? No, šta je fora, Melena? Nije toliko na posao ili sad jebi ga, što ja radim se pa ne osjetim. Nije toliko strašno dok ne krenem kući. Kad krenem kući osjećam uši mi gore, čovječe. Čemu što? Klima. A... Ne možeš kak je ovo, vjerujem mi, spas.
Nemoj to drugu beke da kažeš, već je da si ciganka. Znaš? Pa, naravno da je tklum. Dobro je tklum.
Ja, kako se prave ovi korn milovi, kume?
Od kukuruz.
Molim te, to mi sam imaš odmoku, već.
Aha. Vidim kako se pravi.
To možeš na stav ako te mrzi da radiš. Staviš na stav da napraviš na kilo toga i...
To što kažeš.
To ti je najbezbolnija metoda da ne zamaraš.
Koliko staje u stek?
Nemam pojma. Probaj pa ćeš vidjeti. Probaj pa ćeš vidjeti. U suštini nemaš brašna nego koristiš kukuruz kao ono griz. To ti to.
I'll check it out.
Hoćeš da ti dam 150 aloe vera leaf.
Da napravim zavoja, ne?
Ne, slušaj me sad, ne moraš da praviš, ja mogu da nosim... Slušaj me, mogu da nosim u stek 300, znaš, o tome se radi. Nego da ti dam, stavi kod robota, ne zauzima ništa mjesta, možeš praviti zavoje, samo treba krpa, drži. Nemoj praviti. 300 možda nosiš, kreni se. Ja imam 300 u jedan stek, ali to ću ti polu. Nemoj praviti ono. Ona krema ti ide 5 u stek. Nemoj praviti kremu. Poslušaj me što pričam.
Ali napravim da...
Poslušaj me, nemoj da stoji u bazu, nemoj. Bilo je puta kad mi je falilo, znači medicine, bukvalno se setio da robot ima te biljke. Treba ti samo klot i to što imaš kod robota, taj stek, i imaš za ovaj kukoljiš. Poslušaj me, kažem.
Mene ne trebaju ti za ovaj to.
Dobro, falit će ti, paš vidjeti. Paš se sjetiti mene.
Stavit ću ja, napravit ću pa bit će vamo u...
Da, bolje da
mi je
svi
to
to.
ljepše da dođem i da uzmem samo i pičem.
Da.
A sada pravim u kući, ono to...
Pa nije u kući nego bude kad te nabiju noga pa nemaš gdje da ideš i...
Ovaj hon ekstraktor je ovo čudo ću da bačem u... Vam materijal za građenje.
Stare.
4 raiders from Infused Zikilla have joined.
Šta si napravio? Hello, thanks for it. Za šta sam napravio? Oh god. Thanks! Yeah. Thanks for Jesus Christ.
TNX for raid. Are you of that KF player? Infused Zidkiller. Welcome to my channel.
Hello man, thanks.
S.W.Frost anytime.
Marilyn Manson looks like Nicolas Cage disguised as Marilyn Manson. Nicolas Cage, whatever. AI stole Intel GPU from us. Who cares? Who cares about Intel GPU? Jebuj hardcore GPU. Ark, Intel GPU, to nam još Vlada priča o tome. Vlada
TNT.
Vlada discount. Kada ga pušti me da živim. Boring. Somebody has to do it. Da imamo koliko mogu da rasem.
50 staje u štek, evo.
Čega?
Kornilo je... Baš taj masu je.
A to ti je kao brašno kukuruz varijanta, pretpostavljam zbog toga.
Što bi naš Kešo reka, pa je...
Kešovica.
Kešolica. Ne kešolica, nego kešolica.
Yes.
Keš. A nerviralo ga je to, znaš?
Što ga keširaš?
Kešolica, keš. Možda imam ja keš, ne znam što meni tiče, keš.
Nisi joj kaže da se možda momak stiska za keš?
Ne, ima je keš, razumiješ, rekao sam. Sad više ne.
Kako ne?
Pa potrošio je.
Koliko je potrošio? Milijardu, šta?
Pa oko 50.000 eura. Ne znam tačnu cifru. Ne znam tačnu cifru.
Na šta? I dalje živi u istu kuću.
Pa auto bi nešto sređiva kuću, pa skupo je to, kome nije baš...
Šta je skupo? Mogao je kupiti novu kuću u Lovcinac.
Pa mogao je to smo mi pričali, ali...
U Sorvanu mogao kupiti novu kuću, nebitno. Evo ga, eto. Ima previše krompira, mislim da ću ga ostaviti u semenu. Pogledaj koliko krompira sad ima. Da, znam. Koliko ima kukuruza? Kukuruza uvijek fali, jel' tako? Preču sam siguran da ide u dosta recepata.
Da, ima 200-300.
200-300?
Bilo ih je trojica, četvorica. Vama je to možda smešno, ja sam morala.
Da. I poslije će opet super korn. 60 komada u 6 kućica. Prošli put sam posjeo 30 i koliko je bilo, 90 komada mi je stalo.
Slicks. Welcome to my channel.
Ovaj donese...
Welcome to my channel.
Ovaj donese brašno.
Yes.
Da sam morala sam. Evo ti kuva ovo najjače jelo ako ćeš da nosiš 140 hrane i 70 hrane.
To je dosta.
Mi kod toga nemamo mesa. Ako vidiš...
Trebalo bi se specijalizovat za lov, znaš. Ja imam, počitao sam te knjige, znaš, za lov.
Ja, brate, lov...
Čekaj, stani, koji je to atribut? Stani malo, koji je to atribut? To ti je fortitude, koliko imaš fortituda?
Samo... Vidim da ovo ima mesa, ima...
Koliko imaš fortituda, bu?
Sekunde, ovazim. Fortituda nemam ništa. Imam 5 imam.
Pa uzmi Huntsman, koliko možeš uzeti?
Gdje je Huntsman?
I to ti po fortitude, uzmi 3 levela. 60% više mesa.
Da, vidim. Ali nemam ponata.
3 levela nemaš.
Nemam, brate.
A idi lovi, ajde, kreni. Upgradovali smo ti instalator, kreni, odmah.
Ali ja lovim...
Nemoj da kažeš da nemaš, imaš tada se...
Čopiće, stani, uz zaleđeni biom, tamo me džeda ima ako hoćeš.
Nije to problem su leveli. Znaš, nije pojenta da ubiješ 50 medveda, nego da ubiješ 10 medveda da dobiješ dosta mesa. Nije fora da ideš na količinu.
Na masu, nije fora da ideš na masu.
Jeste, masa je... Masa je...
Mama, da.
Mama mia.
Šta je ono ko ono jelo za bartering jebat?
Šta za bartering?
Ko jelo ti daje bartering?
Pitanik.
Kako?
Pumpkin pie, koji nisu izbacili iz igre.
Pumpkin. Sad ćemo, ja?
Pumpkin cheesecake. Imaš pumpkin cheesecake i pumpkin pie.
Pumpkin cheesecake, da, pumpkin cheesecake, to je to. Da,
5% discount.
Da li imamo
50.000.
jaja? Nemamo ni jaja,
Kupi,
čovječ.
idi kod trgovca kupi. Kad god imaš para kupi jaja. Kod svakog.
Problem to, nego...
Jaja, masti, to. Nema to veze.
Kukuške ne mogu da se drže.
Ne, to je mod. To sve kad će obaciti, ali totalno to možda u modu još u igru. Rekli su posle košnice ubaci se kao kukuši, ne znam možda praviš.
Ma boiled egg. Ništa, znači treba sad tražiti popilavaca jaja i mes.
Pa dobro, bar povrć imamo, da?
Ne može faliti.
Mislim da ne.
Evo ti, pa ubači kod ovoga tvog. Ne znam što sam ovih.
Uzet ću samo da završimo u bašti.
Dođi, dođi vam.
Ovo bacat na zemlju.
Ne dođe ću. To je sve što imamo.
Nice.
Nice.
A, ovo možeš danima da ideš sve.
To 6 corn mila, pa onda znači 250 corn mila može ga... ako si kukuruza, izgorit ću ovaj sav kukuruz. Na corn mila,
Šta da praviš od kornila, pitam se.
Pa sve ti je u suštini treba corn mila, ne vjerujem poslika mi treba, nema. Evo.
Onda ćemo posijemo 80 polja kukuruz. Pa kasno ti sad.
Ne moraš, zato što ima...
Ne, svejedno, ja uvijek ostavim za sebe. Ne, ostavim uvijek za sebe. To sve što imaš možda trošiš, znaš.
A ništa nisam potrošio. Potrošio sam možda pohoma. A šta smo rekli sa old sandvičom? Recept, antibiotike...
Jel samo to ili imaš nešto?
Antibiotike i to znaš kako su jeftini, jebat. Aha, jesu kurca. Znači treba ti 4... Znamo li išta ovoga nitrata, ako mi se sve potrošio neki.
Na šta?
I tam.
Šta je bilo za poljoprivredu, ja sam potrošio određen količinu, znamo stava, samo da vidim vamo.
Nema nitrata uopće.
Ne. Nema. Ima 6000, odi vam. Uzmi 3-4 ljede. Stavi ljede. Pa prepolovim da stekne.
Aha, to se tu stavi.
Pa, za to i treba. Ćeš sve seme da napravimo od ovoga kotana, šta misliš?
Kako hoćeš.
Slušaj tu
da, stavio sam da se miksuje ovaj...
Da?
29 antibiotika, znači.
Da će sve pamu da pasije, znaš, koliko godina. Cotton all the way. Pošto se žalio da ti treba plot.
Lota nikad dosta.
Vidjet ćemo.
Nikad dosta.
Vidjet ćemo. Posio sam 80 polja pamuka. Ne znam da li posijem još nešto ovdje. Posijat malo piva.
Piva, imaš piva ako hoćeš, napravio sam 30 piva.
Donosam još hopa, ne znam da se primetio.
Ali ne vredi, puno se dugo pravi. Evo 20 komada treba 130-140 minuta.
Možda može na vatri brže se pravi, si gleda to?
Na vatri?
Da. Možda može, nemam pojma.
Ne može.
Ne može brže ili ne može uopšte?
Ne može uopšte.
Či možda se pravio sporo. Beh. Ne, završio sam konačno s farmom. S tim što pečurke nisam dirao, pečurki ne fali, jel tako?
Ne.
S njim ima ih tu pod rumu, neću da ih uopšte berem. Dok me zafali.
Samo ne koliko im dođe. 300 komada, ne treba kaki.
Ima posijano još, vjerojatno 200-300. Pod rumu. Ako ćeš da rudariš, ima kompletna rudarska oprema, samo fali rukavica level 6. Tu u sanduku gdje je oprema za poljoprivredu.
Znači, miner za level 6.
Rukavica. Tamo rukavica.
Šta smo bili rekli da ćemo sad uraditi? Čekaj. Da li jedini bio da je malo hrane da navuču pamet?
Da, i ako vidiš one kako se zovu panjeve, lupa ih sa... Jebi ga. Šta imaš? Sekira, motor, pa nema.
Sa jebi ga.
Sa čim imaš?
Lupam s jebi ga.
Sa čim imaš?
O jebi ga! Možete li bez toga jebi ga? Može. Ajmo opet. I kako je... Pa jebi ga. Gdje ćeš u vodu da ti dam? Čaj, kafu? To u hranu baš nemamo mjesta tamo.
Stav je tamo gdje...
Staviš ti ljekove?
Može. Interesantna stvar, da hakuješ igru malo. Uzmeš, iskopaš rupu u zemlji, znaš? Tamo gdje ti je beri treasure, to sam provalio. Iskopaš prvo rupu u zemlji, solidno duboko, znaš, oko one zastavice. I to kopaš sa šovom do onog cobblestone. I onda starteš quest. I onda ti bukvalo treba jedan udarac sa šovom da to radiš, znaš.
A gdje si tamo?
Evo dođi da vidiš, da gleda
Sad ću,
neću ga startam, prvo bez tebe, a drugo, hoću da probam u for, mislim da je ok. Znaš da je problem najveći nivo težine što ti kopaš, onda dolaze 500 zombija.
Znam.
Mislim, zavisi ako ti treba samo XP ok, ali ako hoćeš...
Nešto više od života.
Ne, brže od života, ne.
Joooo, ja si zbačio ove stvari.
Baci, čekam te. pušteni nameš 2 eure. Za 9 i duga. Da gledaš. Skači. Viš da sam radio.
Sviraj to, vidi. Pa neka dođu.
Vidiš?
Gdje ti sad ovaj?
Ispod nas. Ja ti stižem. Lajzi, lajzi. Malo gledat malo. Stižu. Lutuj to, ne? Ovo je pola sata. Stop. Resisting. Pored sebe tu mora.
Ti ih zostavi, ja ću da ih završim.
Yeah.
Incoming enemies. Prepare for contact.
I ovo je verovatno zadnja tu, ili predzadnja. Wow. Stun button sa 3 zvezdice, znaš? Između ostalo.
Što nisi znao?
Pa to s tebe stavio.
Ovi nisu zjebanci.
Ne? Ovaj. Ovaj me ošao neki je 70 stakljani s tim zjebanci, znaš?
Kada sam šio ovo. I ovo je moj pogled.
Si uzeo sve te torbice, jesi?
Uzimam.
Neći.
Dobio sam...
Da.
Čekaj, vrni se vam ove knjige, dođi ovom.
Neće još dolaziti ovdje, znaš, to smo ispopali i to je to.
Dođi. Ja.
Sam te još šamutio.
Jesi, pušti mi... Ne, nemoj sve uzimati, ostavi stvar.
Imaš jedan dobar recept.
To, evo ti ovo.
Šta je taj recept? Taj tu knjigu.
Ima sve to.
Dobro.
To ima lumberjack gloves. I ovo to snimljeno. Armored up. Quality 5 mogu. U quality 5 bilo kaj armored pa je.
Napravi farmer, kako se zove, farmer outfit i miner gloves, level 5. Eto, to ti to. Se mene tiče.
Sam stavio onaj supercharger ovo.
Da se ne primeti, uzeo bude rečeno. Ako letiš planinski kao što ti letiš, ne primeti se sigurno, zato što gubiš pogon tako što samo letiš vozu. Kad sam ti objasnio kako radi letenje ovdje. Ako letiš onako sa kljunom napred, onda bi trebalo vidjeti kako treba. Bacit ću 6000 kleja ovdje. Malo priskupam, ne vjeraš.
How's my favorite asshole doing tonight?
Biker mi nudi.
Pišite kurac.
I got work to do if you don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Get the job done.
Free nudi, free. Stale nagrade nisu bog da šta, nisu biker. Ove veštice dolaze samo u paru, a? Evo ovdje mi je korda. Ovo će biti zanimljivo. Dvije veštice i društvo. Slušaj samo zvuk, čućiš kako urliču tamo. Maći ih milijon sad, vidiš. Veš mjau. Jesi ti skinuo onaj... ti si skinuo onaj pasiv da mi dodaješ više onu auru.
Da.
Vidim da mi nešto ne radi.
Da mi nešto ne radi.
Fali mi jedan atribut, sam ne znam koji tačno, strength ili tako nešto. Mada load mi ne radi. Fali mi jedan strength. Ništa morat ću se čuvam pojena da uzem ja. Šta ću?
Resetovao sam sve
Neka, u redu.
i to sam zaboravio da uzmem.
Ne mora. Ne moraš. Teško je biti specijalista za sve. Neđe si dobar, neđe nisi. Imam 2 questa na jednoj lokaciji, nevjerojatno. Znaš što? Jedan tar 2, drugi tar 3. Te zanima to?
Ja imam tar 4 ako hoćeš.
Nije bi radio 2 questa nego jedan, da budem iskren.
Affirmative. Yes, of course.
Dobijaš ti ovaj experience?
Ne dobijem ništa.
Kako ne dobijaš ništa?
Gledaj moj ekran ako ne vidiš. Mora da si menjao nešto za server, neka pravila, tako ništa.
Ništa menja nisi.
Ništa ne dobijam, nemaš nikak. Duše, ja sam daleko od tebe kilometru, tako da ono... Sve što je moguće. Ne znam šta udaraš i šta biješ, ali ništa ne skače sa strane.
Bija moj pobih, znaš kaj hod dođe.
Ma kaki, ništa.
Kaj ne sere rope, da im šta se tu dešava.
Što se nas izložio, ne? A proveri samo, imaš range tamo za...
Act financially responsible
Ah,
and
10.000
environment
kocki
of
mislim da
sustainable
ono, maksimum.
development, with growth being a byproduct of success, not the end itself. This is the only way forward I see. Large publishers and monopolies have already proven themselves to be poor managers and somehow even weaker financial managers. if those who create value own that value, good projects will start to emerge. Now, I absolutely love the statement, and I think as much as it is a controversial take, I do think that realistically there are a lot of development studios out there that are just generating out absolute cack and waffle. We have a lot of AAA studios that are not bringing out good games, and the main reason for that is they've held the industry at its own price for quite some time. Rightfully so, I think that it's definitely one of those things. Unfortunately, what they've now done is they've now got down the bracket of greed, and they now have to generate a certain amount of money per year. And if they don't do that, well, then the people that suffer from it are the developers themselves, not the people that own the studio. So it is a bit of a difficult one, although coming from someone from Arrowhead, I do find it a little bit wild to me that there is a play like that. I don't know if this is going to go too well for Arrowhead in the future, but if they don't start making a positive, you may well see that Sony do the same thing from that directive as well. It'll be intriguing to see exactly how that one plays out. But I want to know what you guys are thinking via the comment section below. Make sure you make your opinions known and aware as we read top comments here. So if you want to make sure your top comment is in the next video, make sure you get down there and get voting those thumbs up. This person right here, though, coming from Thunderchum, actually states Automaton Space Station will canonically be called the ASS. Now, I think that that is hilarious. The Automaton Space Station, also known as the ASS, it would be absolutely incredible and such a cool play on words. Although I can't see them actually doing it inside of the game, I think it fits the narrative for Helldivers 2 in the way that they actually push forward their humour. The ASS would be hilarious. Nonetheless, so this next one coming in from Thanos actually states, yep, the war bond is being given to us as MO rewards. Now, this is something that I really didn't like, and I don't really understand how it's played out. Right now, we still got no news on the latest war bond, and we've not heard anything for around 3 to 4 weeks now with regards to it. It's a little bit weird to me that we're now starting to receive things that were leaked as a essentially leaked war bond. I don't know why it's happening, I don't know what's going on, and for those of you guys who are asking me for news on this new war bond and information on it, I just don't have any, and that's with connections to the studio. There's nothing that's being said about it. And finally, this one right here coming in from Shadow states, the moment I saw the mention about a new helmet on this video, I clicked instantly. Now, I absolutely love that. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Thank you so much for being such an awesome community. I do think that the helmet style is quite a refreshing take. It's a little bit different, and most people were actually quite happy about receiving capes, although they do absolutely nothing. A lot of people were happy about receiving them. Now, I do think that the helmet is giving off the same thing, although unfortunately it's almost like giving you part of an armor set. So I can see why people are negative about it. But I want to know what your opinions are in the comment section below. And unfortunately, that's what we've got time for today. If you haven't already, like, subscribe. Make sure you check out the second channels. We've got an Arc Raiders video coming up for you guys later on today. Thanks again, and as always, I'll see you in the clouds.
This is the story of the most brilliant doctor on television and the most miserable human being in his own hospital. Over 8 seasons, he solves cases no one else on Earth can.
Quest da radim. Kažem ti imam 2 questa na jednom mjestu, jedan level 2, jedan level 3.
Gdje?
Pratim baš vidjeti.
Česti, ne vidim te.
Mora da se ulogujem, se mora da ugasim.
Da. Da ti. Mislim dana ne treba je. No? Neka si bro. A možda još sitnije epilog bolje. Ali možda i tako da. Bolje tako Mike.
To je jedan od onih, nije zeleni bio on, to ti ja mislim onaj zapaljen. Tamo mi pokazuje. Mislim da zapravo idem ajte u istom pravcu.
Ja idem u zamrznuti vrijeme.
Ja.
A ti imaš ovaj najjači biom, tamo ideš ili?
Nisam siguran, idem. Im pokazuje
ako je na najjači doću ja, brate, tamo.
Ne znam. Wasteland misliš? Ne znam da li je Wasteland ili je zapaljen, nisam siguran.
Mike, malo prati tu taj termos i sipat mi neladne vode, jel' molim? Hvala Mike. brži je helikopter kome. A ne sad ono drastično nešto. Bilo nego... Ali nešto.
Pa nijedno vozilo ti nije bog zna koliko brže. Naprimjer, motor nije brži per se, već mislim da ima veću akceleraciju, znaš kako ti objasnim. Kad pritisnem gas odmah...
Možeš staviti dva možda charger mod.
Ne bih rekao da možeš. Samo pogledam, možeš da zaustaviš i pogledaj šta ti piše. Increase acceleration top speed, ne piše.
Mislim da možda staviš još kunu. Znaš?
Ne, kad budeš došao gdje sam ja, izvadi pa probaj da staviš dva. Vidiš kako se menja statistike, znaš da ti i motor i helikopter ti imaju imaš i speed i acceleration. Ops, našao sam pčelu, još jedno odlično, sad ću. Evo ga. Možemo još jednu košnicu rastavimo. I sa dve košnice imamo solidno mene.
Ima previše.
A ima ga više nego što stižeš ti da pojedeš, znaš. Jer ja dok izlupam dovoljno panjeva, znaš, da bi dobio jedne te pčele, nakupim, znaš, svaki drugi ti daje panj med. Ali daje svaki koji daje med, ne daje svaki pčelu. Nego random. Za 3 km 4 sam potrošio možda 10% goriva, znaš.
Aha, dobro, isto sam.
S ovim rukavicama što...
Tega snik.
Šta me zanima, šta da je full biker set? Ovo nije biker set. Ovo ti je enforcer set, onaj light armor. Ne znam koji je ovo grad. Znaš?
Sve?
Znam koji je ovo grad. Nije mjesto. Evo policijska stanica ovdje pored mene, ali te zanima?
Da. Može. Jel to, čekaj, si otišao u zapaljeni grad, šta?
Ne, ali ima, meni je ovdje progres, loot progres 296, na primjer. Vidiš?
Ne vidim koliko si, 5 km. Teško. Navis game, high school, Carl's car, checkpoint, evo 400.
sad 4.5 XP.
Okay. Ćeš sad dobiti. Satara lojki, da.
Mačeta?
Mhm.
Ipak si uzeo mačetu, nisi motor.
Ne, imam motor, ali... Mačetom bih otvoran.
Onako profesionalno.
Aj.
Sugar Bass. 4 komada.
To kupuješ?
Da.
Sve kupuje.
Mislim da je 10% popusta. Da.
Yes, of course. With pleasure.
Sad će da se raspomame.
My senses have picked up somehow.
A što rgaju ovi zombi, strašno.
Jo, dobiš sam quest vamo, sam počupao sve, znaš. Bukvalno sam sve počupao.
Sam da je bila dosta eksperijensa kad sam se počupao.
Voli sa mnom da odradimo ovaj quest?
Ja ovdje imam 2 questa, rekao sam već.
Među ima nekih 10-ak auta, znaš. To sve kad
Dobro.
izlomiš dobiješ masu,
Kako misliš pauka?
Hm?
Pauka?
Auta.
Na toj lokaciji.
As you wish.
Smo rekli na... Znači, Harry 60% more resource for man using way closer weapons.
Misliš na Huntsman?
Da, dobro sam da.
With pleasure.
Ti čuje ne postoje tako napad, ne?
Dve akumulatorske kiseline.
Amo kišelina sad ne može faliti, znaš?
Misliš?
Više ima po 20.
Dobro, neke stvari bukvalno ti treba kiseline. Mislim da se šem pravi od kiseline, uzgled rečeno, znaš?
Ne. Možda praviš baterije, chemistry station i fuel saver mode i wheels.
Šta vije?
Točko.
O.
savjet, kad dobiješ motor, skrepuj ga. Znaš?
Engine, šta?
Da.
Što, treba ti možda 5-6 motora i to je to?
Imamo motora, nije to nego dobijaš 30
Mechanical
parts, da. Znači može bolje i kompresor škotaš, jer ovako ti je problem.
Znam, jedan motor za zivom na mjesto. Sam je game stage 200. A, super. To je sam ti neko za opravku stvari. Da koristiš repair kit ako ćeš da nešto prodaš.
Ne čujem sad, vidim da je konac. Sad možeš reći.
Ćeš nešto da prodaš recimo alate ili oružje, da nema što nema zvezdicu na primjer.
Dobro je.
Prvo ga opraviš.
Pa da, ja to radim. A neke stvari se ne isplati da ih opraviš.
Ja.
Ne. A nešto ne znam sad, pogledaš nešto što je level 2, to ne opravljaš.
Ne, to ne. Level 5, 6.
Da, to ne znam.
Gubiš 30-40% od vremena. Za cenu jednog toolkita koji je ono smešan, koliko ti ne košta. Koliko se kord napravi kad otvoriš auto? Koliko se korda napravi kad otvoriš auto? Koliko se korda napravi kad otvoriš auto?
A, policajski, da bude veliko.
A spomnio si jedan zombi.
Zavisi, nekad se spone 20, nekad se ne spone ni jedan.
Ali moram da ti priznam da sam ga izlupao brzo sa onom čeličnim kramom. Pao je za slobodu.
Sve razšapuju. Ekrani su najjača stvar za skrepove, znaš?
Misliš sa alatom šta?
Da, ovi ekrani i pomozi mi reći satovi.
Šta da je dosta materijal?
Ma da, i iz udarca ih razvališ. Rekao što mi ti? Ljubomir. Aha, najdebeli.
As you wish.
Ne, samo.
Što šta je moderno, kumar?
Si najstariji žena i vamo blizanci.
Ne bi čuo što. A četki, ovaj sin.
Blizanci, a najstariji je ovaj.
Lijepo, žena. Čekaš puno?
Što šta je moderno sad? Onaj Ozempik, nisam znao šta mu to dođe.
A da, Ozempik je...
To ti je za dijabetičare, ne. Pitaj ženu.
Znam, za mršavljenje, znam šta je.
Ne, nije za mršavljenje, za dijabetičare. Nije za zdrave ljude.
Što ne gore, ako si debel, možeš ti da ga rokaš.
Palo mi je na pamet, razmišljao sam koliko je to zapravo opasna stvar, ne palo. Razmišljao sam da li bih htio po svaku cenu da smršam, da se klikam tableta, ne skontao ne. Ne, sljedeći korak ti je vjerojatno plastična kirurgija, tako nešto mu boli. Nisam.
spremali? Dođe, aha.
Incoming enemies. Prepare for conflict.
Tu forme udari, a drži se kao za nogu, znaš.
Misli, čuo ponovi?
Na koju formu udari, ja kao drži se za ruku, za nogu.
Lag.
Yes, of course. As you wish.
Ne, i dalje mu nije noga zaceljena, a? Nice.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
You don't say. Kakav je ovo lokal, zove se Dead Rooster.
Če sad svađivaj.
Šta?
Šta kaj smo ja? Nešto? Da, to sam.
Znaš da dobijaš čelik od ovih kolica, shopping cart.
Da.
Ali ako uzmeš onaj Perception Master, mislim da je.
Chceš doći kupe?
Glupost. Okay. Mora.